before. All right, viewers, let's start this bulletin with a big breaking news development. This is Donald Trump again threatening Iranian regime. Yes, President Donald Trump has issued a strong warning saying that 1,000 missiles are locked and loaded and ready to strike if Tehran attempts to assassinate him. Now, in a post on his Truth Social platform, President Trump stated that 1,000 missiles are logged and loaded and aimed at Islamic Republic of Iran because there's a serious threat to the life of Donald Trump as per the intel that has been received. Now, earlier also, Donald Trump made a statement that they will be bombed like never before. However, Trump was denying the intel provided by Israel. So he said that there's no intel that has been provided by Israel in this case. But this is the latest set of big breaking news development that we are getting right now, that 1,000 missiles are logged, loaded, and they are aiming at Iran. Thousands more ready. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story, big breaking news development that we're getting about the invitation to separatist leader. Now, the National Conference's decision to invite separatist leader Mirwais Umar Farooq to its July 20 Delhi statehood protest has triggered a major political controversy. All right, this is the book. This is the breaking where the books promoting terror in institutions will be banned. This is also the statement. This is also a story coming from Jammu and Kashmir. But let's go back to this story where the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah said that during the rally, he will address questions raised regarding Mirwais. Now, the invitation puts senior Indie bloc leaders, including Rahul Gandhi, Mamata Banerjee, and Arvind Kejriwal, in a tough position, forcing them to balance solidarity for J&K statehood without endorsing separatist ideologies ahead of the rally. So 52 have been invited, along with a separatist leader, Mirwais Umar Farooq. And that big question is Indy with separatists? That's the big question. Will you toe the line of the separatists? Is that the plan? That's why the BJP is calling it not a statehood protest, but a separatehood protest. So that's the big breaking news development that we are getting. And this is the developing story. We'll get all the details on this. All right, Zeenath is live with us with all the latest details. Zeenath, coming to you, the protest has been planned and now there are various responses coming from the National Conference, even the Congress party, and everybody is saying that we are going to join this protest. The main motive is the demand of the statehood. However, in the garb of the demand of the statehood, separatist leaders are being invited and they have to give an answer. But has a good response been received by the NC or the Congress or any other party that has been invited?
Yesterday, I talked to many of the NC leaders behind the camera who was very comfortably saying that Mirwais Umar Farooq the invitation has been extended to him, not as the separatist, but as the preacher of Jammu and Kashmir. And the invitation has been extended to the head of MMU. Meanwhile, as we picked up the story, the Mirwais Umar Farooq has made a statement from the pulpit of the Jamia Masjid yesterday, where he said that it is a welcome step when any individual or any party is making an effort as far as the Jammu and Kashmir's identity is concerned. But he also mentioned that apart from this, NC should work for the restoration of Article 370 and 35A, because those were the important pointers and the demands on which the NC got votes in Jammu and Kashmir. On this, the NC said that the statehood protests will be the first step, and then step by step, the other things would also be following. But is National Conference really ready to keep the separatists with them? Are the ND leaders ready to be on the stage with the separatist leader? Because whatever the National Conference today say that he's a preacher or he's a chief clerk, but you cannot escape from the history of Mirwais Umar Farooq, who has been the part of the separatist camp, has been involved in bloodshed of the Kashmir, given his role in the Joint Resistance Front during 2016, when he was the part of Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani, Yasir Malik, because this was the amalgam that was formed in 2016 when terrorists of Hizbul Mujahideen Burhan Wani was killed and the valley came into a grind grinding halt for 6 months because of these leaders and their calendar. Hurriyat's Mirwais cannot forget his involvement in the valley, his involvement in the bloodshed, his involvement in the anti-national speeches. Those are still available on YouTube and on the social media. But Umar, when I asked Umar yesterday about this very invitation, and Mirwais is asking that it is not only about statehood, rather it should be about Article 370. He also talked about those prisoners, those Hurriyat leaders who have been languishing in the jail, those youths who have not faced any trials but are languishing in the jail. This is all under UAPA. So even the bail was not given to them. So Mirwais has again touched that very chord. Will National Conference accept these demands that have come from the Mirwais Umar Farooq? So these were the demands that were raised by him yesterday from the pulpit, on which when I asked Omar, he said that he would be responding. This is a valid question that has come from the Republic TV, but this is not the place where I should answer, as I'm not staying at the headquarters of the National Conference, but he will be responding it today now, as it is the 26th death anniversary of Begum Jahan Abdullah, who was the mother of Dr. Farooq Abdullah, and NC every day observes this very day at Hazratbal. So there will be the rallies, although Dr. Farooq Abdullah has made a statement that this time the rallies and the addresses will not only be confined at Hazratbal, rather it will be in Srinagar as well as Jammu, for which Umar Abdullah will be heading. This is more like a build-up for the 20th July, when there will be a sit-in at Jantar Mantar. Meanwhile, Umar Abdullah yesterday added that for Jantar Mantar protest, even many of the parties or the people, without naming much, without revealing anything, he said that they are trying to sabotage this 20th July program, because National Conference is yet to get permission as far as the protest is concerned. So he referred to one of the parties that recently held a protest at Jantar Mantar, that they could get the permission in less than 24 hours. But when it is National Conference, the Delhi is trying to sabotage. Delhi is scared because we are getting 52 plus leaders for this protest. But now question is that since we picked up the story, the separatist links, that NC's invitation has been extended into this very fold. Has there been any discussions there with the Indi or the Sonia Gandhi? Because the main partners, the main leaders here are like Sonia Gandhi is there, Malika Arjun Kharge is there, Rahul is there, then Stalin is there, and not only these, the national leaders, but the leaders who have come from the Jammu and Kashmir have made their name, like Ghulam Nabi Azad, who has been very critical about the Congress working style. He has, when he left the Congress, he was very critical, and he revealed many inside details about the Congress.
All right,
Will
yes.
Ghulam Nabi Azad this time be sharing or rubbing shoulders with the Congress leaders, who too will be present at the Jantar Mantar if the permission is given to the National Conference?
Okay. Thanks a lot, Zeenat, for all the updates in this story. We have another big breaking news development. We'll go across to that story, also coming from Jammu and Kashmir. Thanks a lot, Zeenat, for the update on the invitation that has been given to a separatist leader in this case. Now, in the wake of recent book controversy, the controversy over an anti-India book in the educational institutions, the J&K government has issued a comprehensive new framework for the evaluation and screening of books and academic material. The School Education Department and Higher Education Department have released detailed circulars directing all government and private schools, colleges and universities in the Union Territory to conduct a full academic and content audit of their libraries and resources. Now, the new guidelines prohibit any material that is factually inaccurate, misleading, inflammatory, or promotes terrorism, violent extremism, secessionism, radicalization, or content prejudicial to India's sovereignty, unity, and integrity. So both books, those are promoting terror in institutions, have been banned. The books promoting terror in institutions have been banned. That's a big update in the story. All right, let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. A 9-year-old girl repeated cries for help. A classroom that looked away. Nearly 8 months after class 4th student Amayra died by suicide at Jaipur's Narendra Modi school, a family has released chilling CCTV footage that exposes the school's complete failure to protect her. The visuals allegedly show Amayra repeatedly approaching her class teacher for help, only to be ignored. Now, minutes later, she walked to the 4th floor and jumped to her death. Her parents now claim that this was not an isolated tragedy, but the result of 18 months of relentless bullying, repeated complaints that went unheard, and institutional negligence. The family has rejected the police charge sheet as incomplete and is demanding accountability from the school management. Take a look.
9-year-old Amayra Meena committed suicide inside Jaipur's Nirja Modi school. Nearly 8 months after her family has released CCTV footage, they say exposes the school's failure to protect the child. Shocking CCTV footage. Amayra seen jumping from a 4-story building. Parents say Amayra was scared of even 2 feet of height. She cannot do this. But what truly went wrong?
She was in a right state of mind in the morning. She was joyful. She welcomed her friend. She ate a golgappa. She did a half-hour chat with her. She was normal like any other child. She was excited for her dance class. She went to the dance class. She danced for almost 1 hour, 20 minutes in the class. And after that, she was studying. And then a boy sitting, ahead of her was showing something to her on the digital slate, something which is having sexual connotations, I believe, because Amayra is very disturbed. She then from one child, like there is a group of boys which joined that boy, and they all started harassing her, mocking at her, or bullying her.
The class 4 student allegedly approached her class teacher multiple times on the day of the incident. CCTV shows Amayra seeking help but was repeatedly ignored before committing suicide. Moments later, Amayra jumped from the school building. Amayra's parents allege their daughter had endured nearly 18 months of relentless bullying, including abusive remarks with sexual undertones from the classmates. Complaints to school authorities were brushed aside, with the class teacher allegedly telling them that Amayra simply needed to adjust. The parents have now rejected the police charge sheet. The probe reportedly identified classroom teacher negligence and extreme mental pressure on the child as key factors behind the tragedy. Eight months now, and fight for justice continues for Amayra's parents. The case has also triggered a wider debate on bullying inside elite private schools. What began as the loss of a 9-year-old girl has now become a larger question on bullying culture in elite schools, the repeated cries for help that were ignored, and whether the system failed to a 9-year-old girl.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, National Conference extends invitation to opposition leaders, including separatist leader Advisor Umar Farooq. Will India Alliance share stage and toe the separatist line?
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Donald Trump had finally signed the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran at Versailles. Versailles is famous for the treaty that almost caused the Second World War by its terms. We've had another disaster, or so it seems, at Versailles, where Donald Trump, with great flourish, signed the Farsi version of the Memorandum of Understanding, right? The very first clause of this memorandum, which Donald Trump had signed on, you know, it said, and I'd like to quote, the US, Iran and their allies.
Still a lot of upcoming cars left on the 2026 calendar here in India. Now, I wish I could put a number on it, but remember that when it comes to car launches, timelines keep shifting, specifications and variants keep changing, plans keep changing, and some models inevitably end up moving into the next year. But here's the important part for all of you buyers. The second half of 2026 has a lot of action still left, and some of that is going to affect real purchase decisions. So there is a whole lot that you can expect. Now, stuff that we already know is coming, like a Thar facelift or, the Kia Ciro CV. Those deliveries will start soon. These are plug-in hybrids. There are, of course, ICE and EV models, lots coming. So, I'm going to try and do this properly. Not give you any hype, not like cram in every upcoming car worth waiting for and enticing you with it with absolutely no sense of real detail. So I'm going to go segment by segment. I'm going to separate confirmed information from expected information and then give you a sort of a budget-wise verdict as well. Like, should you wait? Should you buy right now? Okay, surprised that I'm starting with sedans? Well, here's the thing. Sedans seem to be having a little bit of a comeback in 2026. I think maybe there's a bit of SUV fatigue that has set in, but for what it's worth, we have excitement around sedans again. We'll start with something a little basic, which is the Volkswagen Virtus. Now, remember that we had the SUVs already getting facelifted, so it is the turn of the sedans from the Volkswagen Group, so both Skoda and VW. The Volkswagen Virtus facelift is the one that I'm expecting by about the fourth quarter of 2026, and it might look like a regular midlife update on the surface, but that big mechanical change that we saw with the SUVs, which will affect day-to-day driving, the 1-liter TSI automatic is going to move from that 6-speed torque converter to the new 8-speed torque converter automatic. Now, that is expected given that we saw that happening on the Kushaq, saw it happening on the Taigun. The 1.5 TSI version of the Virtus should remain the same with the 7-speed DSG. New features and, of course, some styling changes that will happen too. Now, we could see things like rear seat massage, updated screens, ADAS, even a 360-degree camera. But again, don't treat all of this as final just yet. Volkswagen is going to confirm the exact feature list only closer to the launch. But if you're planning to buy a Virtus and you can stretch out your purchase, this update makes sense waiting for. It's the same exact logic for the Skoda Slavia facelift. Now, the Slavia facelift ideally should come just a little bit before, but it's gotten heavily delayed, so it's going to get clubbed closer to the Virtus is what I'm thinking. And similar sort of timeline in a sense. Now, this will also get some major changes, the ones that I've mentioned, like the new gearbox on the 1-liter version, but it'll also get some styling changes, of course, some few new features that will also get thrown in. Again, the 1.5 should continue with the DSG. Now, for sedan buyers, things have been interesting, right? We just saw the Honda City getting facelifted as well, huge facelift, lots of new changes there on that one. If the Virtus or the Slavia are already on your shortlist and you're not really in a hurry, it makes sense, like I said, to wait for these facelifts to come in. It is close enough and it's not such a long wait, and that gearbox update on the 1-liter could make the car nicer to live with in traffic. Now, let's talk about compact and subcompact SUVs. The Mahindra Thar facelift, I mentioned that at the top. Now, the expected timeline should be August. Why August? Well, of course, Mahindra does everything in August, right? Around the 15th. So, it may not be the big headline that happens on the 15th, but the night before, there's usually a new variant or a facelift that does come out. This one, therefore, should happen around then. I'm talking about the 3-door Thar here. So, it's going to get a lot of what we saw on the Thar Rocks. In my book, this is all really heavily overdue already. So similar sort of design treatment, same sort of face, lots more of that cabin experience, including the 10.25-inch touchscreen, the rear camera, wireless charger. So a lot of these features, because the Thar, even the 3-door, is very much a lifestyle vehicle, and a lot of people in the cities absolutely love it. So it's really great that it's going to get all of these things. Again, I think it's just too late, but it's finally coming is what we are told. Familiar engines should continue on it as well. Level 2 ADAS has not been confirmed for the 3-door, but I'm hoping at least it's there on the higher variants. Mahindra has to still confirm that part. Should you wait? Well, I'll tell you what, if you're planning to buy a Thar in the next few months, yes, of course, please wait, because these updates are going to be worth waiting for. Remember that the Thar is practical, of course, but it's also this easygoing urban lifestyle SUV. All those JSW badged cars that are coming to us soon. Now, JSW has a tie-up with Chery, and a lot of Chery's global brands are all set to come into India. But as JSW, those cars from those different brands will be badged JSW over here. The first one could be the G-Tour T2, and that's supposed to arrive around Diwali is what we are told. Now, lots of unanswered questions on this one, because the T2 IDM plug-in hybrid has a 1.5-litre turbo petrol engine, and it has that electric motor support with a 26.7 kilowatt-hour battery. Claimed electric-only range is about 140 kilometers. That all sounds really exciting. It'll all come down to pricing, I know, but a PHEV that becomes a little more approachable, well, BYD is promising something similar. We still don't know which final drivetrain and output we will get, or even the name, frankly. But yes, this is something that is definitely coming, and it's one that I can't say I'm really sort of emotionally invested in just yet, because I don't know enough about the India spec. I want to drive the car before I tell you, hey, it's great, please buy it, or don't. But all of this will come down to positioning, pricing, and then of course we'll have other JSW cars coming as well. The BYD Seal U plug-in hybrid is also something that has already been announced for India. It'll come later in the year is what they say, but we're expecting around the festive season as well. This is another plug-in hybrid, but unlike the usual conventional plug-in hybrids, okay, that's confusing, the regular plug-in hybrids, this one isn't just about having like the Toyota kind of system or the Porsche kind of system, which is a big battery that lets you drive electric only, and the engine that also lets you sort of support that to charge the battery and also drive independently as a petrol car. In this case, that petrol engine is always powering the battery. So it's a little bit different. And while, the overall claimed range on a full tank may not seem so attractive in the context of plug-in hybrids, what BYD is saying is that, here's a car that you get used to plugging in, charging, and especially for daily running, you're going to find that this particular system might allow you to do most of your overall week's driving in pure electric mode. So that's interesting. We'll have to wait and see how the car operates here. We're getting the front-wheel drive version. We're not going to get the all-wheel drive. But 1,200 kilometers is the combined range that is claimed on one tank of petrol. So not getting too excited because I still don't have pricing on this one. So expect this to be a little bit premium. But remember that we already have the Sea Lion 7 and we already have the Seal. So there's only so many places where BYD could position this one. I hope it's attractive. Now let's talk about some more exciting cars, the electric vehicles. At the bottom of that heap in terms of size, the Kia Ceros EV. We've talked about it for months. We always knew it was coming. Finally looks like it'll get to us by August. 15 lakhs to about 20 lakh rupees. That's the expected price range. It could end up becoming one of the most important mass market EV launches for this year. Now, expect good quality in terms of material, cabin finish, and lots of features. And it'll of course be Kia's smallest, most affordable EV in India. But take a look at what they've done with the Carens Clavis EV, and then you get a good sense of what this car should have, and of course what the Ceros already has. So fairly modern looking car, maybe a little bit polarizing in its looks, but as an EV works a little bit better maybe than the ICE version did. In terms of rivals, think about everything from the Nexon or Punch EV to the Mahindra XUV3 XO EV and even the MG Windsor. The Kia has of course not yet told us about what the battery spec is going to be, what the range is going to be, but going by what this platform has done globally with cars like the Hyundai Insta, we're expecting maybe 42 kilowatt hour or 49 kilowatt hour battery. And in terms of budget, well, 15 to 20 lakh rupees already set. So it may be worth waiting for because that's fairly attractive. So lots lined up for the rest of this year, lots to take you into a showroom and keep you excited. Lots of test drives that you can do. There's a lot coming, whether it's EV, ICE, and now even PHEV. Things look pretty exciting.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला
Well, big story continues to be our focus on the Prime Minister's visit to Australia, and we are joined by former Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison, who met Prime Minister Modi earlier today. Hello and good afternoon, Mr. Morrison. How was your meeting with the Prime Minister?
Well, it was very nice to see the Prime Minister again. It was 10 years ago when I first met him down in Melbourne, the MCG of all places, when I was a minister in the Abbott government, and obviously have had a wonderful relationship with him over the course of this past decade and a number of portfolios, and of course as Prime Minister. And it was great to see that the relationship that we built so strongly continues on, and new chapters are being written into it, and it's very good for both countries, and it's bipartisan, and it continues to go from strength to strength.
So I'm so glad to hear that. You have a very close personal rapport with Prime Minister Modi. Everyone talks about it. And, you were both Prime Ministers during a very difficult time of the COVID years of 2018 to 2022. Were there any common factors that brought you closer together besides your personal equation?
Look, I think we had a shared understanding of the importance of the Indo-Pacific region and the Indian Ocean component of that Indo-Pacific region. Australia has a coastline on the Indian Ocean which is greater than any other country in the world. And, increasingly we both understood the shifts that were taking place in geopolitics, and that, the relationship that we could form would provide an anchor, I think, to the partnerships in the region more broadly. And the Quad leaders dialogue, of which we were both foundational members, I think was pivotal to that. But I always found when I was in sort of multilateral fora with the Prime Minister, we were not quite finishing each other's sentences, but our perspective on the region and the issues.
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. My name is Nayan. India's defense story is entering a transformative new era, powered by indigenous innovation, cutting-edge emerging technology, and a rapidly expanding defense industrial ecosystem. Now, as the nation accelerates its journey towards strategic self-reliance and the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Republic brings together policymakers, defense leaders, innovators, and industry pioneers, shaping the future of national security. Join us on the 18th of July in New Delhi for Republic Defence Forces' first conclave, Bharat, the defence powerhouse, where the spotlight will be on the next generation military technologies, advanced defence platforms, indigenous capabilities, and the government and industry partnerships driving India's technological transformation. Stay tuned for insightful conversations, exclusive perspectives, and also ideas that will define the future of India's defence ecosystem. Right now, it's time for the headlines. Let's delve in. The Indian Navy is all set to induct Mahendragiri, the 6th Project 17A indigenous stealth frigate, into the Eastern Fleet at Visakhapatnam. National Conference extends invitation to 52 opposition leaders, including separatist leader Umar Farooq. Will India Alliance share stage and toe separatist line? That's the question we're asking. PM Modi and New Zealand Prime Minister hold delegation-level bilateral talks, engage in several MOUs in key sectors. FTA 20 billion investment top of the agenda. Crumbling infrastructure continues to claim lives. 28-year-old man in Noida dies after falling into an uncovered waterlogged drain while on the way to work.
हम ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि अबेटमेंट टू सुसाइड का केस लगना चाहिए क्लास टीचर के बाद, क्योंकि बच्चा इतना परेशान है, विजिबली डिस्ट्रेस है, बार बार जा रहा है, उसके बाद भी टीचर ने उसे ईज नहीं करा और उसे निकलने दिया क्लास के बाद।
Republic continues to fight for justice for Amayra after her parents revealed that teachers had ignored her even when she was visibly distressed. Baloch Liberation Army releases video of bombing that killed 30 Pakistani soldiers. Trump has issued a latest warning stating that if he is killed, Iran will be bombed like never before. Viewers, getting the breaking news of the hour, where former Punjab Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi has confirmed that he will meet the AICC General Secretary in charge of Punjab, Bhupesh Baghel, at his residence of the Congress MLA Rana Gurjeet Singh today. In fact, this is signalling a possible meeting and also a thaw or rift between the party leaders. Bhupesh Baghel and Channi are scheduled to meet today and hold a meeting on Saturday as well. Now, this is after the former Chief Minister and Sukhwinder Singh Randhawa skipped the initial meetings. The rift in the party, Punjab unit, has stemmed from the leadership shuffle, where Amrinder Singh Raja Waring is held his post as the state Congress chief.
भूपेश जी जा रहे हैं, बुलाया है, मीटिंग है, तो मेरे को लगता है कि सब चीज़ स्मूथ जो है वो दिखनी चाहिए आने वाले दिनों में।
किनके बीच मीटिंग होने वाली है बघेल साहब और उधर से, क्योंकि जानकारी
पता नहीं है यार, मेरे को लगता है वो किसी के कहाँ पर मीटिंग रखी हुई है और सब लोग मिलने वाले हैं, यही मेरे को पता चला है।
साहब भी आएंगे उस मीटिंग में?
यार पता नहीं है, बट जो मेरे को सुना है कि सब लोग मिलेंगे।
आप जाएंगे?
नहीं, मेरे को लगता है कि मैं नहीं जाऊंगा, क्योंकि कहीं कुछ बातचीत करनी होती है और मेरे खिलाफ भी कुछ हो सकता है बातचीत करनी हो। अच्छा होता है कि वो पहले लीडर से बात कर लें और उसके बाद बैठ के बातचीत करें। सामने आमने कई बार बंदा अच्छे से बात कह भी नहीं सकता, और जब आदमी सुनता है तो उसको भी थोड़ा बुरा लगता है। तो अच्छी बात है वो मेरे बिना अगर मीटिंग करेंगे तो ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा।
उसके बाद
ये मीटिंग तो होनी है, ये तय है, मेरे से लिखवा लो। हम सब इकट्ठे हैं यार, कोई हमारे इतने फर्क थोड़ी है कि हम इकट्ठे नहीं हैं, हम तो इकट्ठे हैं। छोटी मोटी बात है, लीडरशिप से बात करेंगे, ठीक हो जाएगा।
पहले बघेल साहब दूर
आई थिंक सो।
सर, उनका जो मेन, क्योंकि जो जानकारी मिल पा रही है कि उन्होंने शर्त रख दी है, इसी वजह से बघेल साहब ने आपको कहा है कि पहले आप ना जाएं।
हो सकता है, मेरे को पता नहीं है, हो सकता है शर्त रखी हो सकता है ना रखी हो, क्योंकि मेरे को तो पता नहीं है।
I have my colleague Lalit joining me from Chandigarh right now. Lalit, this is the Punjab Congress preparing to fight the 2027 election, or is it still fighting itself?
It has been more than 6 days that the rift between the Channi camp and the Rajawadi camp continues. But informally, if we talk about, and as very clear by the Punjab in charge, Bhupesh Baghel, the former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, he has very clearly said that there would be no changes in the appointment. So it seems that now Channi camp is on the back foot. It is going to be the 6th day of the Bhupesh Baghel. He has come for a 5-day meeting, but as very clearly conveyed by the in charge of Punjab, Bhupesh Baghel, he said that there would be no change in the leadership. Looking into this now, the former Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi with all the other leaders would be meeting Bhupesh Baghel at the residence of Rana Gurjeet Singh around 11 a.m. today. So there would be meeting Charanjit Singh Channi in the social media posts have also said that it's for the Unity for Congress that all the leaders would be meeting. 2 days before, when Charanjit Singh Channi had given a statement, he had said that Rahul Gandhi is his leader. So it seems that now the Charanjit Singh Channi has a soft stance, looking into the condition way the party high command has taken its stance and stand in front of Raja Vading. So very clearly a message has been given that Raja Vading would remain the Punjab Congress in charge. But yes, today, after formally 6 days, Charanjit Singh Channi camp would be meeting the in charge for Punjab, Bhupesh Baghel, at the residence of Rana Gurjeet Singh. Back to the studio.
Lalit, thank you so much for giving us those updates and joining us from Chandigarh. Thank you for your time. We're shifting our focus to another breaking news right now at this hour that we're getting. This is the news that's coming where the Apple has filed a major lawsuit against the OpenAI in the Federal Court of North California. In fact, what is the Apple accusing is that Apple has sued OpenAI in the United States Federal Court, and it is alleging that the company stole Apple's confidential trade secrets to develop consumer hardware. Apple is claiming that its former employees, including senior hardware executives, improperly took sensitive information to OpenAI. In fact, the lawsuit is notable because the two companies had partnered in 2024 to bring ChatGPT to iPhones. And also OpenAI has denied these allegations, and the case is now going to be decided through legal processes. But for what we're getting to know so far is that Apple has sued OpenAI in the US federal court, and this is coming in Northern California. Viewers, a massive political firestorm has erupted ahead of the monsoon session of Parliament. Farooq Abdullah's National Conference has invited 52 political and religious figures, including top Congress leaders and Hurriyat chief Mirwais Umar Farooq. This is to join them for a major statehood protest at Delhi's Jantar Mantar. Now, the question arises whether the India Alliance is giving separatist politics a democratic makeover. Well, we're tracking this for you. Take a look.
Now India needs an opposition, but what do you do with an opposition that is supporting separatists, that is supporting secessionists, that is supporting pro-Pakistan elements, that is against the concept of nation and nationalism, and is openly in a truck with people who have tied up with the ISI, with the Pakistani establishment, and it is unfortunate, and I condemn the fact wholeheartedly, ladies and gentlemen, that the Indian opposition has turned itself into an NGO come separatist club, yes. And they're organizing a meeting and they're calling people on the eve of the parliament session in Delhi. And they say we are going to Jantar Mantar and we are going to protest, we're going to ask for statehood for Kashmir, so on and so forth. Ladies and gentlemen, to them I want to say this. You don't have an alliance, you have an NGO club, but your support for separatists is being watched across the country. Rahul Gandhi and Omar Abdullah have joined hands with Mirwais Omar Farooq, ladies and gentlemen. Mirwais Omar Farooq, a man who is dangerous and who for years has been playing Pakistan's tune. He has been invited to join the Indian opposition, and I ask on what capacity. If Mirwais Omar Farooq becomes a part of this opposition, then this opposition is joining hands with an anti-India man, a pro-Pakistan man. Then things become very dangerous. So let me share Mirwais Omar Farooq's biodata with you and why I think he's always on Pakistan's side. And Rahul Gandhi and Omar Abdullah joining hands with this pro-Pakistan Mirwais is unfortunate but not unexpected. This is the man, after all, who met Parvez Musharraf in 2005. And Parvez Musharraf told him, I support your idea of a United States of Kashmir. And then Mirwais Omar Farooq, who is now Rahul Gandhi's political partner, he has become Omar Abdullah's political partner. He met the ISI in 2007, terrorist leaders in 2007, Parvez Musharraf in 2005, and then they joined hands and they said, we will work together. And now Rahul Gandhi says he will work together with this man. Omar Abdullah says he worked together with this man. Until 2005, he had the title Chairman of the All Parties Hurriyat Conference, and then he dropped it, calling it a Hobson's choice. Ladies and gentlemen, what does being Chairman of the All Party Hurriyat Conference mean for this man? Is the Hurriyat not a banned organization under the UAPA? Here are some of the Hurriyat slogans. Hum kya chahte azadi, Kashmir banega Pakistan. Kashmir banega Pakistan. These are the words of the All-Party Hurriyat Conference. And today Rahul Gandhi is joining hands with him. Omar Abdullah is joining hands with him. We must watch this development very carefully. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for you to choose. Can you support a group that has a truck with a pro-Pakistan, pro-ISI, anti-India individual? It is all very sad because Mirwais Umar Farooq forgets who killed his father. The ISI killed his father, but Mirwais Umar Farooq does not have the courage to speak against the ISI, which killed his own father, and therefore his approach is very cowardly. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a man who has paid tribute to terrorists when they have been killed. This is a man who has publicly endorsed Musharraf's formula. This is a man who has organized protests on the anniversaries of Afzal Guru and Maqbool Bhatt. This is a man who cannot be trusted. This is a man who is an opportunist. This is a man who has stayed mute on Asif Munir's continuing butchery of Kashmiris in POK. And therefore I say we cannot trust this man. But we also cannot trust the people who want to give him a red carpet. Can we trust the people who want to give him a red carpet? How many times has this man stood with Pakistan? Why is Rahul Gandhi joining hands with a man, formally joining hands with a man who is absolutely pro-Pakistani? Absolutely pro-Pakistani. His approach is anti-Indian. This man who has not opened his mouth about the rape and murder charges against Yasin Malik, about the massacre of Kashmiri Hindus, a man who has done business with the ISI, done business with Musharraf, done business with the Pakistani establishment, is being welcomed by Omar and Rahul Gandhi into the India alliance, into a larger India alliance formation. I ask you viewers, you watch this, you respond to this, you get involved in this conversation. And I want to tell Gen Z, please be very careful about what is going on. Yes, we need an opposition, we need a strong opposition, but we do not need an opposition that allows separatists, secessionists, anti-India forces, pro-Pakistan forces, pro-ISI forces into its own grouping. If anyone says, do we have a problem with it? We have a problem with it. We will continue to have a problem with it. We cannot trust an alliance that does business with Mirwais Umar Farooq, of all people.
We are shifting our focus to Meta, which has scrapped its new AI image generation feature, which was launched a few days ago. It is following a major privacy backlash. The tool is called Muse Image, and it allowed the users to create images based on public Instagram accounts. Now, this, of course, drew a lot of criticism, sharp criticism. In fact, it included from places like the Hollywood Union over automatic opt-in and the privacy risks. Now, Meta has admitted the feature missed the mark and has now discontinued it. These are the latest that is coming in. Meta has discontinued its AI image generation feature, Muse Image, only days after launching it due to strong privacy concerns. Now, this tool was used for public Instagram accounts to generate AI images and automatically also enrolled users by default. Now, this sparked criticism from the privacy advocates and also the Hollywood Union. Now, this Meta has, of course, acknowledged the backlash and has admitted that this feature will not or did not meet the expectations and has now decided to further shut it down. Fierce panic gripped Hyderabad's Chanderi Ghat area after a massive fire broke out near the Musi River on Friday evening. The blaze quickly spread through the warehouses, car repair shops and also the nearby makeshift structures, sending thick black smoke across the city. Now, while the several shops were gutted, authorities say that there have been no casualties that have been reported. But we have a report. Take a look.
Massive flames engulfed warehouses and shops near the Musi River in Hyderabad's Chanderi Ghat, sending thick plumes of smoke into the sky. Firefighters rushed to the spot and launched a massive operation to contain the blaze before it spread further. Police said around 7 shops, including car repair garages and decorative material stores, were gutted in the fire. The blaze also spread to nearby makeshift huts, triggering panic among residents, though no injuries have been reported. The cause of the fire is yet to be determined, and authorities are assessing the extent of the damage as cooling operations continue.
From flooded streets and open drains to exposed electric wires and collapsing roads, a disturbing pattern is emerging across India's cities and towns. Now, in recent days, children, workers, women and also commuters have lost their lives in accidents that may have entirely been preventable. Now, as the monsoon rains expose glaring civic failures, serious questions are being raised about accountability. The question of who will take responsibility of the proper urban planning and also ensure public safety, that's the question we are asking, and here's a report.
Monsoon season is exposing glaring infrastructural lapses that has led to several deaths which could have been prevented. In Gazyabad, a 3-year-old girl drowned after slipping into flood water that had accumulated outside her home. Another incident from Gazyabad, a youth was electrocuted after allegedly coming into contact with an exposed live wire submerged in rainwater. In Aligarh, a 50-year-old woman died after suffering an electric shock in a waterlogged locality. In Delhi Samaipur Badli, 7-year-old Rehan drowned in a water-filled plot after going missing due to heavy waterlogging. In Bengaluru, a 17-year-old boy walking with his family was electrocuted after reportedly coming into contact with a live electric source on a rain-soaked street. This incident occurred in May. In Somnath, a man carrying his children fell into an open drain, exposing the risks created by uncovered civic infrastructure. Back in Ghaziabad, a road caved in after heavy rainfall, causing a parked car to plunge into a ditch. In Navi Mumbai, 2 college girls lost their lives after allegedly being electrocuted by an exposed wire in a rain-hit area. And in Uttarakhand, a child drowned after being swept into an overflowing open drain left exposed amid heavy rains. Different cities, different victims, but a familiar story. Waterlogging, exposed wires, open drains and unsafe public spaces continue to claim lives year after year. With no officials taking responsibility, a larger question remains unanswered. That if basic civic safety cannot be guaranteed, does the life of an ordinary citizen matter only after tragedy strikes?
Viewers, the much-awaited breaking news of the hour. India's maritime strength is set for a major boost with the induction of INS Mahendragiri, the 6th Project 17A indigenous stealth frigate, into the Indian Navy's Eastern Fleet at Visakhapatnam today. Now, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will be presiding over the commission, and designed by the Indian Navy's Warship Design Bureau and also built by Mazagaon Dock Shipbuilders. The warship has over 75% of indigenous content. It is underscoring India's push for self-reliance in defence manufacturing. These are visuals of where the INS Mahendragiri will be now on your television screen at any time, but guests have gathered to open and preside over the ceremony. In fact, there is the equipment of the INS Mahendragiri, which is equipped with advanced stealth features and indigenous weapons and also cutting-edge sensors and electronic warfare system. While INS Mahendragiri is also capable of anti-air, anti-surface and anti-submarine warfare, along with humanitarian and maritime security missions. On your television screen is INS Mahendragiri, the stealth warship designed by Indian Navy and also built at the Mazagaon Dock Shipbuilders. The warship has been built with 75% indigenous content, and these are visuals of the people. We have visuals on your television screen, and also I have my colleague Ishan, who is joining us right now on a call. Ishan, thank you so much for joining us. What are the latest updates that you're getting over the India's maritime strength now getting a major boost?
Absolutely, this is a major boost to India's maritime strength. The 17 Alpha project of Indian Navy is a very successful project, and it is the 6th ship being commissioned in this project. This ship has around 6,500 tons of displacement and is equipped with a very unique propulsion system, that is a gas and diesel combination. This gives the ship very long sea legs and has the capability to venture out at sea for very long deployment. Apart from that, it is equipped with the latest MSR radar, and it is also equipped with angular hull design and stealth features that ensure that it is a very quiet vessel and it can sneak up onto the enemies at a moment's notice. Apart from that, it has multiple weapon systems that have been put in place. For example, it has the BrahMos missiles, it has the SRPM cannon at its front, it has the CIWS system, that is the AK-603 gun. Apart from that, it has multiple anti-submarine torpedo tubes, and it has multiple gun mounts across the ship placed in strategic locations to ensure that it is completely protected against drone attacks. Apart from that, this ship has multiple roles, especially it has the capability of having a helicopter land on its rear and aft deck. From there it can operate helicopters, and that is very crucial in HADR mission.
Okay. Right. Thank you so much for giving us all of those inputs. This is INS Mahendragiri, set to join the Navy as India strengthens its Indo-Pacific presence in India. This will commission the INS Mahendragiri at the naval dock in Visakhapatnam today. In fact, the induction is going to strengthen the Navy's indigenous combat capability amid the rising Indo-Pacific security concerns. Viewers, coming up after a short commercial break, this is a huge boost to the Indian Navy. We're going to give you all the details after a short break.
और अब माननीय रक्षा मंत्री गार्ड ऑफ ऑनर का निरीक्षण करेंगे।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Rosa podcast wants to know, but I'm seeing a very soft version of Arnab. What did you expect? A mad guy shouting at the screen. I can't shut up. As debater, or I'm a crazy debater. Facts everyone has, but I have brought back opinion into journalism because they didn't have the guts. I had the guts, I had the freedom, I had the intellect, I gave it my best shot, I still do it. There's no sense of how much money you want to make, no. It was always how much can you do. I used to be really proud seeing my father in uniform. I realized my father was doing something greater than his own job. If you were to again go back and look at from where you started as a journalist, so much. A junior Rahul would have spoken to a junior Arnab. Which Rahul?
Well, big story continues to be our focus on the Prime Minister's visit to Australia, and we are joined by former Australian Prime Minister
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Donald Trump had finally signed the memorandum of understanding with Iran at Versailles. Versailles is famous for the treaty that almost caused the Second World War by its terms. We've had another disaster, or so it seems, at Versailles, where Donald Trump, with great flourish, signed the Farsi version of the Memorandum of Understanding. Right? The very first clause of this memorandum, which Donald Trump had signed on, you know, it said, and I'd like to quote, the US, Iran and their allies declare an immediate and permanent end to the war on all fronts, including Lebanon, and agree not to use force or threaten force against each other and ensure territorial integrity and sovereignty of Lebanon. I mean, you start the entire MOU, which took so much time to negotiate, with this clause. And this clause meant that their allies, that means Israel is an ally of the United States, and on behalf of Israel, the United States is giving a guarantee that we will cease all hostilities immediately, you know, and what it implied was sovereignty and integrity of.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Republic School of Journalism, India's most sought-after live learning program, has now opened applications for its 2026 batch. RSJ was launched with a single mission: to train the next generation of journalists, not in classrooms, but on the field, live as news breaks, covering elections, wars, and the biggest stories of our times, under the direct mentorship of India's best journalists at the Republic Media Network. And the results speak for themselves. 100% of students from RSJ's inaugural batch are now placed, working in newsrooms. Now, the new batch begins this August, and aspiring journalists can apply online now at www.republicschoolofjournalism.com or call 836-999-5400 to know more. Now, let's have a look at the top headlines. Indian Navy is all set to induct Mahendragiri, the 6th Project 17A indigenous stealth frigate, into its eastern fleet at Visakhapatnam. National Conference extends invitation to 52 opposition leaders, including separatist leader Mirwais Umar Farooq. Will India Alliance share stage and toe the separatist line? PM Modi and New Zealand PM hold delegation-level bilateral talks, exchange several MOUs in key sectors. FTA, $20 billion investment are on the top of the agenda. Crumbling civic infra continues to claim lives. 28-year-old man in Noida dies after falling into uncovered water-logged drain while on the way to work.
हम ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि अबेटमेंट टू सुसाइड का केस लगना चाहिए क्लास टीचर के बाद, क्योंकि बच्चा इतना परेशान है, विजिबली डिस्ट्रेस है, बार बार जा रहा है, उसके बाद भी टीचर ने उसे ईज नहीं करा और उसे निकलने दिया क्लास के बाद.
Republic continues to fight for justice for Amayra after her parents revealed that teachers had ignored her even when she was visibly distressed. Baloch Liberation Army releases video of bombing that killed 30 Pakistani soldiers. Trump has issued a latest warning stating that if he was killed, Iran will be bombed like never before. All right, viewers, let's go to the breaking news. This is India's maritime strength, which is set for a major boost with the induction of INS Mahendragiri, the 6th Project 17A indigenous stealth frigate, into the Indian Navy's Eastern Fleet at Visakhapatnam today. Now, the commissioning...
For me to stand before you on the commissioning of Mahendragiri into the Indian Navy. Mahendragiri is the 6th Project 17 Alpha frigate and marks the successful completion of MDL's contribution to one of India's most advanced indigenous warship building program. It stands as a testament of the capability we have built over the years and, more importantly, to the enduring partnership between the Indian Navy and MDL. Mahendragiri embodies the remarkable progress achieved during Project 17 Alpha. Her construction commenced during the unprecedented disruption of COVID-19 pandemic. Despite those challenges, from the time from launch to delivery was reduced by almost half compared to the first of class. Full power trials were successfully completed during a maiden sea sortie. Her principal weapon systems achieved operational readiness before delivery through close collaboration between MDL, the Indian Navy, and our industry partners. Delivering warships that are combat ready at the point of induction has now become a benchmark of all MDL delivered ships. This occasion marks more than the induction of a frontline warship. It's also a defining moment for India's shipbuilding ecosystem. With the commissioning of Mahendragiri, MDL has completed the delivery of all major warships entrusted to us by the Indian Navy over the past 2 decades. These programs represent an investment of approximately rupees 85,000 crore. They have strengthened India's maritime security. They have sustained a highly skilled workforce of over 6,000 at MDL. They have created more than 25,000 additional jobs across the country's industrial ecosystem. They have enabled over 500 MSMEs to participate in building some of the world's most sophisticated warships. A substantial share of the project value has flowed to these enterprises. Many began as small vendors. Today, they are trusted defense-grade partners.
All right, Ishan is live with us with all the latest details on how this is going to boost and will be a major advantage for the Indian Navy. Ishan, if you can put this into perspective and share the details on how it will increase the firepower of the Indian Navy. This is the INS Mahendragiri, the 6th Project 17A indigenous stealth frigate. Ishan.
The Project 17A, built by Mason Docks Limited, with over 75% indigenous content. This has a displacement of around 6,600 tons. The warship measures around 149 meters in length and is equipped with advanced stealth design. Powerful MFR radars and a lethal arsenal including BrahMos supersonic missiles, Barak 8 missile air defense systems, Mahendra torpedo tubes and anti-submarine rockets. The Mahendragiri delivers a multi-domain fund, anti-air, anti-surface and anti-subsurface warfare. Named after the mighty Mahendragiri mountain, it symbolizes India's growing self-reliance and maritime strength. This is a true force multiplier for the Eastern Fleet and it will ensure blue water operations across the globe. This is a very powerful addition to the Indian Navy fleet and is definitely going to be a very prominent feature in the days to come. Back to you.
All right. Yes, definitely. Now, what will be the immediate utilization? That is also the big question here, Ishan. A short comment on that. The deployment.
The deployment of the ship remains classified. However, this ship is capable of fleet escort, power projections, blue water operations, maritime search and rescue operations, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations, sustained deployments with high automation and survivability. So this ship is one of the most advanced ships. It has this systems which is AI enabled, and it can provide a long endurance at sea, and it is capable of undertaking multiple missions across the board. And this ship will be deployed in the Eastern Fleet of the Indian Navy, and it comes under the Eastern Naval Command. And with the addition of this ship in the Eastern Fleet now has the maximum number of surface ships in the Indian Navy. So the Eastern Fleet now has maximum number of surface ships in the Indian Navy, and the Eastern Fleet rise is commensurate to the threat that we are facing at the Strait of Malacca by ensuring the Indian Navy dominance in the entire Indian Ocean, making the Indian Ocean truly India's ocean. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Ishan, for all the updates in this story. All right, let's move on to another top story. Now, from flooded streets and open drains to exposed electric wires and collapsing roads, a disturbing pattern is emerging across India's cities and towns. Now, in recent days, children, workers, women and commuters have lost their lives in accidents that many say that were entirely preventable. As monsoon rains expose glaring civic failures, serious questions are being raised about accountability. Now, the question of who will take responsibility of proper urban planning and ensuring public safety. Here's a report.
Monsoon season is exposing glaring infrastructural lapses that has led to several deaths which could have been prevented. In Gazyabad, a 3-year-old girl drowned after slipping into flood water that had accumulated outside her home. Another incident from Gazyabad, a youth was electrocuted after allegedly coming into contact with an exposed live wire submerged in rainwater. In Aligarh, a 50-year-old woman died after suffering an electric shock in a waterlogged locality. In Delhi Samaipur Badli, 7-year-old Rihan drowned in a water-filled plot after going missing due to heavy waterlogging. In Bengaluru, a 17-year-old boy walking with his family was electrocuted after reportedly coming into contact with a live electric source on a rain-soaked street. This incident occurred in May. In Somnath, a man carrying his children fell into an open drain, exposing the risks created by uncovered civic infrastructure. Back in Ghaziabad, a road caved in after heavy rainfall, causing a parked car to plunge into a ditch. In Navi Mumbai, 2 college girls lost their lives after allegedly being electrocuted by an exposed wire in a rain-hit area. And in Uttarakhand, a child drowned after being swept into an overflowing open drain left exposed amid heavy rains. Different cities, different victims, but a familiar story. Waterlogging, exposed wires, open drains and unsafe public spaces continue to claim lives year after year. With no officials taking responsibility, a larger question remains unanswered. That if basic civic safety cannot be guaranteed, does the life of an ordinary citizen matter only after tragedy strikes?
All right, viewers, now let's go across to the story, the INS Mahendragiri, where the Chief of Navy Staff is speaking. Let's listen.
बे ऑफ बंगाल के छोर पर इसकी कमिश्निंग पूरब और पश्चिम को जुड़ते हुए भारत की मैच्योर इंटीग्रेटेड मल्टी सेंटर एंड बोथ कोस्ट्स नेवल शिपबिल्डिंग क्षमता के एक सशक्त रूप से दर्शाती है। आज कमीशन होने वाला महेंद्रगिरी प्रोजेक्ट 17 अल्फा के 7 युद्धपोतों में से छठा जहाज है। आप सभी को ज्ञात होगा कि अन्य 6 जहाज नौसेना की पुरानी गिरी क्लास शिप्स के नाम से ले गए हैं, जिन्होंने सन 1972 से लेकर सन 2013 तक गर्व के साथ राष्ट्र की सेवा की। महेंद्रगिरी इस श्रृंखला में नया नाम है, जो ओडिशा में ईस्टर्न घाट्स के ऐतिहासिक महेंद्रगिरी हिल्स पर आधारित है। महेंद्रगिरी MDL द्वारा निर्मित प्रोजेक्ट 17 अल्फा की श्रृंखला में 4 जहाज़ों में से आखिरी वॉरशिप है। 75% से अधिक स्वदेशी यानी इंडिजिनस कंटेंट के साथ साथ इस जहाज़ द्वारा MDL और नौसेना ने 3 नए कीर्तिमान भी स्थापित किए हैं। पहला, लॉन्च से डिलीवरी तक की समय सीमा लगभग 50% कम हुई है, 63 महीनों से घटकर 31 महीनों तक। दूसरा, कुल कंस्ट्रक्शन समय में 20% कमी हुई है, 95 महीनों से घटकर 75 महीनों तक। और तीसरा, औसतन 5 से 7 सी ट्रायल्स के स्थान पर इस जहाज ने केवल एक ही सी ट्रायल में सभी टेक्निकल रिक्वायरमेंट्स पूरी कर ली। ये सभी उपलब्धियां MDL, भारतीय मैन्युफैक्चरर्स, MSMEs और इंडियन नेवी के वॉरशिप ओवरसीइंग टीम, ट्रायल एजेंसीज और क्रू के परस्पर प्रयासों को दर्शाते हैं। यह सभी प्रगतिशील कदम भारत के सामुद्रिक शक्ति को और सशक्त बनाते हैं। जैसे कि हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पिछले महीने ट्राई कमिश्निंग समारोह में कहा था, जिस देश की समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत हो, उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत होगा। महेंद्रगिरी की कमिश्निंग इस सोच को एक प्रकार से साकार करती है। नौसेना के कई अभियानों को सफल बनाने में MDL लंबे अरसे से भारतीय नौसेना का विश्वसनीय साझेदार रहा है। आज की विशेष उपलब्धि के लिए मैं MDL के अधिकारियों और समर्पित कर्मबल तथा हमारे इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स को हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूं, जिनके योगदान से यह जहाज कल्पना से लेकर कमिश्निंग तक पहुंचा है। आज इस अवसर पर मैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ आंध्र प्रदेश के वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों को भी उनके निरंतर सहयोग और लगातार मिल रहे समर्थन के लिए गहरा आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं हमारे इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स और MSMEs को आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिनकी सहायता से इस उपलब्धि संभव हो सकी है। नेवल हेडक्वार्टर्स, वेस्टर्न नेवल कमांड और ईस्टर्न नेवल कमांड हेडक्वार्टर्स, वॉरशिप ओवरसीइंग टीम और ट्रायल एजेंसीज भी बधाई के पात्र हैं। मैं हमारे बीच उपस्थित वेटरन्स का विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद करता हूं। उनका स्नेह, अनुभव, मार्गदर्शन और सहयोग हमारे लिए सदैव प्रेरणा का माध्यम रहा है। देवियों और सज्जनों, इसमें कोई भी शक नहीं कि आज नौसेना में सम्मिलित हो रहा महेंद्रगिरी हमारी कॉम्बैट रेडीनेस को और मजबूत करेगा तथा भारत के मैरीटाइम इंटरेस्ट की रक्षा में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देगा। मैं महेंद्रगिरी के कमांडिंग ऑफिसर्स और क्रू को शुभकामनाएं और बधाई देता हूं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि वे महेंद्रगिरी के मोटो माइटी, मैजेस्टिक, मैचलेस के संकल्प के साथ इस जहाज को आत्मविश्वास से संचालित करेंगे, पूरी निष्ठा और सम्मान के साथ सेवा करेंगे और दृढ़ निश्चय के साथ राष्ट्र की रक्षा करते हुए भारतीय नौसेना के गौरवशाली इतिहास में नए स्वर्णिम अध्याय जोड़ेंगे। अंत में एक बार फिर मैं हमारे माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह का तहे दिल से आभार प्रकट करना चाहूँगा, जिनकी उपस्थिति ने इस अवसर की गरिमा को बढ़ाया। मैं आपको विश्वास और आश्वासन दिलाना चाहता हूँ माननीय रक्षा मंत्री जी कि भारतीय नौसेना सदैव राष्ट्र के समुद्री हितों की रक्षा के लिए पूर्णतः तत्पर, सक्षम और प्रतिबद्ध है और आगे भी हमेशा रहेगी। जय हिंद, शन्नो वर्णः।
Thank you for your inspiring words, sir.
देवियों और सज्जनों, अब नामित कमांडिंग ऑफिसर कैप्टन सेकट चैटर्जी जहाज का प्रवर्तिकरण वारंट पढ़कर सुनाएंगे।
Commissioning order by the Chief of the Naval Staff. Whereas the Government of India has decided that Indian naval ship Mahendragiri be commissioned, you are hereby directed to proceed to commission the said ship on the 11th day of July 2026. Indian naval ship Mahendragiri will be administered by the Flag Officer Commanding in Chief, Eastern Naval Command. Given under my hand this, the 11th day of July 2026. Signed, Krishna Swaminathan, Admiral, Chief of the Naval Staff.
May I now request all dignitaries to take post for the colors ceremony. All guests are requested to rise for the colors ceremony. All officers in uniform are requested to salute along with the guard. Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present to you Indian naval ship Mahendragiri.
देवियों और सज्जनों, हम बड़े गर्व के साथ आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करते हैं भारतीय नौसैनिक जहाज INS Mahendragiri.
May I request all guests to please take your seats now.
देवियों और सज्जनों, अब माननीय रक्षा मंत्री श्री राजनाथ सिंह सभा को संबोधित करेंगे। महोदय।
Admiral Krishna Swaminathan, Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Sanjay Bhalla, Flag Officer Commanding in Chief, Eastern Naval Command, Rear Admiral Alok Ananda, Flag Officer Commanding Eastern Fleet, Captain Retired Jagmohan, CMD, Malgaon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, INS Mahendragiri के कमांडिंग ऑफिसर्स और क्रू मेंबर्स, डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री और इंडियन नेवी के सारे अंडर ऑफिशियल्स और सेलर्स, डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट, मीडिया के मित्रों, देवियों और सज्जनों, सबसे पहले तो मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं अपने नेवी चीफ एडमिरल कृष्णा स्वामीनाथन को, क्योंकि उनकी नियुक्ति एज ए नेवल चीफ के रूप में होने के बाद पहली बार मैं किसी कार्यक्रम में शामिल हुआ हूं और आज एडमिरल कृष्ण स्वामीनाथन को बोलते हुए और हिंदी में बोलते हुए पहली बार हमने सुना है। देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कह सकता हूं एडमिरल कृष्णा स्वामीनाथन को सुनने के बाद यदि मुझे कोई कहे कि इनकी स्पीच के बारे में आप रेटिंग करिए तो मैं ये कहूंगा एक्सलेंट। देवियों व सज्जनों, INS महेंद्रगिरी के कमीशनिंग के अवसर पर आप सबके बीच उपस्थित होना मेरे लिए अत्यंत एक गौरव का विषय है। मैं इस अवसर पर मझगांव डाक शिप बिल्डर्स लिमिटेड के हर एक कर्मयोगी को, इंडियन नेवी को, महेंद्रगिरी की पूरी क्रू को तथा सभी देशवासियों को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, यह एक सुंदर संयोग ही है। यह कमीशनिंग आंध्र प्रदेश के विशाखापट्टनम में हो रही है। विशाखापट्टनम हमारी ईस्टर्न नेवल कमांड का मुख्यालय तो है ही, साथ ही भारत की समुद्री शक्ति के सबसे स्ट्रांग पिलर्स में से एक है। और सिर्फ विशाखापट्टनम ही नहीं बल्कि पूरा आंध्र प्रदेश अपने आप में प्राइड एंड वेलर की भूमि रहा है। आज भी आंध्र प्रदेश अपनी लीगेसी को बरकरार रखे हुए है। आंध्र प्रदेश आज भारत की डिफेंस एवं एरोस्पेस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का एक नया पावर हाउस बनकर उभरा है। अभी कुछ ही सप्ताह पहले मुझे आंध्र प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री श्री चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी के साथ इसी राज्य में प्रोजेक्ट्स की एक ऐसी सीरीज की नींव रखने का सौभाग्य मिला जो आने वाले दशकों में भारत की तस्वीर बदल देगी। पुट्टापार्थी में हमने एडवांस मीडियम कम्बैट एयरक्राफ्ट यानी एमका के कोर इंटीग्रेशन एंड फ्लाइट टेस्टिंग सेंटर की आधारशिला रखी। एमका भारत का अपना 5th जनरेशन फाइटर एयरक्राफ्ट है, जिसके पास पलक झपटे ही शत्रु का विनाश कर देने की पूरी क्षमता होगी। उसी दिन यही विशाखापट्टनम के पास अनाकापल्ली डिस्ट्रिक्ट में भारत डायनामिक्स लिमिटेड के एक नए नेवल सिस्टम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटी की भी हमने नींव रखी, जहां ऑटोनमस अंडर वाटर व्हीकल्स बनेंगे, टारपीडोज बनेंगे, अंडर वाटर काउंटर मेजर सिस्टम बनेंगे, यानी वे वेपन सिस्टम जो कभी हम विदेशों से इंपोर्ट करते थे अब हमारे अपने वाइजक के पास बनेंगे। देवियों और सज्जनों, और मैंने उस समय कुर्नूल में 8 ड्रोन कंपनीज के एक कंसोर्शियम द्वारा एक ड्रोन सिटी की स्थापना की भी बात की थी। जैसे हम लोग सूरत को डायमंड सिटी कहते हैं, बेंगलुरु को देश की सिलिकॉन वैली कहते हैं, वैसे ही एक दिन मैं मानता हूं कि यह क्षेत्र देश का ड्रोन हब के रूप में जाना जाएगा। देवियों और सज्जनों, आप संयोग देखिए, आकाश में अमका, समुद्र की गहराई में BDL के नेवल सिस्टम्स, अनमैन्ड डोमेन में कुर्नूल के ड्रोन, और आज समुद्र की सतह पर INS महेंद्रगिरी। यानी कि आज आंध्र प्रदेश हवा, पानी, जमीन और अनमैन्ड डोमेन हर क्षेत्र में भारत कि रक्षा शक्ति में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन दे रहा है। मैं इसके लिए आंध्र प्रदेश सरकार को और यहां की जनता को अपनी तरफ से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, यदि मैं INS महेंद्रगिरी की बात करूं तो आप सब जानते ही हैं कि यह हमारे प्रोजेक्ट 17A का ही एक पार्ट है, जिसे नीलगिरी क्लास ऑफ फ्रिगेट्स भी कहते हैं। और आज जिस महेंद्रगिरी को हम यहां पर कमीशन कर रहे हैं वह मजगांव डाक लिमिटेड में बने चारों P-17A जहाजों में अंतिम यह वारशिप है। यानी यह शिप MDL की श्रृंखला का एक समापन रत्न है। लेकिन मैं इसे समापन रत्न नहीं मानता। आज भी इसी प्रकार के हमारे शिप्स मजगांव डाक यार्ड लिमिटेड में बनती रहेंगी। हमारा मजगांव डाक यार्ड लिमिटेड बहुत ही अच्छा काम कर रहा है। इसके लिए मैं कैप्टन रिटायर्ड जगमोहन CMD को भी अपनी तरफ से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं और उनकी पूरी टीम को, वहां काम कर रहे सारे कर्मियों को भी। देवियों व सज्जनों, P-17A सीरीज का पहला जहाज INS नीलगिरी जनवरी 2025 में स्वयं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा कमीशनिंग किया गया था। फिर अगस्त 2025 में INS उदयगिरी, INS हिमगिरी दोनों एक साथ कमीशन हुए थे। और फिर इसी वर्ष अप्रैल 2026 में यही विशाखापट्टनम में INS तारागिरी की कमीशनिंग हुई। अभी कुछ ही सप्ताह पहले जून में कोलकाता में INS धुनागिरी को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ट्राई कमीशनिंग के अवसर पर राष्ट्र को समर्पित किया। और आज यह छठा जहाज INS महेंद्रगिरी हमारी नेवी को प्राप्त हो रहा है। यानी लगभग 1.5 साल में ही 6 फ्रंट लाइन फ्रिगेट्स हमारी नेवी को मिले हैं। यह भारत की शिप बिल्डिंग कैपेबिलिटी और नेवल इंडस्ट्रियल इकोसिस्टम की स्पीड और हमारे सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस, आत्मविश्वास का यह एक प्रमाण है। एक समय था जब हम अपनी अधिकांश डिफेंस नीड्स के लिए दूसरे देशों की ओर देखते थे। आज हम अपने ही शिपयार्ड्स में अपने ही देश के लोगों के हाथों से वारशिप बना रहे हैं, और वह भी एक के बाद एक तेज रफ्तार से हम वारशिप बना रहे हैं। INS महेंद्रगिरी लगभग 6,670 टन के डीप डिस्प्लेसमेंट वाला एक विशाल जहाज है जो 28 नॉट्स तक की तेज गति से चल सकता है। और यह मल्टी मिशन फ्रिगेट है, यानी यह एक ही समय में हवा में आने वाले खतरे, सतह पर मौजूद शत्रु और पानी के नीचे छिपे हुए सबमेरिन्स तीनों के विरुद्ध यह इफेक्टिव साबित होगा। और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात, यह एक ब्लू वाटर शिप है, यानी यह केवल तट के पास ही नहीं बल्कि दूर और गहरे महासागरों में हफ्ते तक भारत की समुद्री हितों की रक्षा कर सकता है। यानी हमारे देश भारत ने अब तक समुद्र के माध्यम से अपनी दिशा तय की है, और अब हमारा देश समुद्र की दिशा तय करने की क्षमता भी अपने अंदर विकसित कर रहा है। और साथियों, INS महेंद्रगिरी का क्रेस्ट भी अपने आप में एक गहरा संदेश देता है। इसके क्रेस्ट पर महेंद्रगिरी पर्वत के शिखर पर विराजमान गोशाक यानी बाज का चित्र अंकित है, और यह गोशाक पक्षी अपनी तेज दृष्टि, अद्भुत धैर्य और सही समय पर निर्णायक प्रहार करने की क्षमता के लिए जाना जाता है। समुद्र में भी एक वारशिप से यही अपेक्षा होती है, वह हर समय अलर्ट रहे, दूर तक देख सके, हर परिस्थिति का सही आकलन करे और आवश्यकता पड़ने पर निर्णायक कार्रवाई करने में भी वह सक्षम हो। यह क्रेस्ट अपने आप में INS महेंद्रगिरी की कैपेबिलिटी का प्रतीक है। साथियों, INS महेंद्रगिरी की सबसे बड़ी विशेषताओं में से एक यह भी है कि इसमें 75% से अधिक इंडिजिनस कंटेंट का उपयोग किया गया है। यह आंकड़ा भारत की डिजाइन कैपेबिलिटी, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एक्सेलेंस और डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम की बढ़ती हुई ताकत का यह प्रमाण है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। साथियों, INS महेंद्रगिरी में हमारे ब्रह्मोस सरफेस टू सरफेस मिसाइल फिट हो सकती हैं, जो दुनिया की सबसे तेज और सबसे घातक क्रूज मिसाइल्स में से एक है। और इसमें मल्टी फंक्शन राडार के साथ लॉन्ग रेंज सरफेस टू एयर मिसाइल्स का कॉम्बिनेशन है, जो आकाश से आने वाले किसी भी खतरे को दूर से ही पहचान कर नष्ट कर सकते हैं। और इसमें इंडिजिनस रॉकेट लॉन्चर है, टारपीडो लॉन्चर्स है, एक इंटीग्रेटेड एंटी सबमेरीन डिफेंस सिस्टम है, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वारफेयर सूट है और क्लोज इन वेपन सिस्टम भी है। ये तमाम चीजें INS महेंद्रगिरी को महेंद्रगिरी पर्वत के समान ही अभेद और मजबूत बनाती हैं। देवियों व सज्जनों, INS महेंद्रगिरी का नाम भी अपने आप में बहुत कुछ बयां करता है। महेंद्रगिरी पर्वत उड़ीसा के सबसे ऊंचे शिखरों में से एक है और हमारे शास्त्रों में ऐसा कहा गया है कि यह पर्वत भगवान परशुराम की तपह स्थली रही है। भगवान परशुराम एक योद्धा के साथ साथ वह एक ऋषि भी रहे हैं। उनमें आक्रामकता थी और शांति भी थी, उनमें युद्ध की वीरता भी है और एक जो तपस्वी का धैर्य होना चाहिए वह भी भगवान परशुराम में तपस्वी का धैर्य भी है। उनके हाथ में भले ही परशु हो यानी फावड़ा हो, पर उनका मन प्रशांत है, शांत है और यह जो बैलेंस है यही हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस का आदर्श है। हमारे पास शक्ति भी है, संयम भी है, हमारे पास पराक्रम भी है और विवेक भी है। INS महेंद्रगिरी इसी परशुराम भाव को समुद्र के जल पर साकार करेगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। देवियों और सज्जनों, आज पूरी दुनिया में वारफेयर का स्वरूप आप जानते हैं तेजी से बदल रहा है। हर दिन नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी सामने आ रही हैं। ड्रोन्स, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, साइबर वारफेयर, स्पेस बेस्ड कैपेबिलिटीज, हाइपरसोनिक वेपन और अनमैन्ड सिस्टम्स की चर्चा आज हर डिफेंस फोरम में होती है। स्वाभाविक है, इन नई टेक्नोलॉजी ने युद्ध के तौर तरीकों में बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन ला दिया है, इसे सभी स्वीकार करेंगे। उदाहरण के लिए यदि हम ड्रोन्स को ही देखें तो पिछले कुछ वर्षों में ड्रोन ने वारफेयर को एक नई दिशा दी है। आज एक छोटा सा ड्रोन भी सर्विलेंस से लेकर प्रिसीजन स्ट्राइक तक अपनी भूमिकाएं निभा सकता है। इसलिए बहुत से लोग यह मानने लगे हैं कि फ्यूचर वारफेयर केवल नई टेक्नोलॉजी के आधार पर ही लड़ा जाएगा। देवी और सज्जनों, लेकिन मेरा ऐसा मानना नहीं है। यह जरूर है कि नई टेक्नोलॉजी ने युद्ध का स्वरूप अवश्य बदल दिया है, किंतु उनको कन्वेंशनल वारफेयर के मीन्स का महत्व कम नहीं किया है। युद्ध के जो मूल सिद्धांत हैं उनकी पूर्ति के लिए जो स्ट्रांग कन्वेंशनल कैपेबिलिटी आज भी उतनी ही आवश्यक है जितनी पहले थी। फ्यूचर वार्स may be fought with artificial intelligence, but they will still be won by national resolve, trained soldiers, and the capable military power. साथियों, मैं इसे ऐसे कहूंगा कि नई टेक्नोलॉजी और कन्वेंशनल प्लेटफॉर्म्स एक दूसरे के विरोधी नहीं हैं, बल्कि एक दूसरे को सप्लीमेंट करते हैं, एक दूसरे को पूरक हैं। और कन्वेंशनल प्लेटफॉर्म के बिना न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी भी अपने में अधूरी है, और न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी के बिना कन्वेंशनल प्लेटफॉर्म कमजोर है। और इतिहास भी इस बात का गवाह है कि जिन देशों ने नई टेक्नोलॉजी के आकर्षण में अपनी कन्वेंशनल शक्ति की उपेक्षा की, उन्हें इसकी बहुत बड़ी कीमत भी चुकानी पड़ी है। इसलिए भारत का अप्रोच बहुत ही क्लियर है, हमें दोनों में ही अच्छा करना है, दोनों में ही बैलेंस कायम रखना है। हम भविष्य की टेक्नोलॉजी में भी इन्वेस्ट करेंगे और अपनी कन्वेंशनल कैपेबिलिटी को भी लगातार धार देते रहेंगे। और INS महेंद्रगिरी इसी संकल्प का, इसी कमिटमेंट का प्रतीक है। इन्हीं दोनों कमिटमेंट्स को यह सिंबलाइज करता है। साथियों, हमने हाल के समय में भी देखा है जब देश की सुरक्षा पर बात आती है तो हमारी कन्वेंशनल और मॉडर्न दोनों क्षमताएं मिलकर कैसे एक साथ काम करती हैं। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर आपने अपने आप में इसका एक मैं समझता हूं कि बहुत ही सटीक उदाहरण था। हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेज ने उस ऑपरेशन के दौरान यह दिखाया कि भारत अब न केवल अपनी रक्षा करने में बल्कि आवश्यकता पड़ने पर निर्णायक उत्तर देने में और दुश्मनों का समूल नाश करने में भी पूरी तरह से सक्षम है। यह संदेश ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से गया है। और देवियों सज्जनों, आज जब हम एक वारशिप को अपने बेड़े में शामिल कर रहे हैं तो हमें यह भी समझना चाहिए कि हमारे लिए समुद्र का क्या महत्व है। आज के समय में मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी और इकोनॉमिक सिक्योरिटी दोनों को अलग अलग करके नहीं देखा जा सकता है। समुद्र हमारे सिक्योरिटी के साथ साथ हमारे ट्रेड, हमारे व्यापार, हमारी सप्लाई चेन्स, हमारी एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी और हमारी इकोनॉमिक प्रोग्रेस की भी मैं मानता हूं कि एक लाइफ लाइन है। वैसे भी आज के समय में पूरी दुनिया की निगाहें इंडो पैसिफिक रीजन पर है और इस क्षेत्र में भारत की भूमिका बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इसके लिए एक विजन दिया है, महासागर, म्यूचुअल एंड हॉलिस्टिक एडवांसमेंट फॉर सिक्योरिटी एंड ग्रोथ अक्रॉस रीजन। हम इस रीजन में सबके लिए सुरक्षा और विकास चाहते हैं। भारत इस पूरे इंडो पैसिफिक रीजन में एक नेट सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइडर के रूप में, एक भरोसेमंद साथी के रूप में उभरा है। देवियों और सज्जनों, हमारी नेवी ने बार बार यह साबित किया है कि हम वास्तव में इस पूरे इंडो पैसिफिक रीजन के सबसे भरोसेमंद साथी हैं। चाहे किसी प्राकृतिक आपदा में एसएडीआर ऑपरेशंस करना हो, चाहे समुद्री लुटेरों और एंटी पायरेसी के विरुद्ध कोई कार्रवाई करनी हो, चाहे संकटग्रस्त देशों से अपने और मित्र देशों के नागरिकों को सुरक्षित निकालना हो, हमारी नेवी फर्स्ट रेस्पॉन्डर और प्रीफर्ड सिक्योरिटी पार्टनर दोनों रही है। साथियों, हाल ही की घटनाओं ने भी एक बार फिर यह सिद्ध किया है कि एक सक्षम और रेस्पॉन्सिव नेवी किसी भी राष्ट्र के लिए कितनी आवश्यक होती है। वेस्ट एशिया में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट शुरू होने के बाद आपने देखा इंडियन नेवी ने ऑपरेशन ऊर्जा सुरक्षा के माध्यम से 9,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक मूल्य के आवश्यक कार्गो को लेकर चल रहे 18 मर्चेंट वेसल, यानी हमारी नेवी केवल एक फाइटिंग फोर्स नहीं है बल्कि भारत के इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट की भी मजबूत संरक्षक बनकर हमारी यह इंडियन नेवी इमर्ज की है।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Rosa podcast wants to know, but I'm seeing a very soft version of Arnab. What did you expect? A mad guy shouting at the screen. I can't shut up. As debater or I'm a crazy debater. Facts everyone has. But I have brought back opinion into journalism because they didn't have the guts. I had the guts, I had the freedom, I had the intellect. I gave it my best shot. I still do it. There's no sense of how much money you want to make. No. It was always how much can you do. I used to be really proud seeing my father in uniform. I realized my father was doing something greater than his own job.
If you were to again go back and look at from where you started as a journalist,
so much.
a junior Rahul would have spoken to a junior Arnab.
Which Rahul?
अनेक नेवल प्रोजेक्ट्स हमारे सामने हैं। हमारा लक्ष्य भारत को ग्लोबल लेवल पर शिप बिल्डिंग और मैरीटाइम डिफेंस इनोवेशन का एक प्रमुख केंद्र बनाना है। यह हम सभी का, हमारी सरकार का यह लक्ष्य है। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आने वाले समय में हमारा देश इस क्षेत्र में विश्व के अग्रणी देशों में अपनी एक अलग पहचान बनाकर रहेगा। साथियों, हम डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्री, प्राइवेट सेक्टर्स, एमएसएमईज, स्टार्टअप्स, इनोवेटर्स और हमारे जो ग्लोबल पार्टनर्स हैं, सभी को साथ लेकर हम आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं। और इसी सोच के साथ हमारी सरकार मैरीटाइम इंडिया विजन 2030 पर तेजी से कार्य कर रही है। और इसके माध्यम से हम अपने पोर्ट्स का मॉडर्नाइजेशन भी कर रहे हैं। इनलैंड वाटरवेज का हम तेजी के साथ विस्तार भी कर रहे हैं। लॉजिस्टिक्स नेटवर्क को और भी अधिक हम सक्षम बना रहे हैं तथा एक वर्ल्ड क्लास मैरीटाइम इकोसिस्टम के निर्माण की दिशा में हम निरंतर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। साथियों, सरकार द्वारा मैरीटाइम डेवलपमेंट फंड, शिप बिल्डिंग फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस स्कीम तथा शिप बिल्डिंग डेवलपमेंट स्कीम जैसी अनेक इंपॉर्टेंट इनिशिएटिव्स भी प्रारंभ किए गए हैं। और इन प्रयासों से हमारी इंडस्ट्रियल बेस और मजबूत होगी। शिप बिल्डिंग कैपेसिटी का भी निश्चित रूप से विस्तार होगा और भारत के बढ़ते जो इकोनॉमिक इंटरेस्ट की सुरक्षा के लिए हमारी मैरीटाइम कैपेबिलिटीज भी उसी अनुपात में सशक्त होंगी, मजबूत होंगी। आज भारत का डिफेंसिव सिस्टम पहले की तुलना में कहीं अधिक ओपन, कहीं अधिक कैपेबल और अधिक सेल्फ रिलायंट है। हम चाहते हैं कि देश का हर वह टैलेंट जो भारत को मजबूत बनाना चाहता है, इस नेशनल मिशन का वह हिस्सा बने। और मैं विशेष रूप से देश के नौजवानों से कहना चाहता हूं, आप इंजीनियर हैं, आप इनोवेटर हैं, आप इंटरप्रेन्योर हैं, आप रिसर्चर हैं या इन्वेस्टर हैं, तो आपसे आज से बेहतर अवसर शायद पहले कभी नहीं था। आइए केवल अपने भविष्य का ही नहीं, बल्कि भारत के भविष्य का भी हम निर्माण करें। ऐसे शिप्स बनाएं जो हमारे समुद्रों की रक्षा करें, ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी हम डेवलप करें जो आने वाले युद्धों की दिशा तय करें और ऐसे सिस्टम तैयार करें जो भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाएं, भारत को सेल्फ रिलायंट बनाएं। अंत में मैं एक बार फिर इंडियन नेवी को, मझगांव डाक के हर कर्मयोगी को, आंध्र प्रदेश की जनता और सरकार को और सबसे बढ़कर INS महेंद्रगिरी की क्रू और उनके परिवार के सदस्यों को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। और मेरी शुभकामना है कि यह जहाज हमेशा सुरक्षित रहे, हमेशा विजयी रहे और भारत की समुद्री शक्ति का एक गौरवशाली अध्याय बनकर समुद्र की लहरों पर अपना परचम सदैव लहराता रहे। इन्हीं शुभकामनाओं के साथ आप सबको धन्यवाद देते हुए अपना निवेदन समाप्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, so this is Rajnath Singh who was addressing, this is the induction of Mahendragiri, INS Mahendragiri, who has been inducted into the Indian Navy. And Rajnath Singh says that the INS Mahendragiri is a symbol of India's growing self-confidence, and specifically when we talk about the Indian Ocean region. And a very short while, we will have the visuals of the induction, the completion of the induction. On your screen, ladies and gentlemen, live visuals coming in. And Rajnath Singh reiterated the fact that induction of 6 frontline warships reflects advanced naval industrial ecosystem. And let's go to the audio that we have right now, because this is the induction ceremony of INS Mahendragiri. Ishan is with us live. Ishan, so finally INS Mahendragiri has been inducted into the Indian Navy. Over to you for all the latest details.
This warship has now been inducted into the Navy. It has been granted a commission, and it has been inducted into the Eastern Naval Command. The Air Force CNCE is in charge of the ship now. It will hand it over to its captain, Captain S. Chatterjee, and he will be the inaugural captain of the ship. He read out his commission, and now he holds command of the ship. The entire process of the ceremony took around 40-45 minutes. The colors of the ship were granted and the flags were raised, and now we are seeing the RM depart from the stage. A memento is being presented to him by the CMD of Bangalore. This marks the 6th edition of Project 17 Alpha. Indian Navy has achieved another milestone today in commissioning the 6th Indigenous Stealth Brigade under Project 17A into the Eastern Sea. The ship has been named out of the majestic mountain, Mahendragiri mountain range. This is approximately 6,600-ton warship stretching almost 150 meters. Mahendragiri is the most advanced AI-capable network-centric warfare ship to join the Indian Navy. Now, this ship is going to serve the Indian Navy for years to come. It has a breadth of operations that it can take part into. It can be a part of fleet operations or can also operate independently for long duration. It has a formidable arsenal including BrahMos missiles, precision strike, Barakate missiles, air defenses, and torpedoes. It is also equipped with the AK-603 gun for DIWS systems, and it's capable of anti-air, anti-surface, and anti-subsurface warfare. She will also support fleet escort duties, maritime security, search and rescue operations, humanitarian missions, and the INS Mahendragiri in all strengthens India's blue water capability and underscores its commitment to Atmanirbhar Bharat in defense. This has around 75% indigenous content and is built mostly in India. Apart from a few things that have been imported, the entire research, design, development, and finally the induction has been done in India. This ship also sets a record for the fastest induction into the Indian Navy because it completed its entire sea trials in one go. This is a testament to Indian Navy improving its procedures and training to ensure that the entire sea trials were completed in one go. The total time from keel laying to commissioning was around 31 months, and that is also record-setting for a warship this size. This is a definite force multiplier to the Indian Navy, and it symbolizes India's growing self-reliance and maritime strength.
Yes, definitely. Indeed, it is. And these are the visuals coming in, the live visuals coming in of INS Mahendragiri. Ishan, very soon we'll also get the visuals of the INS Mahendragiri. What's left in the program, if we can talk about what are the next steps that will be happening, because the induction is complete right now.
The induction is complete. Raksha Mantri has given he will be meeting a few officers, and thereafter he will be departing. The ceremony is almost at its tail end and is about to completed in the day. Well, the Barakana for the ship was conducted yesterday, which was also attended by the Raksha Mantri itself before departing for its voyage into Bay of Bengal.
Definitely, and it was highlighted that it will be used for long-range missions and it will be an added advantage. All right, thanks a lot, Ishan, for all the updates in this story. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll bring you more details on the story where INS Mahendragiri has been commissioned in the Indian Navy. A big boost for the Indian Navy. Coming up next, all details of that.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा मसाला।
It's a truly historic event, as you and I have talked about last night, marking the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to New Zealand in 40 years. It is a great pleasure to honour to host you here today. It's a truly historic event, as you and I have talked about last night, marking the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to New Zealand in 40 years. This visit is also a significant milestone in the New Zealand-India relationship. When I visited last year, you welcomed me and my delegation with great warmth and tremendous generosity, and I'm therefore delighted to welcome you here. Thank you for the relationship and thank you for what you've put into it personally. I think we've made tremendous progress in a very short period of time on the trade agenda, but today's focus is about more than just the FTA. It's about where we go to next in this relationship and how we broaden that out. And I know we have very proud to announce that we will be forming a strategic partnership which will give the relationship more framework and breadth for us to continue to expand as we go forward from here.
मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि 40 साल के बाद भारत के प्रधानमंत्री का न्यूजीलैंड आना हुआ है और आपने एक प्रकार से आपकी आर्थिक राजधानी में कार्यक्रम बना करके भारत और न्यूजीलैंड के संबंधों को एक नई ताकत देने का एक अवसर पैदा किया है। मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। न्यूजीलैंड के लोगों के
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, as we forge ahead towards a Viksit Bharat 2047, Republic brings you stories that reflect India's unwavering commitment to that very mission. From world-class infrastructure to inclusive development, witness how smart and transformative growth goes hand in hand with opportunities and community empowerment across the nation. This weekend, don't miss our special feature on the Ganga Expressway, a landmark project redefining mobility, powering economic progress and paving the road to an integrated, sustainable future. Viksit Bharat 2047 only on Republic TV. And with that, let's cut across to the headlines we're tracking this morning. In a big boost to Indian Navy, INS Mahendragiri, the 6th Project 17th A indigenous stealth frigate, now inducted into Eastern Fleet at Visakhapatnam. National Conference extends invitation to 52 opposition leaders, including separatist leader Umar Farooq. Will India Alliance now share stage and toe the separatist line? Prime Minister Modi and New Zealand Prime Minister hold delegation-level bilateral talks, exchanges several MOUs in key sectors. FTA and $20 billion investment top on the agenda. Crumbling Civic infra continues to claim lives. 28-year-old man in Noida dies after falling into uncovered waterlogged drain while on the way to work.
हम ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि अबेटमेंट टू सुसाइड का केस लगना चाहिए क्लास टीचर के बाद, क्योंकि बच्चा इतना परेशान है, विजिबली डिस्ट्रेस है, बार-बार जा रहा है, उसके बाद भी टीचर ने उसे ईज नहीं करा और उसे निकलने दिया क्लास के बाद.
Republic continues to fight for justice for Amayra after her parents now reveal that teachers had repeatedly ignored her when she was visibly distressed. Baloch Liberation Army releases video of bombing that killed at least 30 Pakistani soldiers. Trump issues latest warning to Iran, is saying if he was killed, Iran will be bombed like never before. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour now. Ousted Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has announced her plans to return to the country in December despite facing a death sentence and a ban on her party Awami League. In an interview, Sheikh Hasina now says that she and senior Awami League leaders will in fact return from India and surrender before a court in Bangladesh. The former Prime Minister also said that she was aware of the risks, adding that she could be arrested or even be killed on her return, but insisted that she wanted to face the legal process in her own country. Now, Hasina also added that there has been no communication with the Bangladeshi government over her planned return and demanded that the ban on her party Awami League be lifted before political normalcy can be restored. So a big statement coming in from the ousted Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, who says that she, along with the party leaders, will now be returning to Bangladesh. In fact, this December, we also have a reaction coming in from Awami League leader Moibul Chaudhry, who also plans to return with the former Prime Minister to Bangladesh. Take a listen.
Our local government chairman, municipality mayors are all in jail. A few, only a very few handful, were able to leave the country and seek shelter and asylum in different countries. So, of course, our objective is to, first of all, ensure those who are in prison without any trial will be freed and given bail, and the ban that has been imposed on us, the fact that we are a prohibited political party, a proscribed organization, that will be lifted. And with this context, our leader, former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, has declared that she expects our institutions, our judiciary, our police force, military force, the border guard force, which are now currently being used against us by this current government and the recent past Yunus government, she expects that they will act in accordance with law.
And now, viewers, shifting focus, a case of alleged criminal negligence is now coming to light. An 18-month-old toddler has now died 5 days after being administered as anesthesia for stitching a cut on his lip. Now, Devansh Shaurya, the only child of his parents after 8 years of marriage, passed away at Baby Memorial Hospital in Kannur on Friday evening. The boy, in fact, had sustained a lip injury after a fall at home on July 5th. He went into critical condition soon after. He was given anesthesia and never regained consciousness. In fact, Payanur police have now booked the anesthetist involved in this case, Dr. Anjali, under Section 125 BNS following the complaint lodged by the family. The hospital has now denied negligence, saying that all protocols were followed and the child suffered an unexpected cardiac arrest. But investigation continues in this case, as we understand that right after the child was administered anesthesia, he never regained consciousness. All right, in fact, we're looking at outrage now growing over that very instant, and now shifting focus to what is happening in the state of Punjab. Now, former Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi has now confirmed that he will be meeting AICC General Secretary in charge of Punjab, Bhupesh Baghel, at the residence of Congress MLA Rana Gurjeet Singh today. Now, this signals a possible thaw in the rift between the party leaders. Bhupesh Baghel and Channi, in fact, are scheduled to hold the meeting on Saturday, that's today, after the former CM and Sukhjinder Singh Randhawa skipped the initial meeting. But the rift in parties, a Punjab unit continues to be there. It stemmed from a leadership shuffle, in fact, where Amrinder Singh Raja Waring held his post as the state Congress chief. Now, remember, despite the thaw that seems to be coming in, we are also looking at Punjab Congress chief Raja Singh Waring not attending this meeting. He, in fact, is skipping the meet to be held between Bhupesh Baghel and Channi. So we are definitely looking at a rift that's now growing in between the Congress in Punjab right ahead of the elections.
भूपेश जी जा रहे हैं, बुलाया है, मीटिंग है, तो मेरे को लगता है कि सब चीज़ स्मूथ जो है वो दिखनी चाहिए आने वाले दिनों में।
किनके बीच मीटिंग होने वाली है बघेल साहब और उधर से, क्योंकि जानकारी
पता नहीं है यार, मेरे को लगता है वो किसी के कहाँ पर मीटिंग रखी हुई है और सब लोग मिलने वाले हैं, यही मेरे को पता चला है।
साहब भी आएंगे उस मीटिंग में?
यार पता नहीं है, बट जो मेरे को सुना है कि सब लोग मिलेंगे।
आप जाएंगे?
नहीं, मेरे को लगता है कि मैं नहीं जाऊंगा, क्योंकि कहीं कुछ बातचीत करनी होती है और मेरे खिलाफ भी कुछ हो सकता है बातचीत करनी हो। अच्छा होता है कि वो पहले लीडर से बात कर लें और उसके बाद बैठ के बातचीत करें। सामने आमने कई बार बंदा अच्छे से बात कह भी नहीं सकता, और जब आदमी सुनता है तो उसको भी थोड़ा बुरा लगता है। तो अच्छी बात है, वो मेरे बिना अगर मीटिंग करेंगे तो ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा।
उसके बाद
मीटिंग तो होनी है, ये तय है, मेरे से लिखवा लो। हम सब इकट्ठे हैं यार, कोई हमारे इतने फर्क थोड़ी है कि हम इकट्ठे नहीं हैं, हम तो इकट्ठे हैं। छोटी मोटी बात है, लीडरशिप से बात करेंगे, ठीक हो जाएगा।
पहले बघेल साहब दूर,
आई थिंक सो।
पर उनका जो मेन, क्योंकि जो जानकारी मिल पा रही है कि उन्होंने शर्त रख दी है, इसी वजह से बघेल साहब ने आपको कहा है कि पहले आप ना जाएं।
हो सकता है, मेरे को पता नहीं है, हो सकता है शर्त रखी हो सकता है ना रखी हो, क्योंकि मेरे को तो पता नहीं है।
In fact, my colleague Lalit, who's been very closely tracking this story, now joins with more details. Lalit, Congress, they're trying very hard to send a message that all is well within the party. But with the kind of statement we just heard from Amrinder Singh, who's a Punjab Congress chief, he says the leaders could be meeting to, in fact, talk against him. What's your reading of what is now unfolding within the Punjab Congress unit?
Today, officially now, the former Chief Minister for Punjab, Charanjit Singh Channi would be meeting.
Charanjit Singh Channi would be meeting the Punjab in charge, Bhupesh Baghel, and the call has been given by Rana Gurjeet, the senior Congress leader. So, in a while, the meeting would be starting here. Before that, the Channi camp has showed once again his strength, and number of senior Congress leaders had once again gathered at the residence of Rana Gurjeet in Chandigarh. If we talk about the top leaders of the Channi camp, it includes the former cabinet minister and the former working president for Congress, Bharat Bhushan Ashu. Then it's the former cabinet minister and the sitting MLA, Tript Rajinder Bajwa. Other than that, what we are also learning that the leader of opposition, Pratap Singh Bajwa, would also be joining the meeting. And what we are learning that the Punjab Congress chief, Raja Amarendra Modi, would skip the meeting. The reason behind skipping this meeting is that as the former Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi has said that this meeting is for the unity for the Congress, and there has been some resentment among the Punjab Congress workers and leaders, and looking into the sentiments of the workers and leaders for Punjab, this meeting has been called. But if we talk about the inside of the Punjab Congress, it's going to be the 6th day, and in the 6 days the Channi camp have not met Bhupesh Baghel, but now 3 days has been extended by the Bhupesh Baghel, and looking into that, today this meeting is going to be scheduled at 11. So in a while the meeting would be started. Apart from that, if we talk about from the party high command from the center, a very clear-cut message has been given that the Punjab Congress chief would not be changed, and the way Channi has showed his strength, it seems that now Channi camp is at the back foot. Back to the
Right.
studio.
Now, Lalit, Bhupesh Baghel is there in Punjab. He's going to hold a marathon of meetings with all the leaders concerned, and he's there to douse the fire. But do you think this rift between the Channi camp and Amrinder camp, has it reached the point of no return, or do you think these differences can be mended?
Well, see, if we talk about from the past 5 to 6 days when the Channi camp has showed its strength, it seems that they are pressurizing the party high command. But from the past 48 hours, if you look after, it seems that now Channi has got a soft stance away. He has given a statement that Rahul Gandhi is his leader. Apart from that, they have said that they would not be meeting Bhupesh Baghel, and now today finally they are meeting Bhupesh Baghel. Message has been given clearly by the party high command saying that there would be no changes in the leadership, and if they have any sort of resentment or any sentiments are against any person, it has to be resolved within the party. But the way former Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi has informally showed his strength, it somehow has gone back the former Chief Minister. And looking into those stances, it seems that this meeting is going to get progress. Apart from that, it is very clear that Raja Amarendra Modi, the Punjab Congress chief, would not be changed. The whole resentment is on the point that Charanjit Singh Channi should be made the face for the upcoming Vidhan Sabha elections. But looking into the things, what has happened in the past 6 to 7 days, it seems that party high command has given a very clear-cut message that no changes would be done. First of all, it is important that all the Congress leaders should be together, and there should be no indiscipline against the leadership. The way the messaging has been given, the way the whole organizational structure was formed, after that Charanjit Singh Channi has shown the resentment, has shown the rift. But now it seems that Channi camp is also on the back foot. in the past 2 days, whether it's Sukhjinder Singh Randhawa, Trip Rajinder Bajwa, now all these senior leaders are somehow meeting Bhupesh Baghel, and today a formal meeting would be held in which more clear message would be given.
All right.
First
so
of all,
in fact,
the Channi campaign
within the Congress unit of Punjab now out in the open right ahead of elections. And Lalit, keep tracking all the updates. We're getting this for now. Thanks so much for joining us. And now we are shifting focus in Pimpri Chinchwad's Moshi area. Shocking irregularities have now surfaced in a three-story building collapse near the garbage depot. Now, the building, in fact, had official permission and a completion certificate only for the ground floor issued on July 27, 2023. And yet, 2 additional floors were illegally constructed and used for a canteen and a conference room. 1 labourer, in fact, died and 8 others remained trapped under the debris for over 65 hours. Questions are now mounting over who authorized the extra floors, how employees were in fact allowed to work there, and whether the completion certificate was issued without proper inspection. So, more updates now coming to light in this building collapse that took place, killing about 1 labourer. We understand the building in fact only had permission for the ground floor, while additional floors were constructed illegally. All right, Revati in fact joins us with more details. Revati, take us through the details we're gathering on this building collapse. We understand that the first and the second floor in fact were built illegally.
Right. So before we move forward, I would like to highlight this part that we are getting a sense that the same situation is there in Pimpri Chinchwad's Moshi area, where it happened here in Mankhurd, where we could see that a 3-story building similarly collapsing due to the torrential rains in Mumbai as well. And later it came to light that building was also unauthorized. And even today, now in Pimpri Chinchwad's Moshi area, we can see that the building which is collapsed, 2 floors of the buildings were unauthorized. Now, who is to be blamed is the question. But as of now, it is more than 70 hours that the rescue operation is ongoing in Moshi. As of now, 1 dead body and 8 people have been rescued, but it is feared that more 8 people are trapped under the debris, and it is, as I mentioned earlier, it is more than 70 hours that the rescue operation by NDRF is underway. Not only this, but also CM reviewed the situation, as a CM was on Pune tour yesterday, and he did review this particular incident, and the necessary action will be taken, is what the CM has said.
All right,
so
as rescue operation, Revati, we understand is still on at the site, and about 8 people you're saying are still fear-trapped.
Right, as you rightly mentioned that 8 people are fear-trapped, 8 are rescued live, and 1 dead body is rescued, but 8 are fear-trapped. It is 70 hours now that the rescue operation is underway. Also, it is coming to the light, the information is coming up is that the slab will be now removed, and then only the 8 trapped people will be removed from the debris after almost more than 70 hours. So it is expected by tonight the rescue operation will get over.
All right, Revati, keep tracking all the updates we're getting about the rescue operation. And for now, thanks so much for joining us and getting us the latest. And now here's a shocking case has emerged to light from Uzbekistan. Now in this case, a 21-year-old Savaria Basant, an MBBS student from Hyderabad, was allegedly murdered by a fellow Kerala student. Her family claims that she was subjected to severe assault and repeated pressure to convert her religion before her death. In fact, the accused Sadarul Anam is in Uzbek police custody at the moment, and following a complaint by her father, Kerala police have now registered a case. A second postmortem, we understand, is also underway at the government hospital after her body was brought back to Kerala. So a shocking case, in fact, has come to light. In this case, an MBBS student was killed by a Kerala student as well.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate. One medical student, she is from my constituency, and I was getting all information about that. They wanted one more postmortem. I talked to the collector and the SP. They are, according to their request, it has been sanctioned. one more postmortem had been done in Alleppey Medical College. It was a very tragic incident. We had to inquire about the details. I think that it happened in a foreign country. So Indian embassy there is there. Central government is aware of that. And Kerala police are also aware of that. We will inquire about the details.
And now here's from flooded streets and open drains to exposed electric wires and collapsing roads. A disturbing pattern is now emerging across Indian cities and towns. In recent days, in fact, children, workers, women, commuters have lost their lives in such accidents that many say were entirely preventable. As monsoon rains now expose the glaring civic failures, serious questions are being raised about accountability across India. Now, the question of who will take responsibility of proper urban planning and ensuring public safety is the most central one we're asking at the moment. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
Monsoon season is exposing glaring infrastructural lapses that has led to several deaths which could have been prevented. In Gazyabad, a 3-year-old girl drowned after slipping into flood water that had accumulated outside her home. Another incident from Gazyabad, a youth was electrocuted after allegedly coming into contact with an exposed live wire submerged in rainwater. In Aligarh, a 50-year-old woman died after suffering an electric shock in a waterlogged locality. In Delhi Samaipur Badli, 7-year-old Rehan drowned in a water-filled plot after going missing due to heavy waterlogging. In Bengaluru, a 17-year-old boy walking with his family was electrocuted after reportedly coming into contact with a live electric source on a rain-soaked street. This incident occurred in May. In Somnath, a man carrying his children fell into an open drain, exposing the risks created by uncovered civic infrastructure. Back in Ghaziabad, a road caved in after heavy rainfall, causing a parked car to plunge into a ditch. In Navi Mumbai, 2 college girls lost their lives after allegedly being electrocuted by an exposed wire in a rain-hit area. And in Uttarakhand, a child drowned after being swept into an overflowing open drain left exposed amid heavy rains. Different cities, different victims, but a familiar story. Waterlogging, exposed wires, open drains and unsafe public spaces continue to claim lives year after year. With no officials taking responsibility, a larger question remains unanswered. That if basic civic safety cannot be guaranteed, does the life of an ordinary citizen matter only after tragedy strikes?
And now here's in a horrific incident in Rangareddy district in Telangana. A POCSO accused a man allegedly murdered 6 people, including a minor girl, the victim in fact her mother, grandmother and his own wife and children. Now the accused Rajakumar, aged 35, was out on a bail in a previous POCSO case filed by the victim's family. And after the killings, he in fact called his relatives and said he would die by suicide. He is currently absconding at the moment, and angry relatives of the victims have now staged a protest outside Shahabad police station, blocking the highway and alleging police inaction that led to these murders. Now 6 people in fact have been killed after this POCSO accused man Rajakumar went on a killing spree right after he got out on bail. At the moment, we understand that the POCSO accused remains at large and the manhunt for him is currently on. In fact, my colleague Aishwarya also joins with more details on this. Aishwarya, it's a very shocking case that has come to light. This POCSO accused man was out on bail, and what he did when he got out was he killed 6 people, including the victim, the mother, the grandmother, and his own family members.
Well, absolutely. Like the POCSO, he killed the family where who accused him of the POCSO. The minor girl, the 17-year-old girl, he killed her, her mother as well as her grandmother as well. And after that, he also went on a killing spree, killing his own family, his own children, and his own wife, and total making it 6. He killed 6 of them and went on a spree. What he said that he took it as a revenge for putting a case on him, that to a case like POXO, which actually humiliated him. And that is the reason when he came out on a bail, he went on a killing spree. Yesterday night is when the incident happened, and while the family members were sleeping, he went inside and he went on a killing spree and killed the family of the which had actually accused him of
All right, thanks Aishwarya for joining us and getting us the latest on this case. In fact, manhunt on for the POXO killer at the moment. And with that, viewers, we're slipping into a very short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up right after the break, Trump has now issued a latest warning stating that if he was killed, Iran will be bombed like never before. Getting you all the updates on Donald Trump's latest warning to Tehran on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट? स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Rosa podcast wants to know, but I'm seeing a very soft version of Arnab. What did you expect? A mad guy shouting at the screen. I can't shut up. As debater or I'm a crazy debater. Facts everyone has. But I have brought back opinion into journalism because they didn't have the guts. I had the guts, I had the freedom, I had the intellect. I gave it my best shot. I still do it. There's no sense of how much money you want to make. No, it was always how much can you do. I used to be really proud seeing my father in uniform. I realized my father was doing something greater than his own job. If you were to again go back and look at from where you started as a journalist, so much. A junior Rahul would have spoken to a junior Arnab. Which Rahul?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
It's a truly historic event, as you and I have talked about last night, marking the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to New Zealand in 40 years. It is a great pleasure to honour to host you here today. It's a truly historic event, as you and I have talked about last night, marking the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to New Zealand in 40 years. This visit is also a significant milestone in the New Zealand-India relationship. When I visited last year, you welcomed me and my delegation with great warmth and tremendous generosity, and I'm therefore delighted to welcome you here. Thank you for the relationship and thank you for what you've put into it personally. I think we've made tremendous progress in a very short period of time on the trade agenda, but today's focus is about more than just the FTA. It's about where we go to next in this relationship and how we broaden that out. And I know we have very proud to announce that we will be forming a strategic partnership which will give the relationship more framework and breadth for us to continue to expand as we go forward from here.
मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि 40 साल के बाद
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, India's defence story is entering a transformative and new era. It is powered by indigenous innovation, cutting-edge emerging technology and a rapidly expanding defence industrial ecosystem. So as the nation accelerates its journey towards strategic self-reliance and the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Republic brings together the policy makers, defence leaders, innovators and industry pioneers shaping the future of national security. Join us on 18 July in New Delhi for Republic Defence Forces First Conclave, Bharat, the Defence Powerhouse, where the spotlight will be on next-generation military technologies, advanced defence platforms, indigenous capabilities, and the government and industry partnerships driving India's technological transformation. Stay tuned for insightful conversations, exclusive perspectives, and the ideas that will define the future of India's defence ecosystem. And with that, let's cut across to the headlines we're tracking on Republic TV at this hour. In a big boost to Indian Navy, INS Mahendragiri, the 6th Project 17A indigenous stealth frigate, now inducted into Eastern Fleet. National Conference extends invitation to 52 opposition leaders, including separatist leader Umar Farooq. Will India Alliance now share stage and toe the separatist line? Prime Minister Modi and New Zealand Prime Minister hold delegation-level bilateral talks, exchanges several MOUs in key sectors. FTA and $20 billion investment top on agenda. Crumbling civic infra continues to claim lives. A 28-year-old man in Noida dies after falling into uncovered waterlogged drain while on the way to work.
हम ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि अबेटमेंट टू सुसाइड का केस लगना चाहिए क्लास टीचर के बाद, क्योंकि बच्चा इतना परेशान है, विजिबली डिस्ट्रेस है, बार बार जा रहा है, उसके बाद भी टीचर ने उसे ईज नहीं करा और उसे निकलने दिया क्लास के बाद.
Republic continues to fight for justice for Amayra after her parents now reveal that teachers repeatedly ignored her even when she was visibly distressed. Baloch Liberation Army releases video of a bombing that killed over 30 Pakistani soldiers. Trump issues latest warning to Iran, stating if he was killed, Iran will be bombed like never before. And now here's our top focus at this hour. A controversial map showing Jammu and Kashmir as part of Pakistan has now triggered a diplomatic objection in Dhaka. Now, at a foreign affairs seminar in Bangladesh's capital, an incorrect map of India was displayed during a presentation by former Bangladeshi ambassador Tariq A. Karim. Now, India's second secretary at the High Commission, Pooja Kumari Jha, immediately objected to the flawed and the incorrect map. The incident, in fact, has now sparked concern over pro-Pakistan elements trying to push anti-India narratives in Bangladesh. But of course, Indian diplomat clearly objected and interrupted the seminar, saying that the wrong map was in fact being displayed at the Dhaka seminar. In fact, we also have a reaction coming in from the Indian diplomat who objected to the wrong map being displayed at the seminar. Let's take a listen.
Map of India depicted here is incorrect. Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of India, and I think the map presented here is not correct.
This map is for representational purposes. It does not project actual boundaries.
I understand, sir, but the Jammu and Kashmir part is an integral part of India and it is misrepresented here. So I just wanted to point out.
And you are from India?
I am Pooja Jha, Second Secretary, Indian High Commission. The map of India depicted here is incorrect. Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of India, and I think the map presented here is not correct.
This map is for representational purposes. It does not project actual boundaries.
I understand, sir, but the Jammu and Kashmir part is an integral part of India and it is misrepresented here. So I just wanted to point out.
And you are from India?
I am Pooja Jha, Second Secretary, Indian High Commission. The map of India.
All right, my colleague Chandrakala also joins with more details on this. Chandrakala, now this incident has come to light where Indian diplomat in fact rightly flagged the wrong map that was displayed at a Dhaka seminar. But what is more concerning is that this highlights there is a pro-Pakistan lobby right now pushing the anti-India narrative in Dhaka.
In fact, yes, rightly pointed out, a big pro-Pak lobby by Bangladesh has come to the fore, where we can see the Indian High Commissioner staff, Indian High Commission in Bangladesh staff has rightly pointed out that an incorrect map of India displaying, an Indian diplomat has lodged a strong objection after an incorrect map of India was displayed during a seminar in Bangladesh's capital Dhaka. Well, the foreign diplomat, we saw that Pooja Jha has rightly pointed out that, Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of India. She has flagged this concern in front of the former, Indian High Commissioner to Dhaka. That's Tariq. What we are learning is that that's Tariq A. Karim and India's second secretary at the High Commission, Pooja Kumari Jha, immediately objected to the flawed map. Well, the incident has sparked a controversy as far as this, this concern. Of course, this issue is concerned, and it has sparked concern over pro-Pakistan elements trying to push anti-India, anti-India narratives in Bangladesh. So it's a huge concern. An official statement is still awaited as far as India is also concerned about this particular incident, because we have seen Pooja Jha now. In fact, a video is going viral of Pooja Jha's statement. She has rightly flagged this concern that an Indian map depicted a wrong depiction of Indian map where there is no mention of Jammu and Kashmir, a controversial map showing Jammu and Kashmir as part of Pakistan, now has triggered a diplomatic objection in Dhaka.
Right.
Now it remains to be seen what statement would be coming in from Dhaka on this, because this is a big pro-Pak lobby being put out by Bangladesh has come to the fore.
Right, and Chandrakala also comes at a time when both the sides, in fact, have been trying to mend their relationship. But for now, thanks so much for joining us and getting us the details of India's response and how it rightly mentioned that the map displayed was, in fact, wrong. Now, we are shifting focus to another news we're getting at this hour. Now, ousted Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, in fact, has announced plans to return to Bangladesh in December despite facing a death sentence and a ban on her party, Awami League. In an interview, Sheikh Hasina now said that she and Sina Awami League leaders will in fact return from India and surrender before a court in the country. The former Prime Minister also said that she was aware of the risks involved, adding that she could be arrested or even killed on her return, but insisted that she wanted to face the legal process in her own country. Sheikh Hasina also added that there has been no communication with the Bangladeshi government over this thing and over the planned return, and demanded that the ban on her party Awami League be lifted before political normalcy can be restored. In fact, on this we also have a reaction coming in from Awami League leader Moibul Chaudhry, who also plans to return along with the former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina back to Bangladesh. Take a listen.
Our local government chairman, municipality mayors are all in jail. Only a very few handful were able to leave the country and seek shelter and asylum in different countries. So, of course, our objective is to, first of all, ensure those who are in prison without any trial will be freed and given bail, and our the ban that has been imposed on us, the fact that we are a prohibited political party, a proscribed organization, that will be lifted. And with this context, our leader, former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, has declared that she expects our institutions, our judiciary, our police force, military force, the border guard force, which are now currently being used against us by this current government and the recent past Yunus government, she expects that they will act in accordance with law.
And now we are shifting focus to big political developments we're getting from Maharashtra at the moment. Now, the first photos from Shiv Sena's Operation Tiger, in fact, have now surfaced, and Republic has accessed those pictures. Now, the images showing 6 MPs from Uddhav Thackeray faction who switched over to Eknath Shinde camp in June, posing with Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. In fact, Shrikant Shinde and Pratap Sarnaik are also seen in the pictures. Reports say that Shrikant Shinde was the one who played a key role personally escorting these MPs, including bringing Om Rajay Nimbalkar on a chartered flight. So those are the visuals on your screen showing you the success of Operation Tiger, how all the 6 MPs who switched over from the Uddhav Sena to Eknath Shinde could be seen meeting the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla in these pictures. So these are exclusive pictures that Republic, in fact, has accessed, showing you the success of Operation Tiger and the breakaway, in fact, of Uddhav Sena, the breakup, the collapse when all the 6 MPs switched over to Eknath Shinde. In fact, my colleague Revati, who's been very closely tracking this, joins me with more details. Revati, now these are the first visuals that we have accessed showing the success of Operation Tiger. All the 6 MPs switched over to Eknath Shinde's camp can be seen with Lok Sabha Speaker.
Right, as we can see that few days ago we saw Operation Tiger 2.0, and the pictures of that very operation have now come to the light. And also the most important thing, we saw on Republic exclusively that Shrikant Shinde, MP Shrikant Shinde, was the king person or the contact person of this Operation Tiger 2.0. And the pictures are pretty much evident that all the rebel MPs were in contact with Shrikant Shinde, and the images of those very neat when they met the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla are now out. And now it is highly possible that Operation Tiger 3.0 is underway, as we saw a few days back that one MLA, rather MLC, switched his side from Shiv Sena UBT faction to Shiv Sena Shinde faction, and it is expected that more 14 to 15 MLAs will switch their sides
Revati,
as well.
what you're suggesting right now is that after the MPs switched over to Eknath Shinde, we could be looking at Operation Tiger 3.0, where MLAs could also make a similar switch.
Right. As a few days ago, we saw that Sachin Ahir, who was the MLC of Shiv Sena UBT faction, and he switched his sides, and now it is said that more 14 to 15 MLAs will be switching their sides, and also in the near future we'll get the updates about the same. And this is the very photo we are looking at the screens right now, where Shrikant Shinde and Pratap Sarnaik are talking to Om Birla, the Lok Sabha Speaker. And as I mentioned earlier, that Shrikant Shinde was the contact person of this entire Operation 2.0. Right. All the rebel MPs were in contact with Shrikant Shinde, and he executed the plan of Operation Tiger 2.0, and those are the images we are currently looking at on our screens. Over to you.
All right, so Shrikant Shinde, the man behind Operation Tiger, and all the 6 MPs are seen with Lok Sabha Speaker. Thanks, Revati, for joining us and getting us the latest on this. And now we are shifting focus. A 9-member committee formed to examine the draft Uniform Civil Code West Bengal 2026 bill has now in fact come into being. West Bengal has now formed a 9-member expert committee chaired by retired Supreme Court Justice Ranjana Prakash Desai to draft and implement the Uniform Civil Code across the state of West Bengal. Now, the state in fact plans to table this legislation during the upcoming August Assembly session, while exempting indigenous communities from the same. So the first big step towards implementing a uniform civil code across West Bengal has now been taken, as a committee, a 9-member committee, has now been formed to in fact draft the first legislation on the bill, which in fact will be tabled in the upcoming August session. Now remember, indigenous communities will be exempted from the provisions of this bill, but we understand that the first big step to implement UCC, which was a big part of BJP's Sankalp Patra in West Bengal, has now been taken. A 9-member committee to in fact draft the bill has come into being. In fact, my colleague Anupam also joins with more details on this. Anupam, we understand the first step to implement a UCC across West Bengal has now been taken with the formation of this committee.
देखिए, यूसीसी का जो फॉर्मेशन है वो फॉर्मेशन अभी कंप्लीट हुआ है वेस्ट बंगाल गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से, वो उसका जानकारी दे दिया गया है। उसमें कमिटी में जो है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जस्टिस, एक जस्टिस रंजना प्रकाश देसाई, उसको चेयरमैन बनाया गया हुआ है, और मेघालय का एक जो गवर्नर है तथागत राय, उसको भी इस कमेटी में रखा गया हुआ है। कमेटी में है चीफ होम सेक्रेटरी को रखा गया है संगमित्रा घोष। कमेटी का जो आह्वायक है उसको रखा गया है, और कलकत्ता यूनिवर्सिटी अंडर का मंगोवासी कॉलेज का जो प्रोफेसर है उनको भी इस कमेटी में रखा गया था। थर्सडे को इस कमेटी को लेकर मीटिंग किया दिल्ली में चीफ सेक्रेटरी ने और रंजना प्रकाश देसाई ने। उसी मीटिंग में फिक्स्ड हो गया था कि कौन कौन को इसमें कमेटी में रखा जाएगा। 9 पर्सन को रखा गया इस कमेटी में, और ये कमेटी अगले हफ्ते से काम करना शुरू कर देगा पश्चिम बंगाल में।
All right, thanks Anupam for joining us. And clearly BJP is on a UCC spree, and the next could be West Bengal, where the first step has already been taken. Now we are shifting focus to another news we're getting at this hour from Maharashtra. Now in Pune's Pimpri Chinchwad area, shocking irregularities have now surfaced in a 3-story building collapse that took place near the garbage depot. Now we understand the rescue operations are already underway at the site. In fact, 8 people are still feared trapped, and now shocking developments have come to light saying that the building that collapsed had official permission and a completion certificate only for the ground floor, and yet 2 additional floors were illegally constructed. They were used for a canteen and a conference room. Now we understand at the moment that 1 labourer has been killed in this building collapse, while 8 others are still remain trapped under the debris, and the operation in fact has been going on at this site for over 70 hours now. Now those are the visuals we're getting you of the rescue operation underway at the site, as questions are now mounting over who authorized the extra floors, how employees were allowed to work there, and whether the completion certificate was issued without proper inspection. So those are the questions are being raised at the moment, as shocking irregularities have now been flagged in this entire case. In fact, my colleague Satya Prakash now joins with more details. Satya Prakash, इस समय हमें बताएं कि जो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन है वो किस स्टेज पर है और कितने लोगों की अभी भी संभावना है दबे होने की?
देखिए 70 घंटे ज़्यादा हो चुके हैं, रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन लगातार चल रहा। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ कि जहाँ पे बिल्डिंग गिरी है, तस्वीरें देखिए जो जेसीबी मशीन द्वारा जो मलबा हटाया जा रहा है, तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरह से जो कचरे का ढेर है उसको हटाया जा रहा है, क्योंकि जो कचरे का ढेर जो है इसी बिल्डिंग पर आके गिरा, जिसकी वजह से जो है बिल्डिंग टेढ़ी हो गई है और जो पिछला हिस्सा जो मलबा जाके गिर गया है। यहाँ पर जो है 8 जिंदगियां भी फंसी हैं, 8 लोग फंसे हुए हैं। लगातार जो है एनडीआरएफ की टीम और लोकल प्रशासन की टीम लगातार निकालने की कोशिश कर रही है, लेकिन अभी तक लोगों को निकाल नहीं पाई है। आज चौथा दिन है। 8 जुलाई को लगभग दोपहर को 1:30 बजे घटना हुई है, जब लंच कर रहे थे जो मजदूर है, उसी समय ये बिल्डिंग गिरती है। जोरदार बारिश हो रहा था उस समय, जो ये कचरे का पहाड़ है, कचरे का पहाड़ सीधे जो है ये बिल्डिंग में गिरता है, 3 मंजिला बिल्डिंग, और बिल्डिंग का एक हिस्सा जो है नीचे धराशायी हो जाता है। बिल्डिंग टेढ़ी हो चुकी है, लगातार जो है जेसीबी मशीन द्वारा तोड़ा जा रहा है पीछे हिस्से से, क्योंकि एनडीआरएफ के जवानों को डर है कि अगर अंदर जाते हैं तो बिल्डिंग टेढ़ी है, जिसकी वजह से जो अंदर जाएगा वो कहीं न कहीं दब सकता है, गिर सकता है। इसीलिए कहीं न कहीं सेफ्टी के तौर पर पीछे से बिल्डिंग काटा जा रहा है। लगभग 70 घंटे ज़्यादा हो चुके हैं, 8 जिंदगियां अंदर फंसी हुए हैं। लगातार कोशिश किया जा रहा है कि जो लोग फंसे हैं उनको निकाला जाए। साथ ही अभी तक जो है 10 लोग को निकाला गया है, जिसमें एक की मौत हुई है, लेकिन 70 घंटे हो चुके हैं, लेकिन अंदर जो लोग फंसे हैं उनकी सलामती के लिए लोग जो परिवार वाले हैं बाहर मौजूद हैं। वहीं अब ये सवाल उठ रहा है कि जो ये बिल्डिंग है, बिल्डिंग का जो है 1 मंजिला का परमिशन था, इसको 3 मंजिला बनाया गया और कचरे का पहाड़ है। ये जो वेस्ट ऑफ एनर्जी का यहाँ पे प्लांट है और कचरे के पहाड़ में 3 मंजिला जो है इनलीगल बनाया गया, जिसको लेकर अब जांच शुरू होगा।
जी सत्यप्रकाश, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, सारी जानकारी हमें देने के लिए। कीप ट्रैकिंग ऑल द अपडेट्स वी आर गेटिंग फ्रॉम द रेस्क्यू साइट, बट फॉर नाउ थैंक्स सो मच. Now viewers, Pimpri Chinchwad is not an isolated case. From flooded streets and open drains to exposed electric fires and collapsing roads, a disturbing pattern is now emerging across Indian cities and towns. In recent days, children, workers, women, commuters, they've lost their lives in accidents that many say were entirely preventable. So as monsoon rains now expose glaring civic failures, serious questions are being raised about accountability, and the question of who will take responsibility of proper urban planning and ensuring public safety remains the central one that we're asking on Republic TV as well. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
Monsoon season is exposing glaring infrastructural lapses that has led to several deaths which could have been prevented. In Gazyabad, a 3-year-old girl drowned after slipping into flood water that had accumulated outside her home. Another incident from Gazyabad, a youth was electrocuted after allegedly coming into contact with an exposed live wire submerged in rainwater. In Aligarh, a 50-year-old woman died after suffering an electric shock in a waterlogged locality. In Delhi Samaipur Badli, 7-year-old Rehan drowned in a water-filled plot after going missing due to heavy waterlogging. In Bengaluru, a 17-year-old boy walking with his family was electrocuted after reportedly coming into contact with a live electric source on a rain-soaked street. This incident occurred in May. In Somnath, a man carrying his children fell into an open drain, exposing the risks created by uncovered civic infrastructure. Back in Ghaziabad, a road caved in after heavy rainfall, causing a parked car to plunge into a ditch. In Navi Mumbai, 2 college girls lost their lives after allegedly being electrocuted by an exposed wire in a rain-hit area. And in Uttarakhand, a child drowned after being swept into an overflowing open drain left exposed amid heavy rains. Different cities, different victims, but a familiar story. Waterlogging, exposed wires, open drains and unsafe public spaces continue to claim lives year after year. With no officials taking responsibility, a larger question remains unanswered. That if basic civic safety cannot be guaranteed, does the life of an ordinary citizen matter only after tragedy strikes?
And now here's a panic-gripped Hyderabad's Chanderghat area after a massive fire broke out near Musi River on Friday evening. The blaze quickly spread through warehouses, car repair shops and nearby makeshift structures, sending a thick black smoke across the city. While several shops were gutted, officials now say there have been no reports of casualties that have taken place. Here's the report. Take a look.
Massive flames engulfed warehouses and shops near the Musi River in Hyderabad's Chanderghat, sending thick plumes of smoke into the sky. Firefighters rushed to the spot and launched a massive operation to contain the blaze before it spread further. Police said around 7 shops, including car repair garages and decorative material stores, were gutted in the fire. The blaze also spread to nearby makeshift huts, triggering panic among residents, though no injuries have been reported. The cause of the fire is yet to be determined, and authorities are assessing the extent of the damage as cooling operations continue.
getting some breaking news at this hour. Shocking case from Uzbekistan has now come to light. In this case, a 21-year-old Savaria Basan, an MBBS student from Hyderabad in Alappuzha, was allegedly murdered by a fellow Kerala student. Now, her family claims that she was subjected to severe assault and even repeated pressure to convert her religion before her death. The accused Sadarul Anam from Malappuram is in police custody at the moment, and following the complaint, her father, Kerala police have now registered a case. A second post-mortem is also underway at the moment, and this is after her body was brought back to Kerala. We also have a reaction coming in on this very case from Kerala's Home Minister. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate. One medical student, she is from my constituency, and I was getting all information about that. They wanted one more postmortem. I talked to the collector and the SP. They are, according to their request, it has been sanctioned. One more postmortem had been done in Alleppey Medical College. It was a very tragic incident. We had to inquire about the details. I think that it happened in a foreign country. So Indian embassy there is there. Central government is aware of that. And Kerala police are also aware of that. We will inquire about the details.
All right, viewers, that is a wrap on this edition of Live in Breaking with me, Shita Mitra. Thanks so much for watching. And coming up after a short commercial break, National Conference now extends invitation to 52 opposition leaders, including a separatist leader, Umar Farooq. The big question, will India Alliance now share stage and toe the separatist line?
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो बंटवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
Rosa Podcast wants to know, But I'm seeing a very soft version of what did you expect? A mad guy shouting at the screen. I can't shut up. As debater or I'm a crazy debater. Facts everyone has. But I have brought back opinion into journalism because they didn't have the guts. I had the guts, I had the freedom, I had the intellect, I gave it my best shot, I still do it. There's no sense of how much money you want to make. No, it was always how much can you do. I used to be really proud seeing my father in uniform. I realized my father was doing something greater than his own job.
If you were to again go back and look at from where you started as a journalist,
so much.
a junior Rahul would have spoken to a junior Arnab.
Which Rahul?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus stories today in live report is the mission Indo-Pacific, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in New Zealand and we are getting a lot of investments because this is the mega investment push for India, where $20 billion have already been pledged by New Zealand, and there's a lot more to it. We'll get you all the latest details on this story and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. The Indian Navy inducts Mahendragiri, the 6th Project 17A indigenous stealth frigate, into its eastern fleet at Visakhapatnam. National Conference extends invitation to 52 opposition leaders, including separatist leader Umar Farooq. Will India Alliance share stage and toe separatist line? Crumbling civic infra continues to claim lives. 28-year-old man in Noida dies after falling into uncovered waterlogged drain while on the way to work. Modi in New Zealand. PM Modi and New Zealand PM hold delegation level talks. Now next, crumbling civic infra continues to claim live. 28-year-old man in Noida dies after falling into uncovered waterlogged drain while on the way to work.
हम ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि अबेटमेंट टू सुसाइड का केस लगना चाहिए क्लास टीचर के बाद, क्योंकि बच्चा इतना परेशान है, विजिबली डिस्ट्रेस है, बार बार जा रहा है, उसके बाद भी टीचर ने उसे ईज नहीं करा और उसे निकल नहीं दिया क्लास के बाद.
Republic continues to fight for justice for Amayra after her parents revealed that teachers had ignored her even when she was visibly distressed. BLA releases video. The Balochistan Liberation Army releases video of bombing that killed 30 Pakistani soldiers. Now, Trump has issued a latest warning stating that if he was killed, Iran will be bombed like never before. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first top story. This is the assassination plot that Donald Trump is claiming that is being plotted by the Iranian regime. US President Donald Trump has issued a strong warning to Iran, saying that 1,000 missiles, bombs are locked and loaded and ready to strike if Tehran attempts to assassinate him. Now, in a post on his Truth Social platform, President Trump stated 1,000 missiles are locked and loaded and aimed at the Islamic Republic of Iran, with thousands of more to immediately follow should the Iranian government act on its threat to assassinate Donald Trump. Now, this is the sitting president of the United States of America. Now, this comes amid many threats, ongoing tensions and reports of alleged Iranian threats against the US president. The White House has not issued any official comment on the statement so far, but this is US issuing ultimatum to Iran. US warns of harsh consequences if Iran doesn't comply. So this is Donald Trump's warning to Iran that there will be harsh consequences, severe consequences. And these are the early visuals of the effigy of Donald Trump being hanged, being burned. And the Kill Trump posters also, which were displayed in Iran. Now, this is Trump's warning to Iran that there will be harsh consequences that if you go on with the plan of assassinating him, that is the sitting president of the United States, POTUS, president of the United States. The US warns of harsh consequences. This is Donald Trump's warning to Iran, Donald Trump's threat to Iran that there will be severe, harsh consequences. Hundreds and thousands of missiles are waiting for Iran, logged and loaded, ready to be launched against the Islamic Republic of Iran. That is the Iranian regime. This is Donald Trump's threat to Iran. Now, there is a deadline. There is a deadline that has been issued by Donald Trump, by the US also. Now, US officials have issued Iran a Saturday deadline also to publicly renounce the attacks in the Strait of Hormuz and commit to keeping the Strait of Hormuz open to all commercial shipping. Now, this comes as a threat to the Iranian regime. The Trump administration is demanding that Tehran acknowledge the strait remains fully open, pledge to halt attacks on the vessels, and immediately admit the strikes were a mistake. Now, these are the Trump visuals, the effigy of Donald Trump, which was burnt later, and Trump's poster being burnt, and the "We Will Kill Trump" posters that were displayed in Iran. All right, let's go across to our esteemed guest who is joining us from New Delhi for an update, for an analysis on what's happening, what exactly does Donald Trump want to convey while he addresses Iran and the threat that we are looking at. Rabinder Sachdev, strategic affairs expert, live from New Delhi, joins us. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining us at this moment. But why exactly is Donald Trump reiterating that there is an imminent threat to him from the Iranian regime? No, we know that there have been many assassination attempts aimed at Donald Trump, even in the White House, sir. So that's very important to highlight. But this time, when he was addressing the press, the media, he asked them to close the blinds when they were in the aircraft. What exactly is the level of threat this time, Rabinder?
Thank you, Shivam. A pleasure always with you and your viewers. You know, I think things are getting serious here. There are reports, apparently, it's the Israelis who uncovered some information which they passed on to Trump or his officials that there could be an attack on Trump, or there was some planning of an attack on Trump. Now, whether that information was based on the truth or whether it was, some psychological operation by Netanyahu and Israeli intelligence to kind of, to unsettle Trump and to bring him back to a position where he resumes the war with Iran. So that's the one element. So there's some information there, apparently, which the Israelis have shared, that there is some planning by Iran going on regarding assassinating Trump. So I think that little bit maybe, upset him. But more what upset him, I think, in simultaneity, were the large crowds of hundreds of thousands on the streets of Iran supporting the regime. Okay. And of course, as you're seeing this burning effigy and all, and for us who live in this part of the world, these are typical, demonstrations, burning of effigies would be there, but it does indicate, anger on the streets in Iran against Trump. Okay. So I think a combination of these two factors, seeing the large number of supporters of the regime on the one hand, coupled with the fact that there were some reports by the Israeli intelligence that, the Iranians were looking to, figure out a way to assassinate him, I think has changed his view towards how to proceed with Iran next. And you're so very right. There were two arrests made by the US authorities in 2024. One was actually a Pakistani Asif merchant who was arrested. Apparently, he was trying to recruit under, some assassins for carrying out a killing. Okay. He was arrested before that happened. Okay. And then there was another Afghan national, again in 2024, who said that, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, they have asked him to do some surveillance in the US and figure out how to get at Trump. So there were those two, not attempts, but process towards those attempts, and both of those were arrested. This is back in 2024.
But Rabinder, it has come to the level where Donald Trump had to make a statement that if you kill me, there are thousands of missiles logged and loaded. You can draw a comparison with the dead hand policy, if you remember, that Russia has. If you wipe out the entire leadership of Russia, there will be missiles, nuclear missiles that will still be launched. So it goes in similar lines. This is an all-out warning that even if you eliminate the senior leadership of the United States of America, even then there will be a response. So can we draw a comparison to that? Because if Donald Trump makes such a statement, is he trying to get political leverage out of it? Or is the threat very serious comparatively? Because he never made such a statement that after my death, there will be a bigger response. So that's the strategy. That's the point.
Yeah, great point, Shivam, and absolutely right. I think the analogy or the parallel that you're drawing with the Russian paradigm, that if the leadership are killed, still, a reverse attack would be carried out in auto mode against the enemy. Yeah. Out here, Trump is doing the same. He is also projecting himself as a martyr in case it were to happen, right? He is positioning that way also. And I do think that he would have maybe initialed such an order. You can well depend upon, Trump and Pete Hegseth, that fine, okay, if something like this happens, there is some document which says that this has to be the response against the enemy, whosoever it be. In this case, it's Iran. So I think it could be taken seriously that if there is an attempt even, okay, forget the assassination, but even if an attempt, that automatically that provision would kick in and thousands of missiles would head to Iran. So that has to be taken seriously. What it again shows me, and if you look back to the press conference that he gave in Ankara, right, during the NATO meeting, when he said that, I think it's a waste of time and calling them words like scum, sick and all. If I now think back to the visuals of that press conference and what he was saying, he did look to me a little bit rattled or shaken, meaning, one, the input from the Israelis that there is some attempt being prepared to assassinate you, and looking at the large crowds on the streets of Iran. So I think a combination of these two facts made him maybe realize that the enemy is strong, can be very strong, and maybe the enemy can even kill me. So I think he's coming around. He's come around to that view with regards to Iran.
All right. So thanks a lot, Robinder, for joining at this moment and for your in-depth analysis on what's actually happening. Thanks a lot, Robinder. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. This is Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and New Zealand Prime Minister Christopher Luxon have agreed to elevate the bilateral ties to a strategic partnership. Now, speaking at a gala lunch hosted in his honor in Auckland, PM Modi described the move as a beginning of a new chapter in India. Now, New Zealand relations, the India and New Zealand relations driven by shared democratic values. He said that the two countries have decided to add new depth and momentum to their partnership across all sectors with clear goals and concrete outcomes. Now, Modi also highlighted their close cooperation on global issues, including the UN reforms, counter-terrorism through a new joint working group, and maintaining peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. Now, listen up to what he has to say.
हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप को सार्थक बनाने के लिए हम दोनों देशों की स्ट्रेंथ को प्रैक्टिकल कोऑपरेशन में बदल रहे हैं। फिनटेक के क्षेत्र में हम भारत के यूपीआई और न्यूजीलैंड के पेमेंट सिस्टम को जोड़ने पर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। एग्रीकल्चर, डेयरी और फूड प्रोसेसिंग में हमने सहयोग का एक मजबूत खाका बनाया है। इसका लाभ हमारे किसानों और पशुपालकों को मिलेगा। ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन में न्यूजीलैंड और भारत दोनों की समृद्ध और जीवंत परंपराएं हैं। आज हमने हमारे स्वास्थ्य सहयोग में ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन की भूमिका बढ़ाने पर सहमति व्यक्त की। रक्षा और सुरक्षा में हमारा बढ़ता सहयोग हमारे गहरे स्ट्रेटेजिक ट्रस्ट का प्रतीक है। पिछले वर्ष किए गए डिफेंस कोऑपरेशन एग्रीमेंट से हमारे सहयोग का मजबूत ढांचा तैयार हुआ है। आज हमने इंडो पैसिफिक में मैरीटाइम कोऑपरेशन के लिए एक फ्रेमवर्क पर सहमति बनाई है। बायलैटरल नेवल एक्सरसाइज, लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट और हाइड्रोग्राफी में सहयोग से हमारा आपसी तालमेल बढ़ेगा।
Now, in a response to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's historic visit, Luxon described the move as a significant step forward in an increasingly volatile world, saying it will provide a stronger platform for deeper cooperation in trade, investment, technology, defense, maritime security, education, tourism, and people-to-people ties, all aimed at delivering concrete results for both nations. Let's listen in.
I'm pleased to announce that Prime Minister Modi and I have agreed to elevate our relationship to a strategic partnership. And this is a significant step forward in a world that is increasingly volatile and uncertain. Strong partnerships are more important than ever before. And this provides a stronger platform for practical cooperation in prosperity, security, and people-to-people connections. It will deepen our links in trade, investment, education, technology, sport and tourism. And it will also enable closer cooperation on defence, maritime security and law enforcement. But most importantly, it means building a relationship that benefits both countries and delivers real results.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are tracking. Now, India has strongly objected to the display of an incorrect map showing Jammu and Kashmir as part of Pakistan during a foreign policy seminar in Bangladesh. Now, India's second secretary at the High Commission in Dhaka, that is Pooja Jha, raised an immediate objection, asserting that Jammu and Kashmir is an integral and inalienable part of India, and that the map was factually incorrect. Following the objection, former Bangladeshi diplomat, that is Karim, clarified that the map was used only for representational purposes and did not reflect actual boundaries. Now, let's listen into what Pooja Jha said.
The map of India depicted here is incorrect. Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of India, and I think the map presented here is not correct.
This map is for representational purposes. It does not project actual boundaries.
I understand, sir, but the Jammu and Kashmir part is an integral part of India, and it is misrepresented here. So I just wanted to point out.
And you are from India?
I am Pooja Jha, Second Secretary, Indian High Commission.
All right, Chandrakala is live with us with all the latest details into the story. Chandrakala, the way the wrong map was highlighted, it was displayed, it was a very important, significant seminar. And while there's a global audience, senior leaders present, dignitaries present, if you display such a map, there will be objection. And hats off to Pooja for objecting and highlighting the fact that a wrong map was displayed. However, there was a statement also that it was not, they did not mean to offend India. What actually happened?
Well, I think it's once again an attempt by, Bangladesh, which has inched closer to Pakistan after the ousted of former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Of course, we know that Bangladesh and Pakistan are now, their partnership has gone to a different momentum. And this is an attempt to instigate India once again, as far as the Kashmir issue is concerned. And I think it's a great reply. I think this young lady, the second secretary in the Indian High Commission, Pooja Jha, has come down heavily on the former Bangladesh High Commissioner, that's Mr. Karim, and she has rightly once again reiterated India's stand as far as our territorial integrity and as far as our stand on Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, that Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of India, and this development comes at a very, very crucial time. In fact, this Dhaka seminar was a very crucial seminar wherein many world leaders were also present. present. And of course, this statement by a young lady, that's Pooja Jha, has definitely once again reiterated India's stand in the global arena. And, as I would like to mention how she objected, the objection came during a presentation being put out by the former Bangladesh High Commissioner, showcasing an incorrect map, showcasing Jammu and Kashmir as a part of Pakistan, which is a great concern for the diplomatic spat that is ongoing between India and Pakistan, and also the fact that the relation between India and Bangladesh has deteriorated since the ousted of former Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, and now this statement by the former this attempt to instigate India is something which will be taken up very seriously by New Delhi. Of course, a statement is awaited from the Indian High Commissioner in Bangladesh. But yes, it's a strong, statement being put out by this young lady in the international platform. That's Pooja Jha.
Chandrakala, it also needs to be highlighted the growing role, the interference of Pakistan post the ouster of Sheikh Hasina. Sheikh Hasina now wants to go back, and she says she will go back no matter what the results, whatever the consequences are. But there had been strain in relationship between India and Bangladesh. Tariq, and after Tariq, it seemed like it got better. However, there are certain elements in Bangladesh as we speak, those who hate India, and they have the anti-India mindset, and those can be involved in this attempt to show a wrong map presenting J&K as part of Pakistan. Chandrakala.
Yes, in fact, as I have already mentioned that, the relations between India and Bangladesh has gone down the hill even, ever since the former Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has been ousted. And now that she has announced, an announcement has been, has come from her side that she'll be going back to Bangladesh in December along with few, Awami League leaders. Well, detail is still, we are also awaiting a response from the leader of Awami League of Bangladesh. But yes, this is an attempt, once again an attempt by Pakistan to instigate India. And now that Bangladesh and Pakistan have come together, this is a serious concern for India, and we are awaiting a response from the Indian side as well. And this is not just at the first incident, because Pakistan has been taking advantage of this particular situation, and they are not leaving no stone unturned to rake up the Kashmir issue in the global arena. And now that the former Bangladesh High Commissioner has once again raked up the Kashmir issue by depicting a wrong map is something that
this could have completely been avoided, Chandrakala. That's the main point here, because how can you represent a wrong map of India when J&K is an integral part of India? Thanks a lot, Chandrakala, for all the details and insight into the story. Now, that's all that we could pack in this edition of Live Report. Time to take a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because we have an action-packed bulletin lined up after this Live Report edition.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा,
Rosa podcast wants to know, but I'm seeing a very soft version of Arnab. What did you expect? A mad guy shouting at the screen. I can't shut up. As debater or I'm a crazy debater. Facts everyone has. But I have brought back opinion into journalism because they didn't have the guts. I had the guts, I had the freedom, I had the intellect. I gave it my best shot. I still do it. There's no sense of how much money you want to make. No, it was always how much can you do. I used to be really proud seeing my father in uniform. I realized my father was doing something greater than his own job. If you were to again go back and look at from where you started as a journalist, so much. A junior Rahul would have spoken to a junior Arnab. Which Rahul?
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. India's defense story is entering a transformative new era, powered by indigenous innovation, cutting-edge emerging technology, and a rapidly expanding defense industrial ecosystem. As the nation accelerates its journey towards strategic self-reliance and the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Republic brings together the policymakers, defense leaders, innovators, and industry pioneers shaping the future of national security. Join us on 18th July in New Delhi for Republic Defence Forces' first conclave, Bharat, the defense powerhouse, where the spotlight will be on next-generation military technologies, advanced defense platforms, indigenous capabilities, and the government and industry partnerships driving India's technological transformation. Stay tuned for insightful conversations, exclusive perspectives, and the idea that will define the future of India's defense ecosystem. Now, let's have a look at the top headlines. The Indian Navy inducts INS Mahendragiri, the 6th Project 17A indigenous stealth frigate, into its Eastern Fleet at Visakhapatnam. National Conference extends invitation to 52 opposition leaders, including separatist leader Umar Farooq. Will India Alliance share stage and to separatist line? A 9-member committee formed to examine the draft UCC bill in West Bengal. The state plans to table this legislation during the upcoming August assembly session. PM Modi and New Zealand PM hold delegation-level bilateral talks, exchange several MOUs in key sectors. FTA, $20 billion of investment on top of the agenda. Crumbling civic infra continues to claim lives. 28-year-old man in Noida dies after falling into uncovered waterlogged drain while on the way to work.
हम ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि अबेटमेंट टू सुसाइड का केस लगना चाहिए क्लास टीचर के बाद, क्योंकि बच्चा इतना परेशान है, विजिबली डिस्ट्रेस है, बार बार जा रहा है, उसके बाद भी टीचर ने उसे ईज नहीं करा और उसे निकल नहीं दिया क्लास के बाद.
Republic continues to fight for justice for Amayra after her parents revealed that teachers had ignored her even when she was visibly distressed. Baloch Liberation Army releases video of bombing that killed 30 Pakistani soldiers. Trump has issued a latest warning stating that if he is killed, Iran will be bombed like never before. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with the big breaking news development that we are tracking. It is an 8-year-old boy, Ayan, who died after being electrocuted on Friday evening after coming into contact with a live electric current near a transformer and electricity pole while playing outside his home in Iqbal Colony under Gazyabad's Tila More police station area. Now, his family rushed him to a nearby hospital where the doctors declared him dead. Another death. Another case of civic apathy, criminal negligence, waterlogging that has killed another person, another young child. Now, residents alleged that the transformer had been leaking current for a long time. Despite repeated complaints to the electricity department, nobody paid a heed to and claimed that several animals had previously died at the same spot. Even after then, it took no action. The family has accused the power department officials of negligence, have demanded registration of an FIR against those responsible and have sought strict action. Now, the incident has triggered protest by locals while police launched an inquiry. Now, the tragedy comes a day after a 35-year-old Pankaj Kumar allegedly died of electrocution in Indrapuram's Vasundhara after stepping into rainwater, that too near a transformer, marking the second such electrocution-related death in Gazyabad in just 2 days. In merely 2 days. This is the second death related to electrocution in a similar pattern because there was a transformer leaking current. And in this case, as alleged by the locals, there were several complaints that were registered that were made to the electricity department, and many animals had earlier lost their lives, but it fell to the deaf ears of the electricity department and no action has been taken even after complaints. And now they are demanding a registration of an FIR when an 8-year-old boy, an 8-year-old Ayan, was killed by the electrocution because of the negligence, criminal civic apathy, criminal civic negligence. And these are the visuals, graphic visuals. Viewer discretion is advised. Disturbing visuals. He died on the spot while he went near the transformer. These are the visuals where you can see the 8-year-old getting electrocuted and he dies on the spot. When there were several complaints already being made by the locals, by the citizens of that locality, that there was threat because of the transformer, the big question is why no action was taken. And there needs to be accountability that needs to be set in this case too. Harsh joins us from the capital with all the latest details and what exactly happened. Let's go across to Harsh for all the details into this story. Harsh, these are horrific visuals, deadly visuals on the screen. All right, we'll try to reconnect with Harsh for all the updates, but this is exactly the video where you can see the 8-year-old electrocuted. He died on the spot, and the family, while they took the boy to the hospital, to the nearby hospital, he was declared brought dead. Residents have alleged that the transformer had been leaking current for a long time despite repeated complaints to the electricity department, and claimed that several animals had previously died at the same spot. The family has accused the power department officials of negligence, demanded registration of an FIR against those responsible. Harsh is live with us with all the details into the story. Harsh, coming to you, this is yet another case of criminal civic negligence, because the fact of the matter is there were complaints made, there were animals died by the same particular transformer, and even then it fell to the deaf ears of the electricity department. No action taken, and now they demand an FIR should be registered against those responsible. Over to you with all the latest details.
Right, Shivam, now this is the time when authorities need to wake up. 2 separate deaths in the matter of 48 hours coming in from the same city. Now first, we saw how a 34-year-old security guard lost his life because a transformer was leaking electricity and he died of electrocution in Gazyabad's Indirapuram area. And now we are seeing an 8-year-old child who tragically lost his life because the authorities failed to respond when it mattered. Now what we are learning from this story is that Ayan, the 8-year-old child, was playing near his house that is located in the Iqbal colony area of Gazyabad, and the transformer that is involved, in fact we have a shocking CCTV visual where the young boy can be seen tragically losing his life because the transformer was leaking current, and the complaints were made to the electricity department. However, no action was taken despite multiple animals that were earlier affected by the same leak of current. Now what we are seeing is the family members in fact staging protest. In fact, the father of 8-year-old child demanding an FIR to be registered against the concerned officials of the Gazyabad electricity department. But this is a shocking case, another case of criminal neglect, because 2 separate incidents of electrocution, in fact 2 young lives lost within 48 hours, and now we are seeing an 8-year-old child, an innocent child who tragically lost his life to a shocking case of civic apathy in Gazyabad. Shivam.
All right, thanks a lot, Harsh, for all the details into the story. Keep tracking of all the details. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's go on to another big breaking news development that we are tracking. This is coming from Bhilwara. Now, Bhilwara is the largest medical facility, that is Mahatma Gandhi Hospital. Known for giving patients a new lease on life, is now facing a serious scrutiny following a series of maternal deaths. Amidst the consecutive deaths in the maternity ward, the health department has been thrown into a state of alarm after sampling reports from the hospital's operation theatre, that is the OT, tested positive. It tested positive, ladies and gentlemen, for dangerous bacteria. 5 women have died in the hospital within the last week. The detection of the bacteria in the OT has raised questions regarding the hospital administration's infection control measures and hygiene standards, which are vital for mothers in this case. Now, the critical question now is whether negligence in sterilization and disinfection protocols proved fatal for these women. Were precautions followed? Was protocol followed or not? That's the big question. This is the medical negligence. However, an investigation is underway to determine if there is a direct link between the deaths and the bacteria found in the operation theatre. Let's go across to the reaction that we have of the doctor in this case.
पांचों मौतों के कारण अलग अलग हैं। संक्रमण पांचों में होना पॉसिबल नहीं है, ना हुआ है। इनमें जो मौतें हुई हैं उनमें 2 मौतों में कारण पोस्टपार्टल हेमरेज रहा है। डिलीवरी के बाद में, सिजेरियन ऑपरेशन के बाद में ऐसा हो जाता है। 1 मौत उस मरीज की हुई है जो बाहर से आया था, शॉक में था। 1 मौत उसकी हुई है जिसकी एट द टाइम ऑफ एडमिशन ब्लड प्रेशर ज़रूरत से ज़्यादा था, और इन सभी में संक्रमण की कोई पुष्टि नहीं है। हमारे ऑपरेशन थिएटर एज़ पर प्रोटोकॉल्स, हमने सारे विभागाध्यक्ष की मीटिंग की है, और ये आज नहीं की है। हमने इसके बारे में विस्तृत दिशा निर्देश एक CME की, सबसे पहले ग्रास रूट लेवल तक के नर्सिंग स्टाफ को उसमें प्रशिक्षित किया गया। फिर विभागाध्यक्षों की विभाग वाइज, जैसे NICU, ICU, ऑपरेशन थिएटर, गायनी,
मेन ऑपरेशन थिएटर, इन सब के जो प्रभारी हैं, साथ में एक एनेस्थेटिस्ट की जिम्मेदारी रहेगी। एक प्रोटोकॉल को फॉलो किया और किसी भी ऑपरेशन थिएटर को संक्रमण मुक्त रखने के लिए निरंतर वहाँ के सैंपल लेना ज़रूरी होता है और इसी प्रक्रिया के तहत गायनीकेस ऑपरेशन थिएटर का भी सैंपल लिया गया। जब वो सैंपल वहाँ से नॉन परमिसिबल आया, उस दिन से ही ये ऑपरेशन थिएटर काम में नहीं लिया जा रहा है। इस थिएटर के अंदर कोई भी ऑपरेशन सिजेरियन का नहीं किया गया है। जो भी मौतें हैं उनका कारण अलग अलग है।
All right, Rahul joins us with all the latest details. Rahul, जिस तरीके की जानकारी निकलकर सामने आ रही है और राजस्थान से जिस तरीके की ऐसी खबरें आ रही हैं, ख़ास तौर पर माताओं को लेकर और मैटरनल वार्ड में ऐसा होना, यहाँ पर एक जो है संक्रमण की बात जो कही जा रही है, संक्रमण को सिरे से खारिज करते हुए यहाँ पर चिकित्सक नज़र तो आ रहे हैं, लेकिन ऐसा कई बार हुआ है कि पोस्टमार्टम ये जो हुआ, ये तमाम चीज़ें घटित हुई हैं। क्या ये कुछ और मामला है या फिर ये इन्फेक्शन से लेकर है? लोगों का आरोप क्या है, जो पीड़ित हैं उनका आरोप क्या है और दलीलें क्या दी जा रही हैं, विस्तार से समझाइएगा।
बिल्कुल, देखिए शिवम, आज जिस तरह से जो ये खबर निकल कर आई राजस्थान के भीलवाड़ा से, उससे पूरा प्रदेश भर लगातार स्तब्ध नजर आ रहा है। क्योंकि देखिए, पहले कोटा, फिर बीकानेर, जोधपुर, तमाम वो ज़िले रह चुके हैं जहां पर लगातार प्रसूताओं की मौत के बाद पूरे प्रदेश भर में हाहाकार मचा। हालांकि थोड़े दिन के लिए इस पर फुल स्टॉप ज़रूर लगा, लेकिन फिर से भीलवाड़ा से आई इस पूरी खबर ने चिंता यहाँ पर जाहिर की है। बता दें कि भीलवाड़ा का महात्मा गांधी हॉस्पिटल मातृ एवं शिशु ये चिकित्सालय था, जहाँ पर 6 दिन के भीतर 5 प्रसूताओं की मौत हुई। तो वही बांसवाड़ा से भी 2 ऐसी प्रसूताएं थी जिनकी मौत हो गई है। बता दें कि लगभग 7 ऐसी प्रसूताएं बताई जा रही है फिलहाल जिनकी यहाँ पर मौत हो चुकी है। संक्रमण एक बड़ा कारण बताया जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी तक भी पर्टिकुलर ये क्लियर नहीं हो पाया है कि आखिरकार ये मौत क्यों हुई है। लगातार जिस तरह से हमने डॉक्टर अरुण गौर को सुना, उन्होंने बोला कि जो तमाम इनकी मौत का कारण है वो बिल्कुल पर्टिकुलर तौर पर इंडिविजुअल अलग अलग है, बिल्कुल अलग अलग इनकी मौत के कारण बताए जा रहे हैं। और ये भी बताया गया कि कुछ जो प्रसूताएं थी वो क्रिटिकल कंडीशन में आई थी, तो उनकी जो यहाँ पर हालत बिगड़ी, लेकिन मौत हो गई है। पहले जिस तरह से हमने राजस्थान के जो हेल्थ मिनिस्टर है गजेंद्र सिंह खींवसर, उनकी लापरवाही सुनी कि किस तरह से उन्होंने अनर्गल बयान दिए। लगातार देखिए, चिकित्सा विभाग में प्रसूताओं की मौत के बाद पूरे राजस्थान भर में हड़कंप मच गया है। 5 की प्रसूताओं की मौत कोटा में, फिर बीकानेर में 2 प्रसूताओं की मौत हुई और ये जो आंकड़ा है वो लगातार कंटिन्यूसली बढ़ता जा रहा है। वही अगर शिवम इस अस्पताल के पर्टिकुलर 1 साल के आंकड़े की बात की जाए तो लगभग 9 की प्रसूताओं की मौत इस पूरे अस्पताल में भीलवाड़ा में हुई है। लेकिन हालांकि जुलाई का ये 6 दिन रहे जब 5 प्रसूताओं की मौत एकदम से हुई, यानी कि देखिए साल भर में सिर्फ 4 मौत और एकदम से ये 5 मौत आ गई है, तो लगातार सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं। मीटिंग्स इनकी ओर से ली जा रही है, लेकिन मीटिंग का जो निष्क्रिय जो पूरा कंक्लूजन है वो बिल्कुल पूरी तरह से जीरो निकल कर आ रहा है। पूरी तरह से राजस्थान में चिकित्सा महकमा है वो पूरी तरह से फेलियर नजर आ रहा है। हमने कोटा में भी देखा, अभी तक भी कोटा में ये पूरी तरह से स्पष्ट नहीं हो पाया है कि आखिरकार उन 5 प्रसूताओं की मौत क्यों हुई है। ऑक्सीटोसिन बैन किया, उसके बाद एक और दवाई थी, एक जेल थी, उसे बैन किया गया और अभी तक भी भीलवाड़े वाले मामले में मीटिंग्स की जा रही है। खुद जो प्रमुख शासन सचिव है गायत्री राठौड़, उन्होंने भी इस पूरे मामले में संज्ञान लेने की कोशिश की है। गजेंद्र सिंह खींवसर वो भी लगातार इस पूरे मामले में पॉइंट टू पॉइंट जांच की बात कर रहे हैं। लेकिन सवाल शिवम लगातार फिर से वही है कि आखिरकार ये मौत हो क्यों रही है, कहां पर जाकर हम लोग जो हैं भ्रमित हो रहे हैं, यानी कि कहां पर जाकर ये चीज अभी तक ये डिसाइड नहीं हो कि आखिरकार कारण क्या है। सिर्फ मौत हो रही है, पल्ला अधिकारियों की ओर से झाड़ा जा रहा है। खुद गजेंद्र सिंह खींवसर इस पूरे मामले में जो राजस्थान के हेल्थ मिनिस्टर हैं उन्हों की ओर से भी सिर्फ अनर्गल बयान ही दिए गए हैं, आश्वासन मिला है और फिलहाल इस पूरे मामले में जीरो आउटपुट निकल कर आया है। जी, ये
बिल्कुल उस तरीके के बयान जिनकी बिल्कुल भी आवश्यकता नहीं है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया पूरी जानकारी हमारे साथ साझा करने के लिए, लेकिन दोनों का पैटर्न जरूर ऑब्जर्व करिएगा, बताइएगा क्या कुछ जानकारी निकलकर सामने आ रही है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। All right, viewers, now let's go on to other big breaking news development that we are tracking. The Union Ministry of Home Affairs, the MHA, has said that there should be strict adherence to the correct script and text and diction and pronunciation while playing or singing the national song and the national anthem. Now, in a fresh order to all central government and government offices, the ministry reiterated the rules related to the playing and singing of the national song and the national anthem. Now, the MHA said its orders contain an exhaustive list of occasions on which the national song and the national anthem of India shall be played or sung, and the occasions on which they may be sung or displayed. So this is MHA. And national song must be played on listed occasions. So what are the guidelines and what are the protocols that need to be followed in this case? That has been clarified. This is the MHA, which has said that there should be strict adherence to the correct script. You can't put a wrong script there, and text and diction and pronunciation while playing or singing the national song. That's important. And the national anthem also. So national song and the national anthem, because there was a bit of controversy when it comes to the national song. There was a certain section of people who were objecting to the national song, and now there has been a strict direction, a clear direction from the MHA that you have to strictly adhere to the correct script and text and diction and pronunciation while playing or singing the national song and the national anthem. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are focusing on. From flooded streets and open drains to exposed electric wires and collapsing roads, a disturbing pattern is emerging across India's cities and towns. Now, in recent days, children, workers, women and commuters have lost their lives in accidents that many say were entirely preventable. Now, as monsoon rains expose glaring civic failures, serious questions are being raised about accountability. Now, the question of who will take responsibility of proper urban planning and ensuring public safety. Here's a report.
Monsoon season is exposing glaring infrastructural lapses that has led to several deaths which could have been prevented. In Gazyabad, a 3-year-old girl drowned after slipping into flood water that had accumulated outside her home. Another incident from Gazyabad, a youth was electrocuted after allegedly coming into contact with an exposed live wire submerged in rainwater. In Aligarh, a 50-year-old woman died after suffering an electric shock in a waterlogged locality. In Delhi Samaipur Badli, 7-year-old Rihan drowned in a water-filled plot after going missing due to heavy waterlogging. In Bengaluru, a 17-year-old boy walking with his family was electrocuted after reportedly coming into contact with a live electric source on a rain-soaked street. This incident occurred in May. In Somnath, a man carrying his children fell into an open drain, exposing the risks created by uncovered civic infrastructure. Back in Ghaziabad, a road caved in after heavy rainfall, causing a parked car to plunge into a ditch. In Navi Mumbai, 2 college girls lost their lives after allegedly being electrocuted by an exposed wire in a rain-hit area. And in Uttarakhand, a child drowned after being swept into an overflowing open drain left exposed amid heavy rains. Different cities, different victims, but a familiar story. Waterlogging, exposed wires, open drains and unsafe public spaces continue to claim lives year after year. With no officials taking responsibility, a larger question remains unanswered. That if basic civic safety cannot be guaranteed, does the life of an ordinary citizen matter only after tragedy strikes?
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are tracking. The ousted Bangladesh ex-Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has announced plans to return to Bangladesh in December, despite facing a death sentence and the ban on her Awami League party. Now, in an interview, Sheikh Hasina said that she and senior Awami League leaders will voluntarily return from India and surrender before a court The former Prime Minister said that she was aware of the risks, the threats that are imminent, adding that she could be arrested or even killed on her return, but she insisted that she wanted to face the legal process. She wants to face the legal process in this matter in her own country. Hasina also said that there has been no communication with the Bangladeshi government over her planned return and demanded that the ban on the Awami League be lifted before political normalcy can be restored. So this is big breaking news development that we are getting right now on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Let's listen into the reaction of Mohibul Chaudhary in this regard.
Our local government chairman, municipality mayors are all in jail. Only a very few handful were able to leave the country and seek shelter and asylum in different countries. So, of course, our objective is to, first of all, ensure those who are in prison without any trial will be freed and given bail, and the ban that has been imposed on us, the fact that we are a prohibited political party, a proscribed organization, that will be lifted. And with this context, our leader, former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, has declared that she expects our institutions, our judiciary, our police force, military force, the border guard force, which are now currently being used against us by this current government and the recent past Yunus government, she expects that they will act in accordance with law.
All right, viewers, time for a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you. Coming up after the break, Trump has issued a latest warning stating that if he is killed, Iran will be bombed like never before.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Rosa podcast wants to know, but I'm seeing a very soft version of what did you expect? A mad guy shouting at the screen. I can't shut up. As debater, or I'm a crazy debater. Facts everyone has, but I have brought back opinion into journalism because they didn't have the guts. I had the guts, I had the freedom, I had the intellect. I gave it my best shot. I still do it. There's no sense of how much money you want to make. No, it was always how much can you do. I used to be really proud seeing my father in uniform. I realized my father was doing something greater than his own job. If you were to again go back and look at from where you started as a journalist, so much. A junior Rahul would have spoken to a junior Arnab. Which Rahul?
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
It's a truly historic event, as you and I have talked about last night, marking the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to New Zealand in 40 years. It is a great pleasure to honour to host you here today. It's a truly historic event, as you and I have talked about last night, marking the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to New Zealand in 40 years. This visit is also a significant milestone in the New Zealand-India relationship. When I visited last year, you welcomed me and my delegation with great warmth and tremendous generosity, and I'm therefore delighted to welcome you here. Thank you for the relationship and thank you for what you've put into it personally. I think we've made tremendous progress in a very short period of time on the trade agenda, but today's focus is about more than just the FTA. It's about where we go to next in this relationship and how we broaden that out. And I know we have very proud to announce that we will be forming a strategic partnership which will give the relationship more framework and breadth for us to continue to expand as we go forward from here.
मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि 40 साल के बाद भारत के प्रधानमंत्री का न्यूजीलैंड आना हुआ है और आपने एक प्रकार से आपकी आर्थिक राजधानी में कार्यक्रम बना करके भारत और न्यूजीलैंड के संबंधों को एक नई ताकत।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, in fact, viewers, we're getting these live visuals from Prime Minister's New Zealand visit right now. In fact, as he interacts with the Prime Minister, his counterpart in New Zealand, and attends a community event. These are the live visuals we're getting as Prime Minister Modi's New Zealand visit is now underway right after both the leaders held a bilateral conversation. We are now looking at a community engagement on the part of the Prime Minister. In fact, this comes as the ties between India and New Zealand have now been elevated to strategic partnership. Just a short while ago, we had the Prime Minister talking about the boost in their ties right after the free trade pact was signed between the two countries in record time. And right now, those are the visuals we're getting on your screen as Prime Minister Modi attends a community event in Auckland. This is where you can see, in fact, both the leaders holding on to jerseys with their names, in fact, on it. And this comes as the ties between the two nations have now been elevated to strategic partnership. And Prime Minister Modi's New Zealand visit, in fact, is underway. All right, Chandrakala also joins with more details on this. Chandrakala, take us through what all has happened in Prime Minister Modi's New Zealand visit so far, and what is that we're looking at right now as he engages in a community event?
Yes, now both the nations are now engaged in bolstering their ties and, of course, elevating their ties to a strategic partnership. And the fact that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is now attending a vibrant Indian community, even in Auckland, as you can see. This is his first official visit to New Zealand, wherein an Indian Prime Minister has visited after 40 years. He has addressed the Indian diaspora, and he has been highlighting how India's rapid transformation, and he has even praised the community's contribution to strengthening India-New Zealand ties and reaffirmed New Delhi's commitment to deepening cooperation in trade, education, technology, defense, and people-to-people exchanges. In fact, 10 MOUs have been signed between both the leaders, and 9 announcements has been made. 8 announcements has been made between both the nations, and in fact, a very, very purposeful visit being undertaken by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, we have seen how both the leaders have emphasized on the significant relationship that both the nations shares, and in fact this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is first such Indian Prime Minister visiting after 40 years, and we have seen from UNSC reforms to joint working group on counter-terror has been announced by both the leaders. In fact, we also saw how Prime Minister Narendra Modi paid homage to Dhyan Chand during New Zealand visit. In fact, I would like to mention about the announcement being made by both the leaders, from sports, to form of defense, security ties, and in fact framework on maritime cooperation, hydrography cooperation has been announced by both the leaders. So yes, a very, very significant visit as far as India's Indo-Pacific push is also concerned. And this is his last leg of his 3-nation tour, and now we could see some mesmerizing visuals coming in from Auckland, wherein he is addressing the largest ever Indian diaspora in New Zealand, and it's happening at this moment, and we could see the enthusiasm and the happiness among the Indian diaspora there, welcoming Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, his last 2 visits to Indonesia and Australia has been also successful. This is his last leg of his visit, and a very, very comprehensive strategic partnership between India and New Zealand. In fact, now India has reached out to these countries as far as the situation is concerned, as far as there has been a global shift, and the equation in global shifted, and the fact that Prime Minister Modi is attending the Indian community also highlights the significant contribution.
Chandrakala, in fact, as Dr. S. Shankar describes it, it is always like a political rock concert that takes place whenever Prime Minister Modi travels abroad and he engages with Indian diaspora. In fact, those visuals are aptly describing that as well. Prime Minister Modi is all set to enter the arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please stand for the New Zealand and India national anthem?
All right, viewers, those are the visuals we're getting from New Zealand as Prime Minister Modi engages in a community event. He, in fact, is engaging with the Indian diaspora. My colleague Chandrakala continues to stay with me on this as well. Chandrakala, it has been a successful visit. So far, we've seen both the leaders agree on several frameworks, whether it was combating terrorism, whether it's about defense partnership, and even agreement has now been agreed upon as far as maritime security cooperation is concerned. So take us through the outcomes that we've seen, tangible outcomes that we've seen so far.
Right. In fact, a very, very fruitful outcome from this significant visit being undertaken by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We could see that, as I've also mentioned, that there is a list of outcomes, a plethora of outcomes, and 10 agreements, 10 MOUs has been signed in different sectors, be it, on maritime cooperation between the Ministry of Defence of India and the New Zealand Defence Force as well. This is aimed at establishing a framework for enhanced maritime cooperation in the Indo-Pacific through dialogue, coordination, information exchange, and joint activities. In fact, a very, very important MOU has been signed as far as, concerning the provision of mutual logistics support between the Indian Navy and the New Zealand Defence Forces. This is something very important to note because, both the nations are now working towards facilitating reciprocal logistics support, which is very essential between the Indian Navy and the New Zealand Defence Force as far as, our defence cooperation is concerned. What is more important to note here that a very, very important agreement has also been signed on joint action plan on sports because India and New Zealand shares a long history of
room, and we are in for a truly incredible, unforgettable night together tonight. Well, friends, tonight New Zealand makes history. For the first time in 40 years, an Indian Prime Minister stands on New Zealand soil. 40 years. That is far too long between visits from family. Far too long from visits from family. But Prime Minister Modi, let me say, on behalf of 5 million New Zealanders, you are worth the wait. And take a look around tonight because there are 10,000 plus people here. And I have to say, from all over New Zealand, and this is one of New Zealand's top venues and it has seen some of the world's biggest stars, but I have never felt an atmosphere like this in this auditorium. And this isn't just a crowd, it feels like a family reunion that's been waiting 40 years in the making. Prime Minister, the friendship between our two countries has never been stronger. And when I visited you in Delhi last year, you welcomed us like family, and you said something that I have never forgotten. You called the Indian community here in New Zealand a living bridge between our two nations. And tonight, standing in this room, we see that bridge in full. Prime Minister, I first experienced your country long before I entered politics. And I was in my mid-20s as a young executive with Unilever Hindustan Lever, and that was when I first visited India. And I still remember it vividly, because in those days I observed workers being paid at the end of each day, often with a handful of coins, because a day's wage was counted in coins. And that was the India I first met, full of energy, full of talent, full of potential, but a low-income country. But gee, look at India today, because I have been back many times since. And every single time I go, I am struck all over again by the remarkable energy, the dynamism and the innovation of the Indian people. But I want to say it is the transformation that Prime Minister Modi has led that takes my breath away. India now has one of the largest middle classes in the world, with 445 million people and still growing. And with those higher incomes, families can enjoy better food, take holidays, send their children to study, and save for retirement. That is not a small thing. That is one of the greatest advances in human dignity the world has ever seen. And Prime Minister Modi, it has happened under your leadership. In just the last decade, 250 million Indians were lifted out of poverty. The number of airports more than doubled to 157. About 95,000 kilometres of brand new highways have been built. I'm telling you, that's enough to drive from New Zealand to India and back again 8 times. And India has landed a spacecraft on the moon's south pole, the first nation on Earth to do that. It hosted the G20, and it will soon be the world's 3rd largest economy. The 21st century will be shaped by India, and New Zealand wants to help build that future with you. And that is why this year we did something historic together. We signed the New Zealand-India Free Trade Agreement, opening a market of 1.4 billion people to our Kiwi exporters, and also creating opportunities for Indian businesses here in New Zealand. I'm telling you, India is not just a country we trade with. It is a country that we grow with, and most importantly, it is a country we trust. For many years, people said an India-New Zealand free trade agreement wasn't possible. Well, Prime Minister Modi and I did it, and we got that deal done in record time. And our FTA will raise the living standards of our people in India and in New Zealand. It's everyone in the room here tonight and across the whole of New Zealand and India who benefits through more jobs, higher incomes, and better opportunities. But here's the thing. You don't have to fly to Delhi or Mumbai to see India's energy and ambition. It is right here. It is in the room. And I hope that every single one of you is incredibly proud of the enormous contribution our Kiwi Indian community makes to New Zealand. Because you have enriched our country economically, socially, and culturally. And without you, we simply wouldn't be the New Zealand we are today. We are a multicultural country full of hopeful and hardworking people with a positive outlook on our life and a determination to do well for themselves, their families and their communities. And I don't just say that, I see it. I see how incredibly hard you work to get ahead. Working long hours, even 2 jobs or 3 jobs just to get the deposit for that first home or for that first business, or to give your kids the opportunities you never had. And now we have the numbers to prove it, because this week a major report stated that our 330,000 strong Kiwi Indian community now contributes $37 billion to our economy every year. It's 9% of our GDP and it supports 220,000 jobs. And you are successful in every strata of New Zealand society, and you are younger, you are wealthier, and you are better educated too. But let me tell you what that really looks like, not in numbers, but in everyday New Zealand life. Because whoever you are in this country, whoever you are, this community is already part of your story, whether you have noticed it or not. Because it's the nurse who holds your mum's hand on the night shift when you can't be there yourself. It's the doctor in the emergency department at 3 in the morning, and it's the GP who finally gets your kids seen. It's the dairy owner who knows your name and your order and keeps the lights on at the end of the street. It's the family who took a punt on a small business, took a risk, and now pays the wages of your neighbours. It's your local accountant who's helping you do your finances and, importantly, your tax returns. It's the engineer who designs the roads that you drive on. It's the IT specialist who keeps your bank and your hospital running. And it's the teacher who stands in front of your children every single morning. Every single day, in 1,000 quiet ways, most of us barely stop to see, but it is this community, the Indian Kiwi community, that is helping hold up the New Zealand that all of us rely on. And that's the real contribution. You are a great example and an inspiration to every New Zealander. So on behalf of myself, on behalf of my government, and on behalf of New Zealand, let me simply say to each and every one of you here tonight, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment you are going to hear from a man who needs no introduction in this arena. He rose from humble beginnings to lead the world's largest democracy. He has helped lift hundreds of millions of people out of poverty, and he is one of the most important leaders of our time and a true friend to New Zealand. Prime Minister, can I say thank you for making this historic journey. Thank you for seeing what we have always known, that this community and this friendship is something truly extraordinary. So New Zealand, put your hands together, make some noise, raise the roof and give the warmest Kiwi welcome you've ever given to the Prime Minister of India, my friend, the great Narendra Modi.
नमस्ते। की ओरा न्यूजीलैंड। हम भारत के लोग सुनते आए थे 20 साल के बाद, लेकिन आज 40 साल के बाद कोई भारतीय पीएम न्यूजीलैंड की धरती पर आया है। ये मेरा सौभाग्य है। मैं न्यूजीलैंड के सभी निवासियों के लिए, आप सभी लोगों के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की शुभकामनाएं लेकर आया हूं। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में भले ही मेरा पहला न्यूजीलैंड दौरा है, लेकिन 25-30 साल पहले जब मैं किसी सरकार में भी हिस्सा नहीं था, सार्वजनिक जीवन में मुझे कोई जानता नहीं था, तब भी मुझे यहाँ न्यूजीलैंड आने का अवसर मिला था। और उस समय मुझे किसी ने गिफ्ट में 3 चीजें दी थी जो मैं वापस इंडिया लेकर के गया था। एक, ये मफलर, एक कैप और एक दस्ताना, क्योंकि ठंड का मौसम था। और उसमें से एक चीज मैं अभी यहां इस कार्यक्रम में भी लेकर आया हूं। ये मफलर जो आप देख रहे हैं, ये 25-30 साल पहले मुझे न्यूजीलैंड के एक साथी ने दिया था। इतने साल में मैंने कई बार इसका उपयोग किया और आज भी इसे बहुत संभाल करके रखा है। जैसे आपके प्यार को संभाल के रखता हूं। इस बार जब मेरा यहां आने का कार्यक्रम बना तो मैं विशेष तौर पर इसे अपने साथ लेकर के आया, क्योंकि खबर थी ठंड ज्यादा है। साथियों, भारत और न्यूजीलैंड के रिश्ते में यादें भी हैं, दोस्ती भी है, वैल्यूज भी है और एक कमिटमेंट भी है। इस रिश्ते को न्यूजीलैंड की एक सुंदर परंपरा अच्छे से डिफाइन करती है। यहां सदियों से एक शब्द लोगों को जोड़ता आया है, वाका। वाका सिर्फ एक नाव का नाम नहीं है। वाका हमारी शेयर्ड जर्नी की प्रतीक है। और आज भारत न्यूजीलैंड की यही वाका एक नई यात्रा पर निकलने के लिए तैयार है। हमारे सामने अवसरों से भरा खुला समुद्र है। हवाएं हमारे साथ है, समंदर की विशाल लहरें हमारे साथ है, इच्छा शक्ति का नीला आसमान हमारे साथ है। पाने को काफी कुछ है और मैं जानता हूं हम सफल होंगे। साथियों, मुझे इस यात्रा की सफलता पर पूरा भरोसा है। जानते हैं क्यों? मोदी नहीं, क्योंकि इसके असली नाविक आप सभी हैं। ऑकलैंड से वेलिंगटन तक, क्राइस्ट चर्च से क्वींसटाउन तक, न्यूजीलैंड के कोने कोने में फैला भारतीय समुदाय इस शेयर्ड जर्नी का एक नाविक है। साथियों, आगे बढ़ने से पहले मैं अपने मित्र प्राइम मिनिस्टर क्रिस्टोफर लक्सन, न्यूजीलैंड सरकार के सभी साथियों और यहां लेबर पार्टी के मेंबर्स का भी मैं अभिनंदन करूंगा। ये दिखाता है कि भारत न्यूजीलैंड रिश्तों को कितना बड़ा बाई पार्टीजन सपोर्ट है। इससे ये भी पता चलता है कि कीवी इंडियन कम्युनिटी की अचीवमेंट्स, आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन कितना बड़ा है। आप यहां आए, कीवी इंडियन कम्युनिटी के उत्सव का हिस्सा बने, इससे ये सेलिब्रेशन और वाइब्रेंट हो गया है। आपने जिस गर्मजोशी से, जिस स्नेह और उत्साह से आपने हम सभी का स्वागत किया है, मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। वैसे एक्सेलेंसी, कीवी इंडियन कम्युनिटी में भी सुपर हिट है कि नहीं है? सुपर हिट है ना? आपने अभी दिखा दिया। भारत के इंडिपेंडेंस डे पर, स्वतंत्रता दिवस पर आपने क्रिस हिपकिंस के साथ मिलकर दमादम मस्त कलंदर गाने पर जो डांस किया, वो काफी वायरल हुआ। आपके वो मूव कीवी इंडियन के दिलों में छप गए हैं। साथियों, न्यूजीलैंड वाकई एक अद्भुत देश है। यहाँ पीस है, प्रॉस्पेरिटी है, नेचर है, कल्चर है और न्यूजीलैंड की असली ताकत यहाँ के स्थानीय लोग हैं। न्यूजीलैंड के लोगों ने दिखाया है कि कोई देश जब एक जुनून, एक जज्बे के साथ आगे बढ़ता है तो वो दुनिया को इंस्पायर करता है। यहां जो कीवी इंडियन कम्युनिटी है, आप सभी को भी न्यूजीलैंड के दिलदार लोगों ने बहुत प्रेम से अपनाया है, अपनी टीम का हिस्सा बनाया है। उन्होंने आपके टैलेंट, आपके विजन पर ट्रस्ट किया है। और आज देखिए, न्यूजीलैंड की इकोनॉमी हो, यहाँ की सोसाइटी हो, कीवी इंडियंस नए नए रंग भर रहे हैं। न्यूजीलैंड वो जगह है जहां निखिल रविशंकर एयर न्यूजीलैंड के सीईओ बन सकते हैं। जहां आनंद सत्यानंद गवर्नर जनरल बन सकते हैं। जहां क्रिकेट टीम में सचिन रविंद्र, ईश सोडी और एजाज पटेल जैसे टैलेंट को अवसर मिल सकता है। न्यूजीलैंड वो जगह है जहां की सड़कों में भी भारतीय शहरों को सम्मान दिया गया है। कहीं खंडाला है, वो सिनेमा वाला खंडाला नहीं, कहीं बॉम्बे हिल्स है, कहीं कोरोमंडल है, कलकत्ता स्ट्रीट है, दिल्ली क्रिसेंट, अमृतसर स्ट्रीट, ऐसे कितने ही नाम हैं। यहां रहते रहते आप भी पूरे के पूरे कीवी हो गए हैं। जैसे मुझे बताया गया है कि किसी भी विषय पर बात शुरू कीजिए, थोड़ी ही देर में बात मौसम पर पहुंच ही जाती है। साथियों, मैं न्यूजीलैंड की लीडरशिप से भी जब भी मिला हूं, वो आप सभी की बहुत प्रशंसा करते हैं। प्रशंसा आपकी होती है और माथा मेरा ऊंचा होता है। साथियों, आप सभी जानते हैं कि भारत हजारों वर्ष पुरानी सभ्यता है। जो आज अपनी प्राचीनता को सहेजते हुए आधुनिकता को स्वीकार कर रहा है। हर युग में, हर दौर में भारत ने खुद को ट्रांसफॉर्म किया है और इसका कारण है हमारी सीखने की ललक। भारत सबसे सीखता है। हमारे लिए सामने वाले देश की जनसंख्या नहीं, जन कल्याण की भावना मायने रखती है। और इसलिए हमने न्यूजीलैंड से भी बहुत कुछ सीखा है और अब भी सीख रहे हैं। न्यूजीलैंड दुनिया का वो देश है जिसने सबसे पहले महिलाओं को वोटिंग का राइट दिया था। आज हम देखते हैं कि न्यूजीलैंड की सोसाइटी में विमेन बहुत बड़े पैमाने में कंट्रीब्यूट कर रही है। भारत भी आज विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के मंत्र के साथ महिलाओं के लिए संभावनाओं के नए द्वार खोल रहा है। साथियों, रूरल इकोनॉमी कैसे किसी देश की तकदीर बदल सकती है, ये न्यूजीलैंड ने करके दिखाया है। न्यूजीलैंड की ताकत एग्रीकल्चर के इर्द गिर्द बनाया गया एक एफिशिएंट इकोसिस्टम है। ट्रेसेबिलिटी हो, फूड सेफ्टी हो, कंप्लायंस सिस्टम हो, ये बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा है। ये भारत जैसे छोटे किसानों वाले बड़े एग्रीकल्चर नेशन के लिए बहुत बड़ी सीख है। न्यूजीलैंड ने जेस्प्री मॉडल से दिखाया है कि छोटे किसान भी बाजार के एक बड़े ब्रांड बन सकते हैं। न्यूजीलैंड की क्लाइमेट स्मार्ट प्रिसीजन फार्मिंग टेक्नोलॉजी में भी हमारे लिए सीखने के बहुत कुछ है। साथियों, यहां के मानुका हनी को लिक्विड गोल्ड कहा जाता है। जैसे यहां हनी ट्रेडिशन और टेस्ट के अलावा हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस से जुड़ा है, वैसे ही भारत के आयुर्वेद में भी हनी का बहुत बड़ा महत्व है। आपको ये जानकर अच्छा लगेगा कि भारत में भी हम बी कीपिंग को लेकर एक मिशन चला रहे हैं। इससे भारत में हनी प्रोडक्शन में काफी बढ़ोतरी हुई है और आजकल तो हिमालय की ऊंचाइयों से जो हनी आता है वो गोल्ड क्या डायमंड बनता जा रहा है। मैं समझता हूं न्यूजीलैंड से हम हनी प्रोडक्शन और बढ़ाने के बारे में भी बहुत कुछ सीख सकते हैं। साथियों, इस साल इंडिया न्यूजीलैंड स्पोर्टिंग रिलेशंस को 1 साल पूरे हो रहे हैं। 100 साल पहले, याद रखना और गर्व भी करना, 100 साल पहले हमारी हॉकी टीम न्यूजीलैंड खेलने आई थी और उस टूर में मेजर ध्यानचंद के शानदार परफॉर्मेंस की हर तरफ चर्चा हो रही थी। उनकी हॉकी ने न्यूजीलैंड के लोगों को भी, उनका भी दिल जीत लिया था। साथियों, कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स की भाषा में कहूं तो ये कॉलेब का जमाना है। न्यूजीलैंड और भारत स्पोर्ट्स में भी बहुत ही शानदार कॉलेब कर सकते हैं। जैसे एक उदाहरण रग्बी का है। मुझे अभी भी बताया गया है कि कुछ देर पहले ही ऑल ब्लैक्स ने रग्बी के मैच में शानदार जीत दर्ज की है। भारत रग्बी में न्यूजीलैंड से सीखना चाहता है। भारत भी रग्बी में आगे आए, इसके लिए हमें कोच चाहिए, एक्सपर्ट्स चाहिए। इसमें न्यूजीलैंड हमारी बहुत मदद कर सकता है। हाल ही में भुवनेश्वर में न्यूजीलैंड रग्बी और रग्बी इंडिया के कोचिंग प्रोग्राम को मैं एक अच्छी शुरुआत मानता हूं। साथियों, आज यहां आने से पहले मैं यहां न्यूजीलैंड के एक स्पोर्ट्स स्टार्टअप इवेंट में गया था। स्पोर्ट्स टेक में हो रहे इनोवेशंस ने, नए आइडियाज ने वाकई मुझे प्रभावित किया। मुझे विश्वास है कि हम स्पोर्ट्स टेक में साथ मिलकर काफी कुछ कर सकते हैं। भारत और न्यूजीलैंड का फ्यूचर आपस में जुड़ा हुआ है। इसका एक उदाहरण स्पेस सेक्टर भी है। भारत का चंद्रयान जब मून के साउथ पोल पर लैंड किया, पूरा न्यूजीलैंड नाच रहा था उस दिन। और उस दिन हम सबको गर्व हुआ। अब आपको मैं गर्व की एक और बात बताता हूं। आपको गर्व दिलाने में, इस सक्सेस में न्यूजीलैंड की टेक्नोलॉजी का भी योगदान रहा है। न्यूजीलैंड की स्पेस कंपनी ने कई अवसरों पर हमारे साथ मिलकर काम किया है। हम इस सहयोग को और आगे ले जाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। साथियों, स्पेस सेक्टर ये बताने के लिए काफी है कि भारत और न्यूजीलैंड की इकोनॉमी एक दूसरे को कितना कुछ दे सकती हैं। यही हमारे ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट की भी स्पिरिट है। ये ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट विकसित भारत की तरफ हमारी यात्रा को गति देगा। भारत और न्यूजीलैंड दोनों के बिजनेस को नए अवसर देगा। साथियों, भारत और न्यूजीलैंड के बीच एक और बहुत बड़ी समानता है। ये समानता हमारे इंडिजिनस कल्चर की है। इंडिजिनस कल्चर को सेलिब्रेट करने, उसको संरक्षण देने की है। और आज मैं माओरी समाज को विशेष रूप से याद करना चाहता हूं। मैंने हाका को केवल एक परफॉर्मेंस के रूप में ही नहीं देखा, मैंने हाका में एक समाज की आत्मा देखी है। उसमें साहस है, आत्मसम्मान है, अपने पूर्वजों के प्रति श्रद्धा है और पूरे समुदाय की सामूहिक शक्ति का एक एहसास है। साथियों, माओरी संस्कृति में एक बहुत सुंदर शब्द है, मना कितांगा। मना कितांगा, इसका मतलब है सम्मान देना, अपनापन देना और पूरे मन से उसकी देखभाल करना। भारत में भी हम कहते हैं अतिथि देवो भव। शब्द अलग है, परिवेश अलग है, पहनाव अलग है, भाषाएं अलग है, लेकिन भावना बिल्कुल एक ही है। ऐसे ही माओरी संस्कृति में परिवार के लिए एक सुंदर शब्द है, फानो, यानी परिवार। इसमें कई पीढ़ियां होती हैं, रिश्ते होते हैं, पूरा समुदाय होता है। भारत भी परिवार को केवल एक सामाजिक व्यवस्था नहीं मानता, हमारे लिए फैमिली एक इंस्टीट्यूशन है। साथियों, माओरी परंपरा का एक और सुंदर विचार है, काइत्या कितांगा। काइत्या कितांगा ये हमें सिखाती है कि हम प्रकृति के मालिक नहीं हैं, हम उसके संरक्षक हैं। भारत में भी कहा गया है, भारत में भी कहा गया है, माता भूमि ही पुत्र हम पृथ्व्या। पृथ्वी हमारी माता है। इसी सोच को आधार बनाते हुए हम भारत में धरती मां के संरक्षण के लिए एक पेड़ मां के नाम, प्राकृतिक खेती मिशन जैसे अनेकों अभियान चला रहे हैं। साथियों, मैं जानता हूं हजारों किलोमीटर दूर रहते हुए भी आपके दिल में के किसी न किसी कोने में दिन भर की प्रक्रिया में कहीं न कहीं हिंदुस्तान झलकता ही रहता है, हिंदुस्तान बसता ही है। सही है कि नहीं है? शरीर यहां होगा, मन और इसलिए आप भारत की हर उपलब्धि पर भी नजर रखते हैं। और जब क्रिकेट स्टेडियम में बैठ करके देखते हैं तो बहुत सी चीजें देखने की छूट जाती हैं, लेकिन घर में टीवी पर बैठ करके जब देखते हैं तो हर बारीकी का पता चलता है। वैसा ही आपको भी भारत की हर बारीकी का पता चलता है। और यही बात हमें सबसे खास बनाती है। भारतीय देश से बाहर जिस देश में रहते हैं वहां उस देश की प्रगति में पूरी तरह मदद करते हैं। अपने देश की विकास की भी जानकारी रखते हैं। साथियों, हम जितना प्यार जन्मभूमि को करते हैं उतना ही समर्पण कर्मभूमि को भी करते हैं। साथियों, वैश्विक चुनौतियों के बीच आज भारत जिस तेजी से विकास कर रहा है वो अभूतपूर्व है। मैं आपके सामने देश की उपलब्धियों का, भारत के सामर्थ्य का एक गुलदस्ता प्रस्तुत करूंगा। ये गुलदस्ता मैं आपके लिए लेकर के आया हूं। और मैं पक्का मानता हूं इस गुलदस्ते में आपकी पसंद का कोई न कोई फूल जरूर होगा जो आपको सुंदर भी लगेगा और गर्व से भर भी देगा। तो आप तैयार हैं? गुलदस्ता पेश करूं? अब आपको ढूंढना है आपका फूल कहां है उसमें। या तो सारे के सारे फूल आपके हैं। साथियों, भारत आज दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी है। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा वैक्सीन प्रोड्यूसर है। भारत मोबाइल डेटा कंजम्पशन में दुनिया के अग्रणी देशों में है। आज भारत दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरर है। भारत दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा टेलीकॉम मार्केट है। आज भारत दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा व्हीट प्रोड्यूसर है। आज भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा मिल्क प्रोड्यूसर है। आज भारत दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा फिश प्रोड्यूसर है। साथियों, इतना ही नहीं, आज भारत दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा ऑटोमोबाइल मार्केट है। आज भारत दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम बन चुका है। भारत बहुत जल्द दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी प्रोड्यूसर बनने जा रहा है। सोलर एनर्जी कैपेसिटी में भी भारत दुनिया के बड़े देशों में शामिल हो चुका है। साथियों, आज का भारत दुनिया को विकास के नए मॉडल भी दे रहा है। आज भारत दुनिया के सबसे बड़े डिजिटल आइडेंटिटी प्लेटफॉर्म का सफल संचालन कर रहा है। आज भारत में यूपीआई के माध्यम से हर महीने अरबों डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन हो रहे हैं। भारत के डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में आज दुनिया के दर्जनों देश दिलचस्पी दिखा रहे हैं। ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी और स्पेस इकोनॉमी में भारत नई ऊंचाइयों को छू रहा है। साथियों, ये उस नए भारत की तस्वीर है जो दिखाती है कि कैसे भारत न्यूजीलैंड की तरह की इकोलॉजी और इकोनॉमी दोनों में बैलेंस बनाकर चल रहा है। साथियों, भारत की इस ग्रोथ का एक और पहलू भी है। ये पहलू हमारी विरासत है, हमारी हेरिटेज है। भारत जितना महत्व अपनी इकोनॉमी और इकोलॉजी को देता है, उतना ही फोकस अपनी हेरिटेज पर भी करता है। साथियों, भारत कैसे काम करता है, इसका एक उदाहरण श्री गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब जी के पवित्र स्वरूप है। जब अफगानिस्तान में संकट आया तो हम गुरु ग्रंथ साहब के पवित्र स्वरूपों को पूरे मान के साथ भारत लेकर आए। साथियों, हमारे महान सिख गुरुओं ने पूरी मानवता को सेवा, साहस, समानता और करुणा का संदेश दिया है। दुनिया के हर हिस्से में गुरुद्वारे सेवा के सेंटर है। कोई भूखा आए, उसे भोजन मिलता है। कोई संकट में है, उसे सहारा मिलता है। इसी माहौल में सिख कम्युनिटी के कुछ भाइयों और बहनों ने हमें बताया था कि श्री हरमंदिर साहब में सेवा के लिए FCRA से जुड़ी कुछ परेशानियां आ रही है। हमने उस समस्या का तुरंत समाधान किया। साथियों, आप सभी श्री हेमकुंड साहब जी के बारे में भी जानते हैं। हिमालय की ऊंचाइयों पर है। साल का लंबा समय बर्फ की चोटियों से घिरा रहता है। वहां अगर कोई दर्शन करने के लिए जाना चाहे तो बड़ा कठिन मार्ग है, बहुत कम लोग जा पाते हैं। खास करके हमारे सिख भाई बहन वहां यात्रा के लिए जाते हैं। वहां दर्शन के लिए जाने में खास करके हमारे बुजुर्गों को, हमारे सिख भाई बहनों को सहूलियत हो, इसलिए सरकार हेमकुंड साहब तक रोपवे भी बनवा रही है। साथियों, हमारी ही सरकार ने साहिबजादों के शौर्य और बलिदान की अमर स्मृति में 26 दिसंबर को, प्रतिवर्ष 26 दिसंबर को भारत में वीर बाल दिवस मनाना प्रारंभ किया है। आज यह दिवस पूरे देश के लिए प्रेरणा का पर्व बन चुका है। आज केरलम से लेकर असम तक बच्चा बच्चा भी चारों साहिबजादों और माता गुजरी के बलिदान के बारे में जानने लगा है। वीर बाल दिवस ने भारत के अनगिनत बच्चों के मन में, युवाओं के हृदय में अटूट साहस का संचार किया है। साथियों, मैं आपसे पवित्र जोड़े साहब की भी बात आज करना चाहता हूं। मेरी सरकार में मेरे एक साथी हैं श्रीमान हरदीप पुरी जी। पुरी परिवार के पूर्वज श्री गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी के सेवादार थे। हरदीप पुरी जी ने मुझे यह बताया था कि उनके परिवार ने श्री गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी और माता साहिब कौर जी के जोड़े साहब 300 साल से संजो के रखे हैं। बंटवारे के समय पुरी साहब के परिवार ने, उनके पूर्वजों ने उन्हें सुरक्षित दिल्ली ले आए। पवित्र जोड़े साहब को उनका परिवार सिख संगत को सौंपना चाहता था, जिससे कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग इनके दर्शन कर सके। फिर हमने एक समिति बनाई जो सिख परंपराओं को जानते हैं, जानकारों की हमने एडवाइस ली और हमने निर्णय लिया कि इन पवित्र जोड़े साहब को वहां ले जाया जाए जहां श्री गुरु गोविंद सिंह जी के चरण पहली बार पावन भूमि पर आए, जहां उनका जन्म हुआ, यानी हमारे श्री पटना साहिब। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि अब ये पवित्र जोड़े साहब पटना साहब की पावन भूमि पर है और ये मेरा सौभाग्य है कि उस पवित्र अवसर का मुझे साक्षी बनने का, वहां मौजूद रहने का सौभाग्य मिला था। मैं आपसे भी आग्रह करूंगा कि जब भी भारत जाएं, पटना साहिब में उनके दर्शन जरूर करें। साथियों, आज मैं यहां से बहुत सारा विश्वास, बहुत सारा प्यार और बहुत सारी स्मृतियां लेकर जा रहा हूं और मैं आपसे ये भी कहूंगा, इस बार भारतीय पीएम को न्यूजीलैंड आने में 40 साल लगे हैं, लेकिन अब इतना लंबा इंतजार आपको नहीं करना पड़ेगा। अब 40 साल नहीं लगेंगे, ये मोदी की गारंटी है। और मोदी की गारंटी मतलब गारंटी पूरा होने की गारंटी। साथियों, मैं आज आपसे एक आग्रह भी करना चाहता हूं। करूं? हाँ कहने में क्या जाता है। हमने कुछ समय पहले हमारी इंडियन डायस्पोरा के बच्चों के लिए एक नया प्रयोग किया है। हमारे बच्चे भारत को समझें और भारत की विविधता की बात दुनिया तक पहुंचे, इसके लिए हमने भारत को जानो क्विज इसकी शुरुआत की है। अभी इसका कर्टन रेजर ही हुआ है और हमारे साथियों ने इसमें ही जिस एनर्जी से पार्टिसिपेट किया है, मैं वही देखकर बहुत प्रभावित हूं। अब हम इस इवेंट के 6th एडिशन को और हाईटेक बना रहे हैं। बहुत सारे इवेंट्स इस बार ऐप के माध्यम से होने वाले हैं। मेरा आग्रह है यहां जितने भी युवा साथी हैं वो इस कार्यक्रम का हिस्सा बने, भारत को जाने और भारत की विरासत को न्यूजीलैंड के लोगों के साथ जोड़ें। साथियों, मैं एक शानदार फ्यूचर सामने देख रहा हूं। जिसमें विकसित भारत की रोशनी भी है और न्यूजीलैंड की प्रॉस्पेरिटी भी है। इसी विश्वास के साथ आप सभी का फिर से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। प्राइम मिनिस्टर लक्षण और उनकी टीम का आभार, न्यूजीलैंड की जनता का धन्यवाद। एक बार मेरे साथ पूरी ताकत से बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे 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 वंदे। थैंक यू। कियोरा।
To join Shri Narendra Modi ji on stage for a final goodbye. Please give it up for Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Christopher Luxon, everybody.
All right, viewers, so this was Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address towards the Indian diaspora, and many statements made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi where he highlighted the people-to-people connect between India and New Zealand, and this is the mega reception that Prime Minister Narendra Modi received, and he said that India is now reaching new heights despite the global challenges, and India focuses equally on its economic growth and civilizational heritage. So that's the highlight, and he also urged the Indian diaspora to participate in a quiz known as the Know India Quiz, and PM urged the youth to share the Indian cultural heritage knowledge with their friends, colleagues in New Zealand. So this was the Prime Minister's address in New Zealand, in Auckland, and these are live visuals, and people were welcoming Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is the Indian diaspora in Auckland, in New Zealand, the visuals of which are on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. And PM highlighted that India, as the world's third largest startup ecosystem, and India is now providing the world with the new development model. So this is the PM's address, and PM highlighted the fact that India is one of the fastest growing major economies, and India is the world's largest vaccine producer too. And look at the visuals, these wonderful visuals. Let's go again back to the audio, to the Nats. All right, so that's right now. So these are the visuals of the Indian diaspora, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi highlighted the fact that India is the world's third largest automobile market, highlighted the people-to-people connect between India and New Zealand, and it has been a fruitful visit because New Zealand has also pledged $20 billion in investment, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi urged the business leaders in New Zealand to invest in India as there are lots of opportunities in India. And these are the visuals coming in from Auckland, from New Zealand, on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. This was the community event with the Indian diaspora, where first the New Zealand PM addressed and highlighted the very important fact that the Indian Prime Minister has visited after 40 years, but he said that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, you were worth the wait. So that was New Zealand PM's address, and then Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who addressed the Indian diaspora. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top stories that we are focusing. Let's go across to a story that is coming from POK. Now, Pakistani forces have unleashed heavy gunfire and shelling on civilians in Arja Cross in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And they have targeted areas linked to the Public Action Committee. And this has caused widespread destruction of homes. So they have targeted particularly the homes of protesters, and continuous firing and artillery strikes were being reported with significant loss of life and announcements of martyrs, triggering an atmosphere of fear and panic across the region. Now, in a dramatic show of defiance, large crowds of women, children and youth have taken to the streets of Arja, even as security forces continue relentless shelling. We have the audio and this. Let's listen in. All right, these are the visuals coming in of the Pak massacre in POK. This is Pakistani forces shelling, firing at the homes of the protesters and trying to demolish their homes. So this is part of the crackdown plan of the Pakistani forces, of the Pakistani terror regime. These are the visuals and audio. Heavy bombardment was reported, heavy firing, heavy shelling indeed was reported in POK, and these are the visuals coming in from Rawalakot of the protesters who have gathered under a unified call. And this is one of the largest protests. These are one of the largest protests ever witnessed in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, with the appeal for mass mobilization against the Pakistani government. And these are the protesters, the brave protesters in POK, gathered against the Pakistani government, against the Pakistani army, against the Pakistani security forces, who have gathered in large numbers, including women and children, in POK. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story that we are focusing. This is about US President Donald Trump, who has issued a strong warning to Iran, saying that 1,000 missiles are locked and loaded and ready to strike if Tehran attempts to assassinate him. Now, in a post on his Truth Social platform, President Trump stated that 1,000 missiles are locked and loaded and aimed at the Islamic Republic of Iran, that is the Iranian regime. Now, with thousands of more to immediately follow, should the Iranian government act on its threat to assassinate now the sitting president of the United States of America, that is POTUS, now in this case. Now, this comes amid ongoing tensions and reports of alleged Iranian threat against the US president. The White House has not issued any official comment in this regard on the statement so far. However, this was highlighted by Donald Trump while he was addressing the reporters on his aircraft, that they should shut the blinds of the aircraft because there is a threat. And he said that if I go, you will also go, and because there is serious threat, and I am on the #1 hit list of the Iranian regime, of the IRGC. So there is a threat to Donald Trump from the Iranian regime, and Donald Trump highlighted that. We have another big breaking news development. Let's go across to that. This is US officials have issued Iran a Saturday deadline to publicly renounce attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. and commit to keeping the waterway open to all commercial shipping. Now, the Trump administration is demanding that Tehran acknowledge the strait remains fully open. So there's a demand that the strait should remain fully open, and that Tehran should acknowledge the strait remains fully open, pledge to halt attacks on vessels, and effectively admit that the strikes were a mistake. Now, the message was conveyed directly and through regional mediators ahead of the talks in Oman, a very, very important talks that are going to happen in Oman, with Washington expecting a public statement afterward. Officials warned of harsh consequences if Iran does not comply, following two earlier rounds of US retaliatory strikes, even as President Trump signaled openness to diplomacy on Thursday. So this is another statement by United States of America in this regard, where US officials have issued Iran a deadline to publicly renounce attacks in the Strait of Hormuz. That means they want Iran to apologize and admit that they committed a mistake. And these are among many visuals where you can see Donald Trump's effigy being burned, and there were Kill Trump posters in Iran while the funeral procession is happening in Iran. Now, these are the viral visuals on your screen where Donald Trump's effigy is being burned. It's a Lego image of Donald Trump on a crane, and it is being burned by the protesters, by the followers of the Iranian regime, the supporters of the Iranian regime, ladies and gentlemen. All right, viewers, let's move on to the top stories. This is coming from Dhaka. Now, a controversial map showing Jammu and Kashmir as part of Pakistan has triggered a diplomatic objection in Dhaka. Now, at a foreign affairs seminar in Bangladesh's capital, an incorrect map of India was displayed during a presentation by former Bangladeshi ambassador Tariq A. Karim, now India's second secretary at the High Commission. Pooja Kumari Jha immediately objected to the flawed map. Now, the incident has sparked concerns over pro-Pakistan elements trying to push anti-India narratives in Bangladesh. So this happened in a seminar, and during the seminar, there was a map that was displayed, an Indian map which was displayed, where it was a wrong map. It was a wrong map that was displayed. It was a wrong depiction of Indian flag and Indian map, and the J&K was depicted a part of Pakistan. An Indian diplomat objected immediately, and India lodged a protest on the spot and asserted that J&K is an integral part of India, and organizers later acknowledged the error. Let's listen into what exactly Pooja Jha said.
The map of India depicted here is incorrect. Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of India, and I think the map presented here is not correct.
This map is for representational purposes. It does not project actual boundaries.
I understand, sir, but the Jammu and Kashmir part is an integral part of India, and it is misrepresented here. So I just wanted to point out.
And you are from India?
I am Pooja Jha, Second Secretary, Indian High Commission. The map of India depicted here is incorrect. Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of India, and I think the map presented here is not correct.
This map is for representational purposes. It does not project actual boundaries.
I understand, sir, but the Jammu and Kashmir part is an integral part of India, and it is misrepresented here. So I just wanted to point out.
And you are from India?
I am Pooja Jha, Second Secretary, Indian High Commission.
All right, Chandrakala joins us live with all the details in this story. Chandrakala, it is clear that there was an objection on behalf of India that there's a wrong map that has been displayed in the seminar. However, all those from Bangladesh, they were trying to defend themselves. What exactly happened, if you can put this into perspective and share the details?
Well, in fact, rightfully objected by India now here in Dhaka, wherein an international conference was underway, and the presentation was showcased by the former Bangladesh High Commissioner to India, that's Mr. Karim. And now we have seen that this young lady, who's a second secretary in the Indian High Commission in Dhaka, has rightfully objected to the wrong depiction of Indian map showing Jammu and Kashmir as part of Pakistan. She has rightfully pointed out, again reiterated India's territorial integrity, and that Jammu and Kashmir is an indispensable and inalienable part of India. And in fact, we have seen that India has time and again reiterated its stand when it comes to Kashmir issue, has given back to Pakistan, or be it Pakistan or Turkey or any other country who has tried to rake up the Kashmir issue. And this is another such attempt by Bangladesh, as you have already mentioned, rightly mentioned, that a pro-Pakistan lobby is underway to instigate India at a time when India and Bangladesh are now trying to mend their ties. Of course, we know that the India-Bangladesh ties deteriorated after the ouster of former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, and we have seen, taking advantage of that geopolitical situation, Pakistan has now, is inching closer to Bangladesh, and this axis, of course, the Pakistan, Bangladesh and China axis is something very concerning for India. And of course, Kashmir issue has been now raked up by the former Bangladesh High Commissioner. Well, she has rightfully mentioned, she has objected right at that moment wherein the Bangladesh High Commissioner at a seminar has projected or issued a map representing Indian map during the presentation depicting Jammu and Kashmir as part of Pakistan, and she has pointed out, we have seen her comment, and also the Bangladesh High Commissioner replied back, acknowledging her objection. Over to you.
Okay, Chandrakala, thanks a lot for all the details in this story. Keep tracking of all the developments. We'll come back to you as more details emerge. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up for you. Coming up after the break, PM Modi and New Zealand PM held delegation-level bilateral talks. PM addressed the Indian diaspora also exchange of several MOUs in key sectors happened, and $20 billion of investment is also part of the agenda.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Rosa podcast wants to know, but I'm seeing a very soft version of Arnab. What did you expect? A mad guy shouting at the screen. I can't shut up. As debater or I'm a crazy debater. Facts everyone has. But I have brought back opinion into journalism because they didn't have the guts. I had the guts, I had the freedom, I had the intellect. I gave it my best shot. I still do it. There's no sense of how much money you want to make. No. It was always how much can you do. I used to be really proud seeing my father in uniform. I realized my father was doing something greater than his own job. If you were to again go back and look at from where you started as a journalist, so much. A junior Rahul would have spoken to a junior Arnab. Which Rahul?
New Zealand Prime Minister in his address during Indian Diaspora community event highlights that an Indian Prime Minister visited the country after 40 years, but Prime Minister Modi was worth the wait. Prime Minister Modi addresses Indian Diaspora in Auckland and highlights the strong people-to-people connect between India and New Zealand. Prime Minister Modi and New Zealand Prime Minister hold delegation-level bilateral talks, exchange several MOUs in key sectors, FTA, $20 billion investment, top of agenda. Indian Navy inducts INS Mahendragiri, the 6th Project 17A indigenous stealth frigate, into its Eastern Fleet at Visakhapatnam. National Conference extends invitation to 52 opposition leaders, including separatist leader Umar Farooq. Will India Alliance share the stage and toe the separatist line? A 9-member committee formed to examine the draft UCC bill in West Bengal. The state now plans to table the legislation during the upcoming August Assembly session. Crumbling civic infra continues to claim lives across India. A 28-year-old man dies in Noida after falling into uncovered waterlogged drain, while 8-year-old boy Ayan dies after being electrocuted in Gazyabad.
हम ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि अबेटमेंट टू सुसाइड का केस लगना चाहिए क्लास टीचर के बाद, क्योंकि बच्चा इतना परेशान है, विजिबली डिस्ट्रेस है, बार बार जा रहा है, उसके बाद भी टीचर ने उसे ईज नहीं करा और उसे निकल नहीं दिया क्लास के बाद.
Republic continues to fight for justice for Amayra after her parents now reveal that teachers had repeatedly ignored her pleas even when she was visibly distressed. Donald Trump issues latest threat to Iran. It says the US has thousands of missiles logged loaded aiming at Iran, with thousands more to follow. All right, we're is our top focus at this hour. Coming to light from West Bengal, a 9-member committee has now been formed to examine the draft Uniform Civil Code Bill. West Bengal Chief Minister Adhikari has now said that UCC will be implemented in the state soon. The committee, in fact, will be chaired by retired Supreme Court Justice Ranjana Prakash Desai to draft and implement the Uniform Civil Code, which was a big part of BJP's Sankalp Patra for the state. Now, the state, in fact, plans to table the legislation during the upcoming August Assembly session while exempting the indigenous communities from its implementation. So the first step to implement a UCC across the state of West Bengal has now been taken with the formation of this 9-member committee.
ये हमारी सुप्रीम कोर्ट का रिटायर्ड जस्टिस रंजना देसाई का कमेटी हो गया है। कमेटी काम शुरू करेगा, आज तुरंत आ जाएगा। दूसरा प्रदेश में यूसीसी लागू हो गया है। ये एक ही देश है, एक ही कानून रहेगा, दो कानून नहीं रहेगा। मान के चलिए, क्लियर, क्रिस्टल क्लियर है।
All right. In fact, my colleague Anupam now joins me with more details on this. Anupam, take us through the latest that we're fetching on the big step taken to implement a UCC in the state of West Bengal.
देखिए, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड पश्चिम बंगाल में मंडे से इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो रहा है। मंडे से काम होगा। यूनिवर्सल जो कमिटी गठन किया गया है उसका मंडे से काम होगा। जो 9 मेंबर को रखा गया है इस कमिटी में, पहला जो मेंबर है जस्टिस रंजना प्रकाश देसाई, चेयरपर्सन बनाया गया इसको। तथागत रॉय, फॉर्मर गवर्नर मेघालय, इसको भी इस कमेटी में रखा गया है। जसवंत नारियल, IS रेसिडेंट कमिश्नर मेंबर, इनको भी इस कमेटी में रखा गया हुआ है। इस कमेटी में है रत्ना भट्टाचार्य, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर और हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट बंगोवासी कॉलेज। 9 मेंबर्स को इसमें रखा गया है। ये 9 मेंबर्स मंडे को मीटिंग करेंगे, फिर मंडे से उन लोग काम करना शुरू करेंगे। पश्चिम बंगाल में यूसीसी चालू होगा, इसका कॉन्फर्मेशन पश्चिम बंगाल का चीफ मिनिस्टर ने दिया था, मगर इसको इम्प्लीमेंटेशन का करने से पहले एक तो कमेटी गठन करना पड़ेगा। इस कमेटी का जो रिपोर्ट होगा उसी के आधार पे पश्चिम बंगाल में इसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन मिलेगा। तो ये कमेटी काम करेगा मंडे से, ऐसी जानकारी मिल रहा है। 9 मेंबर्स को इस कमेटी में रखा गया है, जिसमें जस्टिस भी है, प्रोफेसर भी है और लॉयर भी इसको में रखा गया है।
All right, thanks Anupam for joining us and getting us the latest on this. In fact, we have a statement coming in from Chief Minister Adhikari as well, who clearly states there cannot be 2 laws in the country. Let's take a listen.
ये हमारी सुप्रीम कोर्ट का रिटायर्ड जस्टिस रंजना देसाई का कमेटी हो गया है। कमेटी काम शुरू करेगा, आज तुरंत आ जाएगा। दूसरा प्रदेश में यूसीसी लागू हो गया है। ये एक ही देश है, एक ही कानून रहेगा, दो कानून नहीं रहेगा। मान के चलिए, क्लियर, क्रिस्टल क्लियर है।
Now shifting focus, OpenAI versus Apple now seems to be escalating. OpenAI has now responded to Apple's lawsuit saying that we have no interest in other companies' trade secrets. We remain focused on building innovative technology that empowers people. So the two tech giants are currently in tussle over the trade secrets, and now we have a statement coming in from OpenAI clearly stating that they have no interest in other companies' trade secrets. They firmly say that they remain focused on building innovative technology that empowers everywhere, that empowers people everywhere. So that's the statement coming in from OpenAI as the escalation continues to take place between the two tech giants, Apple versus OpenAI. All right, in fact, my colleague Nitin also joins us from Digital Newsroom. Nitin, take us through the latest escalation that's now being witnessed between OpenAI and Apple. We understand a statement has also come in from OpenAI where they clearly states that they have no interest in other companies' trade secrets.
So, OpenAI has responded to Apple's latest federal lawsuit. And the fact of the matter stands that the OpenAI spokesperson, Mr. Drew Pusteri, has noted the company has no interest in other companies' trade secrets especially when it comes to Apple, is what the OpenAI's rebuttal stands as of now, as of today, after Apple filed a federal lawsuit not only against OpenAI, but a couple of employees, 2 employees who are now working at OpenAI, earlier were employees for Apple for a very considerable period of time, approximately 7 to 8 years. And what he's again noted as part of a clarification on the ongoing legal trouble when it comes to Apple and OpenAI is the fact that OpenAI is focused on building innovative technology that empowers people everywhere, is what he's mentioned.
Right. All right, Nitin, thanks so much for joining us and getting us the latest on this. And now we are shifting focus to what is happening in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. In fact, tensions now are escalating on ground as Pakistani forces have unleashed heavy gunfire and shelling on civilians in Arja Cross in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, targeting several areas linked to Public Action Committee and causing widespread destruction of homes as well. Now, continuous firing and artillery strikes are being reported across Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, with over 60 lives being lost in the last 1 month. Now, in a dramatic show of defense, large crowds of women, children and youth have now taken to streets of Arja, even as security forces continue their relentless shelling, turning the entire area into a zone of chaos and escalating tensions. In fact, we'll try and show you visuals as well, the exclusive visuals that we've gathered from a POK exposing Assamese army who continues to use a brute force against these unarmed civilians and protesters. Now, we're looking at huge deployment. In fact, let's take a look at the visuals. All right, here's now shifting focus to other breaking news that we're covering at this hour. Now, the Union Ministry of Home Affairs has said that there should be strict adherence to correct script and text and diction, as well as the pronunciation while playing or singing the national song and the national anthem. So new guidelines, in fact, have been issued by MHA regarding the national song and national anthem. In a fresh order to all central government and governor offices, the ministry now reiterates the rules related to playing and singing of the national song and the national anthem. The MHA, in fact, clearly states in its orders that contain an exhaustive list of occasions on which the national song and the national anthem of India shall be played or sung, and the occasions on which they may be sung or played. So new guidelines have now been released by MHA regarding the playing and the singing of the national anthem as well as a national song, the occasions that they can be played at, and also the locations as well. These are new guidelines that have now been issued by MHA regarding the national song as well as national anthem. All right, viewers, that's a wrap on this edition of Live and Breaking with me, Ishita Mitra. But don't go anywhere. Coming up after a very short commercial break, getting you all the details of Prime Minister Modi's Diaspora outreach in Auckland, where he highlights the stronger people-to-people connect between India and New Zealand. Getting you all the updates on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
It's a truly historic event, as you and I have talked about last night.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Coming up after a short break, a 9-member committee formed to examine the draft UCC bill in West Bengal. The state now plans to table the bill during the upcoming August Assembly session. Getting you all the details on that on the other side. Stay tuned.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Rosa podcast wants to know, but I'm seeing a very soft version of Arnab. What did you expect? A mad guy shouting at the screen. I can't shut up. As debater or I'm a crazy debater. Facts everyone has. But I have brought back opinion into journalism because they didn't have the guts. I had the guts, I had the freedom, I had the intellect. I gave it my best shot. I still do it. There's no sense of how much money you want to make. No. It was always how much can you do. I used to be really proud seeing my father in uniform. I realized my father was doing something greater than his own job. If you were to again go back and look at from where you started as a journalist, so much. A junior Rahul would have spoken to a junior Arnab. Which Rahul?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
It's a truly historic event, as you and I have talked about last night, marking the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to New Zealand in 40 years. It is a great pleasure to honour to host you here today. It's a truly historic event, as you and I have talked about last night, marking the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to New Zealand in 40 years. This visit is also a significant milestone in the New Zealand-India relationship. When I visited last year, you welcomed me and my delegation with great warmth and tremendous generosity, and I'm therefore delighted to welcome you here. Thank you for the relationship and thank you for what you've put into it personally. I think we've made tremendous progress in a very...
All right, welcome viewers. We're getting some breaking news at this hour. In a tragic accident, a boat carrying several Indians on board has now capsized near Phu Quoc Island in Vietnam. The incident, in fact, happened a few hours ago. And the exact details of the incident are still being ascertained, viewers. As we speak, search and rescue operations are currently being handled by local officials. And in fact, a control room has also been set up at the Consulate General of India in Ho Chi Minh City to assist with those, in fact, who are feared sinking at the moment. Now, we understand this boat was carrying over 32 Indians and 4 have been rescued as part of the rescue operations. The incident occurred near Phu Quoc Island in Vietnam. This took place a few hours ago when the boat capsized. At the present, viewers, we understand a control room has now been set up in Hanoi, and the help, in fact, is reaching the stranded Indians at the moment. Out of 32 Indians, about 4 have been rescued at the moment, and those are the visuals we're getting of the live rescue operations. In fact, on your screen, viewers, this comes in as a boat carrying over 32 Indians capsized near Vietnam's Phu Quoc Island a few hours back. And as we speak, viewers, we're getting you all the live updates about the rescue operations. At the moment, a control room has now been set up to assist stranded Indians, and at the moment, about 4 have been rescued while the rescue operations are still on at the site. Local officials, in fact, are currently involved in the rescue operations. Meanwhile, the Indian Consulate General has also set up a help room to assist the stranded Indians, and these are the exclusive visuals we're getting, in fact, of the entire rescue op, which is still underway at this site. Now, for those of you just joining us, A boat, in fact, carrying over 32 Indians capsized a while back near Phu Quoc Island in Vietnam. And right now, we understand 4 Indians have been rescued while the rescue operation is still continuing. And there were about 32 Indians on that boat. A control room has also been set up to assist the stranded Indians, and those are the visuals we're getting of this boat tragedy that took place near Phu Quoc Island in Vietnam. This happened a few hours back, viewers, and we're getting live updates of the rescue operations as we speak. In fact, my colleague Chandrakala also joins with more details. Chandrakala, what do we know the latest about the rescue operation? How many Indians have been rescued so far?
Well, details are still awaited. Of course, it's a shocking incident that has unfolded in Vietnam because we know that, a lot of Indian sailors are working in the Vietnam water. And the fact that this tragic incident is coming right at this moment, we have our visuals on screen. A boat carrying several Indian tourists has capsized near Phu Quoc Island in Vietnam just a few hours ago. In fact, what we are learning is that currently a control room has been set up to assist the family members, the families affected, and of course exact details of the incident are still awaited as far as this incident is concerned. And of course, as you have asked, how many Indians? Well, the numbers are not very clear, but yes, we are trying to learn. We are learning that 4 of them has been rescued. Well, we'll have to wait and watch as this incident proceeds. Of course, to provide information and assistance to affected families, control room at the Consulate General of India in Ho Chi Minh City has been set up. And few contact details has been mentioned here for the family members to get help and assistance at this time at this hour. Of course, a control room has been established in Hanoi, and of course a phone number, a preferred phone number has been provided here. 3 contact numbers has been provided, as you can see. If you can mention those phone numbers on our screen, because that would help the family members who's being affected. But yes, more details are awaited because it's a very tragic incident.
I'll come back to you, but right now let's tell our viewers who are just joining us what exactly is unfolding right now. It's a Phu Quoc Island near Vietnam. This is where a boat capsized a few hours back. It was carrying about 32 Indian, and now we understand, as per the rescue operations, about 4 have been rescued, and while the search for the 28 others is still on currently, it's the local officials who are involved in the rescue operation at the moment. And Chandrakala, what do we know about the condition of those have been rescued?
Well, before I come across to you, Chandrakala, I just wanted to give a few updates because it appears to be this was first of all, Phu Quoc is a very, very popular tourist destination, and just to give you an idea about this particular place, Phu Quoc is frequented mostly by Indians. So we had from the videos that are emerging, seen that many people, many Indians or in people of Indian origin are lying on the ground, many of them in an unconscious state, many of them being given CPR. You can show those videos, very disturbing videos coming in from the Phu Quoc Island. These are initial videos. We can keep changing the videos. These were videos of the rescue operations, but there was a disturbing video that came in a few minutes back of many of them lying on the floor, at least 10 to 15 of them lying. We don't know whether they are alive or they have died, but what we can tell you is that the Indian mission, let's change the visuals, please. Secondly, the Indian embassy has established a control room in Hanoi to try and help everyone whose family members are either there in Phu Quoc or are missing. And the Indian embassy in Hanoi has confirmed that this boat was carrying at least 32 Indians. This is a video from the spot. At least 32 Indians were on board this boat that capsized. This is in Phu Quoc Island. Once again, Phu Quoc is a very popular tourist destination where many Indians go there. Many Indians who travel to Vietnam go to Phu Quoc. Exact details of why the boat capsized is unavailable. What I can tell you is that the search and rescue operations are on. This happened a few minutes ago, and we're also hearing that there is a control room at the Consulate General of India at the Ho Chi Minh City. At the Ho Chi Minh City, there is a control room that has been set up. And the control room, there are some helpline numbers. We'll put the helpline numbers as well. On the channel right now, we can put out the helpline numbers. So, our desk teams can just put out the helpline numbers. It's +84 in case you're seeing it. +84 36281 36281 7930 or +84 91 552 3714 +84 33 452 0414. A control room has been established in Hanoi and can be reached at +84 91 308 9165. So these are the helpline numbers. We will also put out the numbers on your screen right now. We will have the numbers at the bottom of the screen, giving you the numbers which you can reach out to right now if you have a loved one or someone you know stuck or missing in Phu Quoc Island in Vietnam. You can reach out to these numbers. There's a helpline. There's also a helpline set up in Hanoi. Now, these are details coming in. Now, what went wrong? We don't know. We are waiting for more details to come in. But I can confirm to you that as of this minute, at least 4 Indians were taken to a hospital. They were rescued. And there are pictures coming in of the boat that capsized. It appears to be a case of high tide. We don't know, at least the pictures indicating that the weather may have adversely changed, leading to this tragedy in the first place. But ladies and gentlemen, we can confirm to you that this is the moment of the capsize. We are hearing that this was the moment of the capsize. And this seems to be a tourist boat that was carrying people from one island to the other. And as of this minute, we're getting in more details right now. Phu Quoc Island, and many of them appear to be, at least from initial details, there is somebody, there are people who are asking for help, and they are speaking in Telugu. I can tell you that looking at the video, some people are speaking in Telugu, and some of the videos also tagging Nara Lokesh, the Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, to try and help. They are speaking in Telugu. This is the Oisen Per Island. Oisen Per Island in Vietnam. And there is a message. In fact, one person has said that there were 30 members from Andhra and Telangana. There is an Indian number mentioned as well. Indian number mentioned, so we'll just reach out to that number. 30 members from Andhra and Telangana are there. And there, it appears like a large group, primarily from Andhra and Telangana, and it appears like they were the worst affected. In the video that they've put out, they've appealed to Nara Lokesh, the Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, asking for help in Phu Quoc Island. This is in Vietnam. In fact, the person who's tweeted will try and reach out to him. He says from Andhra and Telangana, at least 30 members are there. So we will try and see if we can get more reportings. We will try and get somebody on the ground in Vietnam in just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. But Indians on board the boat that capsized in Vietnam, we should be able to get more details. We'll get Ishita back in the newsroom right now so that we can take the story forward. But we can tell you that this boat capsized due to adverse weather. Chandrakala has more details, I think. Let me go across to her. Chandrakala is joining us with some more details. Chandrakala.
Yes, absolutely. As you have already mentioned that mostly people from Andhra and were here during this incident has taken place. In fact, and the point that it's a tourist hub, it's a tourist hotspot, and every year we could see like a lot of Indians traveling Vietnam to such islands. And of course, now that this boat has capsized, it is a concern for India, for Vietnam, because we know as far as our defense cooperation is concerned and cooperation in terms of Navy is concerned, it's a big deal, because 32 Indians were in this particular boat when it capsized, and of course 4 has been rescued. More information are awaited as far as this incident is concerned. Now that the helpline numbers have been provided by the concerned authorities in Ho Chi Minh City, of course now what we are learning is that the family members should be reaching out immediately, given the fact that such incident has happened. More information is awaited and more reaction is awaited as far as this incident is happening, because this is not such first incident happening wherein Indian boat has capsized. Such incident has occurred previously also. So yes, it's a matter of concern, and we'll have to wait and watch what was the reason behind this particular incident, given the fact that my colleague Niranjan has mentioned that weather could be one reason. But yes, more details are awaited, and more information will update more on this, because as this incident, we can see the visuals, very heart-wrenching visuals coming on screen, wherein people are seeking for help. Lots of tourists visit this place every year, and such incident is very, very extremely painful to watch. Our Indians, losing life for no matter they were there to enjoy their holiday, and this Phu Quoc Island in Vietnam is very famous, in fact. So yes, we'll wait and watch. We'll have to wait for more information. For more details are awaited as far as the Indian mission in Vietnam is concerned. Over to you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the latest input that we have, and very, very disturbing visuals right now. What you see right now is those who are either rescued or brought to the shore following the capsize of the boat, and all of them are Indians. And if you take the audio in this particular video, if you lift up the audio a little bit, just for the understanding of our viewers, they appear to be speaking in Telugu. They appear to be speaking, we will translate the video because they're speaking in Telugu. They're trying to send out a message, and they also are appealing to the government here in India, to Nara Lokesh, and they appear to be a large group from Andhra and Telangana primarily. And as we speak, we are trying to get more details. The Indian embassy in Vietnam, in Hanoi, has shared some details, and they have confirmed that yes, this was a boat carrying several Indian tourists, and this capsized near the Phu Quoc Island in Vietnam, and details of the incident still being ascertained, and we are still trying to get more details. I'm handing it to you, Ishita. As I hand it to you, we'll gather more details and come back.
Right. All right, that was my colleague Niranjan getting us all the details on what exactly the rescue operations are currently underway, as this boat carrying about 32 Indians capsized near Phu Quoc Island. This, in fact, is a very popular island. A lot of Indian tourists visit this island. And now we're looking at a very tragic incident that has unfolded on this very island. A boat carrying over 32 Indians capsized near it, and those are the visuals we're getting, viewers, of the rescue operations, which is still underway at the moment as we speak. Now, in terms of numbers, we understand about 4 individuals have been rescued, 4 Indians, and those are the visuals we're getting of medical assistance being given to them, in fact, at the moment. Now, what exactly triggered the capsizing of this boat is still not known, and about the 28 others missing Indians, the information, in fact, has still not come out, as the rescue operations, as we speak, are still underway. It's a very, very tragic incident, viewers, that has taken place off the coast of Vietnam. It's a Phu Quoc Island, and this is where, in fact, the rescue ops are still underway. My colleague Chandrakala, who's been very closely tracking this now, joins me. Chandrakala, what do we know about the 28 others are missing, and in fact, the conditions of Indians? 4 Indians have now been rescued.
Yes, well, what we are learning is that, of course, there is no official confirmation yet to the number of Indians who are still stranded and who have been rescued. But yes, what we are learning that around 32 people must be on board that particular that boat which has been capsized, of course, it's a very, very tragic incident, because these Indians were there to enjoy their holiday. Of course, it's a famous island in Vietnam, wherein a lot of Indian tourists visit every year, and this is coming at a very, very, it's a very tragic incident taking place. An Indian boat has capsized, and of course Indian tourists are here, and and of course the fact that not only Indian tourists, there must be some other people from other origin as well, but the fact that 32 people from India were in that boat and 4 has been rescued, the number might increase. The point that helpline numbers and control room has been set up to help the family members who would be very much, would be concerned at this moment. And, we could see that 3 to 4 helpline numbers has been provided, and the fact that we will come up with more details as this.
In fact, Chandrakala, as we continue to track the rescue operations on site, the Republic is now getting some very, very unfortunate information. We understand that about 15 Indians have now been killed, in fact, in this accident as the boat capsized in Vietnam. Most of them are tourists who have travelled from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana to this Phuket island in Vietnam, and we're getting that casualties, in fact, have now risen to about 15. 15 is the number that reports are suggesting. At the moment, we understand that about 15 people have lost their lives in this tragic incident as the boat capsized in Vietnam off of Phuket Island. Now, 15, in fact, is the number that reports are suggesting. Out of the 32 people who were on board that boat that capsized near Phuket Island in Vietnam, we understand that about 15 tourists have lost their lives. Most of them, in fact, are from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana who travelled to Phuket. And the latest number that we're fetching for our viewers, Chandrakala, is about 15. We understand that 15 people, in fact, have lost their lives. For those of you just joining us, we're covering at the moment the rescue operation, which is still underway as the boat carrying over 32 Indians capsized near Vietnam's Phuket Island. And a very unfortunate news, in fact, coming to light at the moment, as we understand about 15 people have lost their lives in this accident, and most of them were tourists from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. They had travelled to Vietnam's Phuket Island. And the casualties, in fact, the death toll number currently stands at about 15 is what we understand, while the rescue operations are still underway. The search for the missing is still underway at the moment as we speak. 4, we understand, have now been rescued, 4 Indians, while about 15 have lost their lives. So this is what we're fetching at the moment. Also, in fact, getting you all the details, live developments about the search and rescue operations, which are still underway. Now, those 4 Indians are, in fact, being given medical assistance at the moment, while about 15 have lost their lives. It's a very, very tragic news that's coming to light at the moment as the boat capsized, carrying about 32 Indians near Vietnam's Phuket Island. 15 of those who were on board have lost their lives is what we're fetching at the moment, while the search and the rescue operations are still on for those who are still missing. In fact, the Consulate General of India has now set up a control room to help the stranded Indians, to help with those who are still missing. Helpline numbers have also been released that we're flashing on our screens for our viewers as well. And the number of viewers that we're getting at this hour is that about 15 Indians have unfortunately lost their lives in this very, very tragic accident that's coming to light. In fact, we understand that it was a speedboat which was carrying about 32 Indian tourists along with 4 crew members, and it capsized near Vietnam's Phuket Island, killing about 15 people. Now, this is what we're getting from Vietnam media as well. So about confirmation, in fact, coming in, about 15 Indian tourists who have lost their lives in this incident. Now, we understand most of them were, in fact, from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. They had travelled to Vietnam, and in this very tragic news that's now coming to light, we understand that about 15 people have lost their lives. So, viewers, those are the visuals, in fact, we're getting. We understand 4 Indians have now been rescued. They are being given medical assistance, while about 15 others have lost their lives, and the search for the remaining is still currently underway. Local authorities, in fact, are involved in the search and rescue operations. Let's take a look at the visuals, in fact.
They're counting only for how many dead bodies.
What we told.
All right, in fact, my colleague Shivam also joins us with more details on this. Shivam, what are we fetching about the rescue operations? So far, we understand that 15 casualties have already taken place. But what about other Indians who are still missing? What do we know about the rescue operation?
Yes, the rescue operations are on as we speak now. There were more than 32 people, 32 on board and 32 Indians on board in the boat that capsized. Now, 15 Indians have been killed. Now, that's the confirmation that we have received, but very horrific visuals and very unfortunate story that we are reporting right now. This boat has capsized in Vietnam, which had 32 Indians on board in Phu Quoc, Vietnam. This is exactly the moment the boat capsized. The visuals on your screen, as you can see, the water in the turbulent waters, the boat capsized with more than 15 casualties, which have been reported. Very unfortunate. 15 Indians have been killed, and the helpline numbers are also, we're also flashing the helpline numbers as released by the embassy. This is the control room set up in Hanoi, and the helpline numbers, you can call on these numbers to know about the well-being of your loved ones if they were traveling on this boat. This is the exact moment of the capsize. The boat capsized on the screens, and also the 15 Indians which were killed in this boat capsize incident. Now, many who were rescued, they were given CPR in the beginning, but many died. This is the numbers are increasing as we speak, because we hope the numbers don't increase, but there were 32 Indians on board on this boat, and 15 Indians have now been confirmed killed. We're trying to get more information, but this is a developing story. But we got to know the story that now 15 people are confirmed killed. 15 Indians are confirmed killed, because maximum of those who were on board on the ship.
In fact, Shivam, hold on to that thought. We're also understanding at the moment that 1 out of the 3 boats, in fact, capsized, in which about 15 Indians have now been killed. These were the Indians who had traveled from the states of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and right now we're getting fresh visuals of the rescue operations which are still underway at the moment, viewers. So there were essentially 3 boats carrying Indian tourists, out of which 1 capsized, killing about 15 people. Search and rescue operations, viewers, are still on. There were about 32 people, 4 have been rescued, while the search for those who are still missing is underway at the moment. In fact, my colleague Chandrakala also joins us with more details on this. Chandrakala, what are we fetching the information about the rescue operations? We understand that about 15 people have lost their lives, unfortunately, while the others still remain missing.
Yes, yes, of course, what the latest development is, the latest information that is coming in, of course, that 15 people have lost their lives. Well, the number might increase, because there is no such official confirmation yet by the Indian mission. But yes, the number stands, 15 Indians have lost their life. There were a total of 32 Indians in that particular boat that capsized just a few hours back. A very, very shocking incident that has unfolded in Vietnam, in an island, in the largest island, that's Phu Quoc Island, being visited by tourists every year, and Indian tourists visit that place every year. And now that this incident is happening, where we can see some heart-wrenching visuals coming in from Vietnam. And we have seen that the Indian mission in Hanoi has efforts are underway. Rescue operation is still underway, and 4 of them were rescued. But we don't know if they are still alive or they are still dead. Now the point of the matter is we are still awaiting a reply, and of course will also a response from New Delhi is also is awaited as far as the safety of these individuals are concerned. Now the families have reached out. There are like help numbers being given out by the Indian mission in Ho Chi Minh. Of course, the Indian mission in Vietnam is concerned. They have provided few help numbers. I would request that those helping numbers should be, flashed on our screen so that those family members can reach out and they could at least trace their family members who must be in this particular boat while this boat capsized. So yes, a very, very shocking incident. And this will be taken up by both the Indian and the Vietnam authorities as far as the, Indians who have lost their lives and, of course, Indians who are now stranded there. Well, the number is we are still awaiting the exact number and the exact reason behind this incident, why this boat capsized. And, of course, this is not such... what we are learning is that more and more Indians visit this place, and these Indians who were in the boat when this incident happened, they are mostly from the south of India, mostly from Telangana. What we are learning, and more information is awaited as far as this a very, very shocking incident is concerned in Vietnam. Now India and Vietnam will be taking up this particular responsibility of letting their family members know and how many Indians have actually lost their lives and how many Indians are still stranded and how they will be repatriated at this moment will be taken up shortly. Back to you.
All right, of course, Chandrakala, it's still developing a story. We are still getting some more information, and even as of now, the numbers have not been ascertained, but we understand that the latest that we're fetching at the moment is about 15 casualties, unfortunately, have taken place in this incident. And with that, in fact, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll get you all the details about the rescue operation, which is still underway near Vietnam's Phu Quoc Island as a boat capsized, carrying over 32 Indians, killing about 15. So right now, in fact, is slipping into a very short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
वाह वाह मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा आरती और मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Rosa podcast wants to know, but I'm seeing a very soft version of Arnab. What did you expect? A mad guy shouting at the screen. I can't shut up. As debater, or I'm a crazy debater. Facts everyone has, but I have brought back opinion into journalism because they didn't have the guts. I had the guts, I had the freedom, I had the intellect. I gave it my best shot. I still do it. There's no sense of how much money you want to make. No, it was always how much can you do. I used to be really proud seeing my father in uniform. I realized my father was doing something greater than his own job. If you were to again go back and look at from where you started as a journalist, so much. A junior Rahul would have spoken to a junior Arnab. Which Rahul?
Largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
welcome viewers to the latest edition of Republic Defense, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you in this edition of the show to bring you from India's masterstroke in Malacca to how the Pahalgam mastermind will be brought to the book. And now we also bring you the latest that has come in from Visakhapatnam today, as the Defence Minister of India, Rajnath Singh, has commissioned INS Mahendragiri. All that and much more on this edition of Republic Defense. All right, so in a mega boost to India's stealth firepower, India's 6th Nilgiri stealth class frigate, INS Mahendragiri, was commissioned today, equipped with the BrahMos missiles. Over 75% indigenously built, INS Mahendragiri has been commissioned in the Bay of Bengal today, guarding the eastern coast of India. The warship will undertake full spectrum of the maritime operations and can counter air, surface and the submarine threats. So let's understand more through graphics, viewers, and then we show you what the Raksha Mantri has said today. So viewers, INS Mahendragiri is, as we told you, 6th Nilgiri class stealth frigate. Very, very important for Project 17A of India. Over 75% indigenously built. So boost for Atmanirbharta, boost for Make in India. And the radar evading stealth architecture is what it boasts of. So yes, that's why it's the stealth frigate. It's equipped with the BrahMos missiles. And in fact, everybody knows about the superpower, the impact of the BrahMos. It's armed with the torpedo tubes and rocket launchers. And very important for a stealth frigate, it features the ICMS and the advanced tracking sonar as well. So it's the unseen warrior in the seas. Its operational facility, it has the operational facilities for helicopters. That's why it can counter threats on all fronts, even surface or air. So viewers, this is INS Mahendragiri, and it was commissioned today by none other than the Raksha Mantri of the country, Rajnath Singh. Listen to what he said.
नई टेक्नोलॉजी ने युद्ध का स्वरूप अवश्य बदल दिया है, किंतु उनको कन्वेंशनल वारफेयर के मीन्स का महत्व कम नहीं किया है। युद्ध के जो मूल सिद्धांत हैं, उनकी पूर्ति के लिए जो स्ट्रांग कन्वेंशनल कैपेबिलिटी आज भी उतनी ही आवश्यक है जितनी पहले थी। फ्यूचर वार्स may be fought with artificial intelligence, but they will still be won by national resolve, trained soldiers and the capable military power.
All right, viewers, now shifting focus to the focus of the country on Indo-Pacific. America can say anything it wants, but India is redefining the Indo-Pacific ties. Over the years, viewers, we have one threat, that is China. It has visibly attempted to surround India. We're talking about the string of pearls. It has done so by taking over the port developments and establishing maritime bases in Pacific Ocean, in the South China Sea, and even the Indian Ocean. Like we saw the Hambantota port, we talk about Sri Lanka, we talk about what it's doing in Bangladesh. Now, in Prime Minister Modi's recent visit to Indonesia, India inked two crucial deals. One, to sell BrahMos and Astra missiles to Indonesia, and second, very importantly, to develop Indonesia's Sabang port. And this is the Indian recipe to checkmate China. Now let's first understand what has China been doing through what is being called the string of pearls, viewers. Let's just take a look at how we understand this string of pearls via graphics, viewers. So first of all, we're going to show you via map. You can see this is India, and this is the entire the seas, the ocean that China is trying to expand its footprint. So from Myanmar's port here to Bangladesh, Chatgam, that is Chittagong, and the Mongla port. There's the latest deal that has happened, viewers, between Bangladesh and China. Sri Lanka, Hambantota port, and a very old story there. And also Laos, these are the areas, and this entire Maldives, viewers. Maldives also where China has exercised its influence right up to Pakistan. The CPEC, that is the BRI, that is the flagship project of the Chinese, and the Gwadar port. So, and also not to forget Djibouti in Africa. China has built its military bases there. So you see this entire string. It's called the string of pearls, and that's how China has attempted to encircle India. The entire peninsula, you see that China has expanded its influence. But how is India countering that? That is the big question. The latest example is, viewers, how Prime Minister has been on this three-nation tour. India is also trying to engage with Myanmar. And obviously, we talk about the Sabang port. The Sabang port, viewers, this is India's counter necklace of diamonds. How India is trying to, in fact, redefine its ties with Japan. We saw the bonhomie between the two leaders, also Sanai Takaichi also, and the Prime Minister. You have the Tri-Services Command here at the Andamans. Not to forget the Great Nicobar project also that's in the works. In Indonesia, here is the Sabang port, and the Strait of Malacca is right here, viewers. Now the Malacca is very, very sensitive. In fact, it is known to be even more crucial for supplies, especially of Chinese goods, something more than Strait of Hormuz. We've seen how the blockage of Strait of Hormuz by Iran brought the entire supply for the world to stand still. So in times of war tomorrow, can China be also put in the back foot? Well, India is trying to do that. India is now trying to put out this master stroke via this Sabang port partnership. India is investing into it. It's going to build this, and here it will, in fact, now have, in a way, try to rule it. It will exercise its control over the Strait of Malacca. That's very, very important. And if we talk about the others, Mauritius, Seychelles, India just had, in fact, another joint military exercise with Seychelles, Oman and Iran. India has, of course, a great investment in Chabahar port. So this is how India is countering the string of pearls with a necklace of diamonds. And the latest diamond, I would say, is the Sabang port, viewers. And not just that, viewers. Talking about India's military partnership, BrahMos belt is also being formed. Historic defense pact has been locked with Indonesia. India has, in fact, Indonesia is the third Southeast Asian buyer of BrahMos after Vietnam and Philippines. And in fact, Indonesia is first customer of India's Astra Mk1 missile. It's roughly $200 million deal that has been locked by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. All right, so to understand more about this Malacca master stroke, let's get into a conversation with Mr. Rajiv Bhatia, former Indian diplomat. Ambassador Bhatia, very, very honored to have you here on Republic Defense. And sir, we see how there's great significance to the three-nation tour of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And the case in point is the Indonesia visit, from BrahMos to Astra missiles. We also have the Sabang port deal, sir. Do you feel that all this is, in a way, strategically checkmating China in the seas?
Thank you very much for inviting me to your show. And thank you by starting off a question which is of great interest in public today. The basic rationale of this very well conceived trip of Prime Minister to three countries very much was to focus on the maritime dimension of India's relations with the countries in the East. And I think we should remember that July, therefore, has become the month of Indo-Pacific, especially if we remember that in this month itself, Prime Minister also received the Prime Minister of Japan as well. So now you have a situation where we are focusing on Indonesia. Indonesia is a country of great importance because of its geostrategic position. It is in a kind of a dominant situation in the Indian Ocean. It connects India and our part of the Indian Ocean to well beyond Indonesia to Australia. So to come to the central point of your question, whether the tour was with reference to China, I would be quite honest and say that the vision behind this tour goes beyond China, but certainly China also plays a role to shape it. I think, why do I say this? Very simple reason. India is fully aware, those informed people who follow these matters are fully aware of the basic connections, historic connections, civilizational connections between India and Indonesia. For many, many times in the past years, attempts have been made to strengthen this relationship. But I think I can say from my personal perspective, having served in Jakarta several decades back, that the kind of energy and enthusiasm and excitement the relevant people are feeling and experiencing today is fairly unique. So it is the larger perspective, but at the same time, I think the China factor, particularly the changing or transforming nature of China-US rivalry, where these two countries, instead of combating each other or competing with each other, they are now trying to become good friends. And in that situation, naturally, countries such as India, Japan, Indonesia, Australia, others have to increase their cooperation to counter this new situation.
Yes, sir. But, we were focusing on China because we've seen that we talk about the string of pearls time and again. Now, India also is trying to counter that. So you feel that this is important in view of what has been happening with China also now trying to make proposing or planning a corridor in the east, a CPEC style corridor that is going through Bangladesh and Myanmar as well, sir?
Well, China is a country which understands the language of strength.
Yes.
If you are strong, China respects you. If you are weak, China handles you in a different manner. This is the 101 in terms of China. But at the same time, for us, the media and the strategic community in India, we should be a little careful when we are talking about China.
Okay.
China is a country with which government is running a very well-calibrated policy.
Okay.
The whole idea is that we maintain good, cordial relations with China.
Right.
And we create a situation in which the hostility or the adversarial nature of the relationship gets diminished or minimized. Effectively, India's policy is to manage China wisely. And
absolutely,
if we put the two things together, we are showing our strength. You rightly said, these missiles pacts, they are of great importance. Sabang project is of great importance. But most important thing is that there is a new political synergy between Delhi and Jakarta, which we must take note of.
Right. Absolutely. Rightly pointed out there. And many thanks for your reading of the situation, Ambassador Bhatia. Thank you so much for joining us on Republic Defense.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Now, for only the third time since its inception, the FATF, Financial Action Task Force, openly slammed a terror attack. And that was the cowardly Pahalgam terror attack in 2025. NIA recently filed an additional charge sheet in the Pahalgam terror attack, which named Lashkar-e-Taiba and its proxy TRF, as well as the terrorist Hafiz Saeed as the mastermind, who is the chief of both. And it's now put on judicial record by the NIA. So this supplementary charge sheet makes it clear that the attack was financed and executed by Pakistan-based organizations, strengthening its case against Pakistan. This is what India intends to use as evidence now in FATF, viewers. We'll tell you how, what could be the next step, why this naming of Hafiz Saeed is important for the NIA and for India, of course, to bring justice. Now, viewers, we talk about nailing Pakistan's role. We talk about how this can be used to build a case in the FATF. Now, India will be, of course, intending to push Pakistan back in the grey list because it was out in 2022. Somehow it escaped. Now, India will use the videos, India will use all that it has to prove that it was Pakistan's role, that it was these terrorists who are on Pakistan's soil who have in fact orchestrated this entire attack. Pahalgam terror financed by Pakistan also. And remember, Republic TV has broken the story of how the digital hawala was also used so as to sponsor terror on Indian soil. India will also be presenting video proof and actionable data to build a case. So this is because FATF watch list has a grey list and a blacklist. It was on the grey list and Pakistan somehow escaped in 2022. And now this becomes a case in point to, in fact, India to advocate for bringing it back to the grey list. India has, in fact, named Hafiz Saeed as both the chief of Lashkar-e-Taiba and the TRF also, which is a proxy. Now, let us understand, viewers. There have been in the past where FATF former chiefs have also been condemned this attack. And viewers, let's understand now what really can be done from the strategic point of view, from the military point of view as well. We have been joined by defense expert Major Samar Paltur on the broadcast. Welcome to Republic Defense. And it's a well-known fact that it was Lashkar-e-Taiba behind the Pahalgam terror attack. Now the chief has been charge-sheeted by the NIA. He has been named as the mastermind. What next do we expect from here that India can do about this?
Rakshita, you see, with the present developments that are taking place and the agitations which are at an all-time high, India is definitely going to use this as a leverage. We are going to go to the FATF. Basically, the IMF is going to be apprised with the brochure, with the evidence, and with the charge sheet that Hafiz Saeed was definitely involved in the Pahalgam attacks. And he's a wanted terrorist, a UN-designated terrorist. And, the financial assets needs to be frozen for Pakistan. There needs to be more restrictions put, there needs to be more checks and balances as to what are they doing with their money. And you see, it has become more complex because now Pakistan is officially, involved into cryptocurrency on behalf of the Americans.
Yes.
So even if they are not going to get a bailout package from the IMF, this certain cryptocurrency infrastructure and the business that they've started, on the behest of the Americans is what is going to actually get them out from the debt, and that is where they're going to make the money. So it is entirely up to the FATF fraternity, their teams, how they're going to uncover the financial frauds and how they've been diverting their funds, bypassing the IMF, to carry out these fundings. Even the Markazas after Op Sindoor have been perished. They've been destroyed. However, again, money is coming. Again, they've started the reconstruction work, the relocation work of these Markazas. So where is the money again coming from is the big question.
Sir, also the fact that the Vice President is Mr. Vivek Agarwal, who's from India, of the FATF. You feel that can also play a major role, number one. And number two, sir, what other ways can be, in fact, pushed so that Pakistan can be brought back to the FATF's grey list, sir?
I certainly feel that all the evidences and brochures of all the terror attacks should again be compiled together. And, they should be put in front of the FATF. Because until and unless that is not done, it is not going to have much of an impact. So FATF is definitely the jugular vein for the Pakistan economy. And it is what is keeping Pakistan afloat at the moment.
Also, another question, sir, as an Indian, one would want that that Hafiz Saeed should be, treated and should be brought to justice. Now, we've seen examples of Osama bin Laden. We've seen examples, many such examples, what the United States has done. But can India take any action, any such action, now that it's of course a charge sheet? The legal system will also work accordingly. But you feel in the future, any sort of other action that can be taken by India?
I certainly feel that what the Indian armed forces and the agencies can do is, carry out these digital investigations, these digital attacks and digital freezing of their funds, and we need to look into the proper, connection of the dots. And all this is happening only with the approval from the top.
Right.
So had they not had the approval from the top, these instances wouldn't have happened at all.
Yes.
So this is one of the major reasons that we are investigating that, the FATF has failed in the crackdown on the terror financing. Let us be very clear about it. It is still happening. Okay. And especially Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, their leaders have been roaming freely. We've seen it at Shoaib Akhtar's brother's funeral. We've seen it with the Shahid Afridi backing them up. We've seen it at the funeral during Op Sindoor, that they were, shoulder to shoulder with the Pak military. So you see, Pakistan's commitment is in serious doubt. That the way they welcome Mr. Banga, the way they, were trying to convince him for a bailout package. But you see, this is an ecosystem which is very, very diluted, which is corrupt and fragile. Now, why do I say corrupt? It is the Americans who promised to get Pakistan the bailout package only on one condition, that they provide the ammunition that Ukraine requires in terms of small, medium and large categories.
Absolutely.
Right from water shells to artillery shells to small arms and their ammunitions has been, being provided by the Pakistanis on the behest that they will be given an IMF bailout, and they did receive the IMF bailout.
And it's the same US which calls Iran danger to the world and conducts strikes. It's the same America who calls the terror states Asim Munir favorite field marshal. I mean, talk of double standards really, but thank you so much. You put it rightly there. Major Sarapatur on our defense. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
And as we come to the end of this edition of Republic Defense, we'll show you how the Chief of Army Staff, General Dheeraj Seth, visited the Northern Command. General Seth reviewed frontline preparedness on the LOC and visited the headquarters of the Chinar Corps, White Knight Corps and the Kashmir formations. The visit held both strategic and symbolic significance. General Seth reviewed the security situation and operational readiness, while also sending a direct message across the LOC that India is ready. Thank you so much for watching. Jai Hind.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
It's a truly historic event, as you and I have talked about last night, marking the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to New Zealand in 40 years. It is a great pleasure to honour to host you here today. It's a truly historic event, as you and I have talked about last night, marking the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to New Zealand in 40 years. This visit is also a significant milestone in the New Zealand-India relationship. When I visited last year, you welcomed me and my delegation with great warmth and tremendous generosity, and I'm therefore delighted to welcome you here. Thank you for the relationship and thank you for what you've put into it personally. I think we've made tremendous progress in a very short period of time on the trade agenda, but today's focus is about more than just the FTA. It's about where we go to next in this relationship and how we broaden that out. And I know we have very proud to announce that we will be forming a strategic partnership which will give the relationship more framework and breadth for us to continue to expand as we go forward from here.
मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि 40 साल के बाद भारत के प्रधानमंत्री का न्यूजीलैंड आना हुआ है और आपने एक प्रकार से आपकी आर्थिक राजधानी में कार्यक्रम बना करके भारत और न्यूजीलैंड के संबंधों को एक नई ताकत देने का एक अवसर पैदा किया है।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरी राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters
setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो बंटवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Rosa podcast wants to know. But I'm seeing a very soft version of Arnab. What did you expect? A mad guy shouting at the screen. I can't shut up. As debater or I'm a crazy debater. Facts everyone has. But I have brought back opinion into journalism because they didn't have the guts. I had the guts, I had the freedom, I had the intellect. I gave it my best shot. I still do it. There's no sense of how much money you want to make. No. It was always how much can you do. I used to be really proud seeing my father in uniform. I realized my father was doing something greater than his own job. If you were to again go back and look at from where you started as a journalist, so much. A junior Rahul would have spoken to a junior Arnab. Which Rahul?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Boat carrying mostly Indian tourists capsizes in Vietnam. 21 people rescued. Deadly boat mishap in Vietnam. New Zealand Prime Minister in his address during Indian Diaspora community event highlights Indian Prime Minister was
the first time in 40 years an Indian Prime Minister stands on New Zealand soil. 40 years. That is far too long between visits from family. Let me say, on behalf of 5 million New Zealanders, you are worth the wait.
Star welcome for the Prime Minister and New Zealand leader, says Prime Minister from India coming to visit the country after 40 years. It was worth the wait. Prime Minister Modi addresses Indian diaspora in Auckland, highlighting the strength of the people of the country and the connection that is growing stronger between India and New Zealand. Bilateral talks between Prime Minister Modi and his Kiwi counterpart. The exchange has several MOUs in trade and other sectors. $20 billion investment, top of the agenda. Indian Navy inducts Mahendragiri, the 6th Project 17A indigenous stealth frigate, into its eastern fleet at Visakhapatnam. Very warm welcome. We are watching Republic TV and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you this Saturday afternoon. Viewers, tragic news has come in from Vietnam today as a boat capsized in Vietnam, and most of those who are part of that capsized boat were Indians from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Tragic accident casting a shadow over the holiday. Tourist boat carrying several Indians capsized near the Phu Quoc island, killing 15. out of which mostly were Indian. Rescue teams have been rushed to the spot. Vietnamese authorities launching a massive search and rescue operation to locate those missing and assisting the survivors. The exact number of Indian tourists on board and the extent of casualties are being verified. In the videos, it can be seen that Indians were being given CPR. Anxious families awaiting updates. Focus remains on the ongoing rescue efforts and the fate of those still unaccounted for. My colleague Chandrakala is joining us live on the broadcast. For more, Chandrakala, what is the latest update that you're picking up as far as the rescue operations in Vietnam are concerned?
The rescue operation is still underway in Vietnam. A very, very shocking incident has unfolded just a few hours back, wherein, a boat carrying 32 Indian tourists, including 4 crew members, capsized in Phu Quoc Island in Vietnam, the largest island in Vietnam, wherein a lot of Indian tourists visit every year. In fact, what we are learning is that, this particular boat, overturned at around 1 p.m. And immediately, in fact, what we are learning is that tourist boats rushed to assist after this, the boat capsized. What we are learning is that, as far as more details are concerned, 15 have already lost their lives, and more details are awaited. There is no such official confirmation coming in from the Indian mission in Vietnam, but yes, to assist the family members who must be in so much anxious and concerned about their loved ones. A control room has been established right now in Ho Chi Minh City, wherein a few helpline numbers has been given. And what we are learning is that, in fact, as far as Vietnam's tourism is concerned, Phu Quoc Island, this is the largest island in Vietnam, receives 5.7 million tourists every year. And for 6 months this year, they have received 5.7 million tourists in the first 6 months this year. So yes, a very, very concerning incident, a very, very concerning situation, wherein, of course, what we are learning is that both India and Vietnam authorities would be taking up as far as more Indians who would be stranded right now, the number of which is still, not very clear. And what we are learning that 34, Indian tourists were there, and of course there were 4 crew members who were also in the boat, and 15 have already lost their life. 4 of them has been rescued, but not very sure about their condition. And more details are awaited as far as this incident is concerned. A very, very tragic incident has unfolded in Vietnam just a while ago, and more details are awaited. And 32 Indian tourists along with 4 crew members were present in this boat. And what we are learning is that mostly these Indian tourists belong from Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, and very, very concerning situation. And New Delhi will be taking up with the authorities there in Vietnam, in the Indian mission in Vietnam. A detailed response is still awaited as far as how many Indians are still stranded and what steps would be undertaken to repatriate them as soon as possible. Over to you.
What are you picking up as far as the cause of this capsize is concerned? And weren't there enough safety measures is also another big question, Chandrakala. What are you picking up?
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, this is a safety concern. This is a safety issue as far as Indians are concerned. They're in Vietnam. Indian tourists visit Vietnam every year. And this particular incident has raised, eyeballs among all the in India, of course, as far as the safety is concerned. And as far as the incident behind the reason behind this particular incident is still to be ascertained. And there is no such official confirmation coming in from Indian mission in Vietnam. But yes, the latest statement, we have seen the latest statement, the exact details of the incident are being ascertained as search and rescue operation by local authorities still continues, in order to provide information and assistance to affected families. A control room at the Consulate General of India, Ho Chi Minh City, has been set up, which can be reached at. There are multiple helpline numbers being put out by the Indian mission in Vietnam. I would request to flash those detailed numbers, the contact details, the helpline numbers for the families affected, so that they can reach out and get in touch with the loved ones. Of course, it's very unfortunate because this is a time of vacation. Many people are on vacation. They must have visited this island. And
so let's go full frame. We're flashing those numbers for those who are trying to reach out. Chandrakala, just stay on with us. Let's just show those videos one by one, viewers. Let's go full frame with those visuals and show our viewers what really has happened. First of all, the moment of capsize when that accident happened, viewers. These are horrific visuals that are emerging. You can see that's what's happening in the waters, in the blue waters there, and the moment of capsize, and then what followed, the aftermath. We're going to show you all the visuals. This is a tragedy that has been caught on camera, viewers. You can see that from afar, from a fair bit of a distance, and there were other motorboats also around when this boat capsized, carrying mostly Indians. This is a tourist boat that we're talking about near the Phu Quoc island in Vietnam, and at least 15 tourists have been killed, and most of them are Indians. We are flashing that Hanoi control room helpline also, and we will keep coming back to you with more details on that. But this is the biggest story that we at Republic TV are tracking for you. Chandrakala continues to be with us. Chandrakala, any information on the total number of Indians who were there, and those who have passed away, those who could not be rescued, and how many of them are being assisted?
Of course, the latest information is suggesting that 32 Indian tourists along with 4 crew members were present, and 15 have already lost their lives. As the rescue operation is still underway, I think the numbers are going to increase as this operation is underway. And what we are learning is that 4 of them has been rescued, but the point is they have been shifted to the hospital. But there is no such information. There is no such confirmation yet as to their conditions is concerned, of course. And the point that I would like to mention here for our viewers to know is that the speedboat operated by Ocean Pearl Island Company was actually transporting the tourists, just 25 kilometers from Phu Quoc Airport when it capsized about 400 meters off Honmai Rotnaogi, throwing everyone on board into the sea. So yes, very, very concerning, development happening at this point of time. And as far as the exact number is concerned, we are still awaiting a reply from the Vietnamese authorities as well as from our Indian authorities to confirm as to how many Indians have actually lost their lives and how many Indians are still stranded who are now being assisted. What we are learning is that local authorities rushed to the site when this incident happened, and they were being provided with medical assistance. CPR has been given at that point of time. But yes, as far as the numbers is concerned, it's still not very sure as to how many of them has lost their lives, and how many. What we are learning that presently 15 of them has lost their lives, and more and more as the rescue operation continues, will be updating the number of Indians who have lost their lives and the number of Indians who are stranded there, who should be repatriated as soon as possible and given the right medical assistance.
All right, that is, viewers, the latest update that my colleague Chandrakala is getting for you, and we are also flashing that number, the control room that has been set up in Hanoi. Meanwhile, these are the visuals that are coming in, viewers, of course, disturbing visuals from the island, and you have those visuals, multiple visuals on your screens right now, many of them being revived, attempts to revive many of them, you can see many of them getting CPR also. Many of them have died due to this boat capsize. As you can see, most of them are from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Many of them are from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. We are also getting reactions from the state also. All right, viewers, we will continue to get you more details on that. But right now, I thank my colleague Chandrakala for that update. And meanwhile, shifting our focus to Bengal, and that's one of the biggest stories also that we're tracking. Namaz prayers have been suspended at the 136-year-old Bangra mosque located inside the Kolkata airport premises from Saturday, following a decision to relocate the historic mosque outside the airport boundary due to security concerns. The mosque is situated near the second runway of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose International Airport, and according to airport sources, its location is approximately 165 meters from the runway and was creating safety concerns for aircraft movement, particularly during emergency landing situations. And following discussions between the state government and the central government, the state government is now led by the BJP, and so is the central government. It's an NDA government. Decision has now been taken after years to shift the mosque in interest of aviation safety and passenger safety. Mamata Banerjee could not do this. Shubhendu Adhikari, not even 6 months, has done this in a matter of few months. As part of the process, issuing new entry passes for access to the mosque has been stopped from Saturday. And the process of arranging an alternative location for the mosque outside the airport premises. We have my colleague Mohan joining us live on the broadcast right from outside the mosque. Tell us more details, Mohan, please, because this is something that hasn't happened all these years despite security concerns.
एकदम मैडम मैं बता दूं कि ठीक मैं जहाँ खड़ा हूँ ये बाईं ओर जो है ये काला जो गेट दिख रहा है यहाँ से इस रनवे एयरपोर्ट का जो दमदम विमानबंदर है दमदम एयरपोर्ट है उसका रनवे यही जो जगह है यहाँ से एंट्री लेकर के इसके भीतर में 136 साल पुराना एक मॉस्क था जो जिसमें प्रतिदिन यहाँ के लोग जो स्थानीय लोग हैं वो अपना सिर्फ आधार कार्ड दिखाकर आराम से इसके अंदर चले जाते थे और नमाज अदा किया करते थे। 136 साल से वो जो है मॉस्क वहां पर था और इसको हटाने के लिए स्वाधीनता के बाद कोलकाता एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी ने बार अपनी कोशिश की। इससे पहले जो वामफ्रंट गवर्नमेंट जब था तब भी एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी ने बार चिट्ठी लिखा था कि एयरपोर्ट का जो एक्सटेंशन किया जाएगा रनवे का उसके लिए वहां पर भी जगह दी जाए और उस मॉस्क को कहीं और शिफ्ट किया जाए, लेकिन हिम्मत नहीं जुटा पाई वाम सरकार। उसके बाद तृणमूल सरकार 15 सालों में कई बार एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी कोलकाता एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी द्वारा उनको भी पत्र लिखा गया है, लेकिन वो भी अपना जो है हिम्मत नहीं जुटा पाए इसके अंदर से मॉस्क हटाने के लिए। लेकिन शुभेंदु अधिकारी के सरकार ने वो करके दिखाया जो आज तक किसी ने सोचा भी नहीं था। आज से जहां मैं खड़ा हूं पीछे में जो जगह है एयरपोर्ट का जो जगह है जहां से एंट्री हुआ करता था मस्जिद में जाने के लिए, अब वहां उसे बंद कर दिया गया है और मॉस्क को कहीं और शिफ्ट करने के लिए प्रयास किया जा रहा है। और स्थानीय जो भी जो संख्या लगी संप्रदाय के लोग हैं जो माइनॉरिटी लोग हैं उन लोगों के साथ में बैठक की गई है। स्थानीय जो विधायक है सौरभ सिद्धार्थ उनके द्वारा यह तत्परता दिखाते हुए मुख्यमंत्री का आदेश पालन करते हुए यहाँ के स्थानीय जो कम्युनिटी है उन लोगों के साथ में बैठक की गई है और कहीं और शिफ्ट करने की योजना बनाई जा रही है। और जिस कारण एक और जहाँ इंटरनेशनल फ्लाइट का जो दबाव है और दूसरे ओर डोमेस्टिक फ्लाइट भी काफी संख्या में जो है अराइवल एवं डिपार्चर में आती रहती है कोलकाता एयरपोर्ट में। इसलिए बहुत इसकी अहमियतता को देखते हुए जो सरकार जो है इसको जो रनवे है जो उसको संप्रसारण करना चाहती है उसको एक्सटेंशन करना चाहती है। और बता दूं जो सेकेंड रनवे है अर्थात एयरपोर्ट के अंदर जो सेकेंड रनवे है उससे महज 165 मीटर की दूरी पर ही जो है वो मॉस्क है जिसको हटाने के लिए बार करके जो है एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी से बताया जा रहा था, मांग किया जा रहा था, लेकिन किसी सरकार ने हिम्मत नहीं दिखाई। लेकिन शुभेंदु अधिकारी सरकार ने 2 महीना भी नहीं हुआ और वह करके दिखा दिया। अर्थात यहाँ पे जो मॉस्क था उसे कोई और स्थापित किया जाएगा, वहां पे लोग अपना नमाज कर पाएंगे और भीतर में रनवे का विस्तार किया जाएगा। इस तरह से जो है सरकार की जो प्रक्रिया उसका जो पहल आज से शुरू हो गई है और इसे बंगाल के लोग बहुत ही अच्छे नजर से देखते हैं। कारण यहाँ पर जो है कोलकाता एयरपोर्ट पर एक और जहाँ इंटरनेशनल जो फ्लाइट से काफी संख्या में आती है, दूसरी तरफ जो डोमेस्टिक फ्लाइट है वह उसका भी गिनती बहुत है जो बहुत रश होती है इस एयरपोर्ट में। इसके लिए एयरपोर्ट का जो रनवे है उसका विस्तार बहुत ही आवश्यकता था, जरूरी था, जिस कारण में जो सरकार ने एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी को यह करने की अनुमति दी है।
बिल्कुल Mahendragiri, my saath, we'll just show our viewers once again to help understand why is it of importance and where exactly it was. Just as Mohan was telling us, it is just 165 meters away from the tarmac at the Kolkata airport. That's the map we see, viewers, and the exact position you can see, at least what the map suggests to us, is that this is where the mosque is. You can see it's 165 meters away from the tarmac. And this is it's a centuries-old mosque, 136-year-old Bakra Mosque. It is also called as Goripur Jami Masjid. And this is near the secondary runway of the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose International Airport. And none of the previous governments could do. The Trinamool Congress refused to listen to the authorities that this was a security threat, especially when there are emergency landing. So this is happening after the BJP takes over in Bengal. All these decades, this could not happen. मोहन, हमें आप बताएं कि जब भी पिछली सरकार थी, जब तृणमूल की सरकार थी, क्या वजह दी जाती थी, किस बुनियाद पे, किस बेसिस पर इसको हटाने से मना किया जाता था?
देखिए, एक जो पिछली सरकार थी, वो लोग बार बार आरोप लगता है कि वो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति में विश्वास रखती थी। हर मुद्दे पर जहां भी इस तरह का होता है, मतलब ऐसा कोलकाता में देखा गया है कि दुर्गा पूजा के पंडालों में नमाज की जो घटना है वो नजर आई है। लेकिन इस तरह से तुष्टीकरण, इसे थीम बता करके, ये एक आपसी भाईचारा बता करके बार बार इसको जो है थोपा गया है। लेकिन जब नई सरकार कोलकाता में आया है, बंगाल में आया है, तब सरकार का किसी भी तरह का तुष्टीकरण में विश्वास नहीं रखती। जो सही है, सही को सही और गलत को गलत, यह सरकार बोलना जानती है। और इसीलिए जो है मजबूत इरादा और मजबूत सरकार रहे तो कुछ भी संभव है। आज जो सरकार द्वारा यह सिद्धांत लिया गया है, जो फैसला लिया गया है कि एयरपोर्ट के अंदर जो पिछले 136 साल से जो मस्जिद थी, जिसको हटाने के लिए वामफ्रंट टाइम में बार बार कोशिश किया गया था एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी द्वारा, पर सफलता नहीं मिली थी। उसके बाद तृणमूल कांग्रेस के 15 सालों में भी एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी ने बार बार चिट्ठी डाली थी कि उसे संप्रासारण की जरूरत है, यानी कि जो रनवे उसका एक्सटेंशन की जरूरत है। लेकिन सरकार ने इसे किसी न किसी बहाने टालता रहा और आखिरकार मजबूत इरादा और मजबूत सरकार ने कर दिखाया। आज से जो ठीक मेरे पीछे जो काली गेट दिखाई दे रही है, जहां से नमाज पढ़ने के लिए अंदर जाते थे लोग, अब उसे बंद कर दिया गया है।
जी, that is the exact location, viewers, where Mohan is reporting from. We've in fact spoken to the authorities. Also, you can see that report that is being filed, and that's been also run there. It's all on camera, viewers, how Shubhendu Adhikari, the Chief Minister of Bengal, has done what Mamata Banerjee all these years could not, with back-to-back terms as the Chief Minister. Viewers, this was a security threat. 165 meters away from the tarmac at the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, just near the second runway. This is going to be now removed. There will be another area allotted for namaz, but this was a problem. This was in way for emergency landings, which is now being removed, and this was one of the biggest threats to the airport. क्या कुछ अगर आप बताएं इसमें तकनीकी तौर पे, अगर हम एविएशन के लिहाज से मोहन बताएं, क्या कुछ इसमें सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट था, इसमें क्या इसको लेकर रिस्क थी जो आज शुभेंदु अधिकारी की जो सरकार है उसने इसका संज्ञान लेते हुए ये कदम उठाया है?
एकदम आपने सही बताया, बहुत बड़ी सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट थी। कारण यह है कि सिर्फ आधार कार्ड दिखाकर लोग यहाँ पर में नमाज पढ़ने के लिए इस गेट से, जो काली गेट दिखाई दे रही है, मैं कैमरामैन को बोलूंगा दिखाने के लिए, जो काली गेट है, यहाँ से आराम से सिर्फ आधार कार्ड दिखाकर उसमें प्रवेश कर जाते थे। वो आधार कार्ड कौन सा सही है, कौन सा गलत है, इसका जो वेरिफिकेशन वो भी सही तरीके से नहीं होता था।
बिल्कुल,
जो सरकार है उसने जो डिसाइड किया है कि
बिल्कुल
एक फर्जी आधार कार्ड।
बिल्कुल, बहुत शुक्रिया। हमारे पास वक्त की कमी है, व्यूअर्स। दैट्स Republic TV's biggest story that we're tracking today, and we will right back with the ground report from Kolkata airport, as it's a big move by the Shubhendu Adhikari government.
रिंकू,
हाँ जी,
ये देख,
आगे
तो चले।
सत श्री अकाल बीजी।
सत श्री अकाल पुत्र।
अब साफ दिखाई दे रहा है बीजी।
बहुत साफ दिखाई दे रहा है
बीजी। इतने टाइम बाद नए चश्मे बनवा ही लिए।
किसी अपने ने पैसे भेजे
और हर महीने पैसे भेजेंगे।
वाह।
फोना ते टू टू होगी थोड़े 1 तरीक तो बाद। ये थोड़े पैसे ने ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ कोई अमीर नहीं हो जाना तुसी। मावा भैणा नू सत्कार दे के मैनू खुशी मिलती है इस गल दी।
मुख्यमंत्री माँ बेटी सत्कार योजना, आपका अपना भगवंत मान।
आगे 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 पावर से रहे, आगे आगे पोषण से। Dum in your roots, dum in your bones, rose be your अमूल दूध and go for gold। आगे आगे बढ़ती है दौड़ती है दुनिया, अमूल दूध पीती है दुनिया। Lights,
The only Jupiter is more than more. Style more, more. Storage too is even more. Oh, the only Jupiter is more than more.
introducing the all new TVS Jupiter, इंडिया का नया
ज़्यादा,
एकुआ अधिकम बेशी
जास्ता,
अधिका
वधु, बेसी।
नियत सच्ची हो तो पूरी कायनात आपके हक में खड़ी हो जाती है। टेला तक सिर्फ पानी ही नहीं पहुंचा, बल्कि काफी समय से बंजर पड़े किसान के जिगर के टुकड़ों को नहरी पानी ने निहाल कर दिया।
ਮਾਨ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਨਹਿਰੀ ਪਾਣੀ ਦੀ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਨੂੰ ਨਜਿੱਠਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤੇ ਆ।
ਸਾਡੇ ਖੇਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਣੀ ਪੂਰਾ ਲੱਗਣ ਲੱਗ ਪਿਆ ਜੀ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹਰ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਦੇ ਖੇਤ ਤੱਕ पानी बहुत ही वधिया तरीके नाल पहुंचा।
माजा, मालवा, दुआबा और पुआध के इलाके दुआएं दे रहे हैं।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Rosa podcast wants to know, but I'm seeing a very soft version of Arnab. What did you expect? A mad guy shouting at the screen. I can't shut up. As debater or I'm a crazy debater. Facts everyone has. But I have brought back opinion into journalism because they didn't have the guts. I had the guts, I had the freedom, I had the intellect. I gave it my best shot. I still do it. There's no sense of how much money you want to make. No. It was always how much can you do. I used to be really proud seeing my father in uniform. I realized my father was doing something greater than his own job. If you were to again go back and look at from where you started as a journalist, so much. A junior Rahul would have spoken to a junior Arnab. Which Rahul?
Mostly Indian tourists capsizes in Vietnam. 21 people have been rescued. 15 dead, most of them Indians from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. New Zealand Prime Minister, in his address to Indian Diaspora, hosting the Prime Minister's visit after 40 years.
Time in 40 years, an Indian Prime Minister stands on New Zealand soil. 40 years. That is far too long between visits from family. Let me say, on behalf of 5 million New Zealanders, you are worth the wait.
PM Modi addresses Indian Diaspora in Auckland, highlighting the strong people-to-people connect. Says an Indian Prime Minister in New Zealand after 40 years is worth the wait. PM Modi and New Zealand Prime Minister hold delegation-level bilateral talks, exchange several MOUs in key sectors. All right, we start with breaking news coming in right now. BJP to move court against Omar Abdullah's statement of 30 crore to NCMLA by BJP office bearer. Now, BJP State President Sat Sharma said that party's legal team to take route of court. BJP seeks proof from the Chief Minister of Jammu Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, daring him to take the name of the MLA who was offered 30 crore, and the BJP office bearer who made the offer public. BJP seeking unconditional public apology from Omar Abdullah, saying that he should either apologize or answer in court. Now, earlier in the day, viewers, Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah alleged that BJP offered 20 to 30 crore rupees to Jammu-based National Conference MLA. He made serious allegations, and now BJP is moving court against the Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister, National Conference leader Omar Abdullah. So viewers, BJP has sought an unconditional apology from Omar Abdullah, or said that he should be answering in court. My colleague Zeenat is joining us live on the broadcast from Srinagar. Zeenat, tell us more details please about this case. What did Omar Abdullah allege, and what's the BJP saying?
See, this is taken in another twist in this story when Omar Abdullah today, while addressing the gathering at the Hazrat Bal, said that the BJP is trying to split national conference, and BJP also approached one of its Jammu-based MLA asking that he needs to switch, and for which he will be paid 20 to 30 crore rupees along with the cabinet berth, and statehood will be restored. Omar taking a jibe at BJP that they cannot have the backdoor entry in